Chapter 856. Waiting in the study was a young man in a white Taoist robe. He was thin and had a pair of spirited eyes. The old steward was chatting with him in the study when Yang Fan suddenly opened the door and came in. The old steward quickly called out, "Ah Lang." Then he introduced him to the man. "This is my family's Ah Lang." Yang Fan looked at the man in white and asked slowly, "You came from the Kui residence in Qinghe?" The young man smiled and cupped his hands. He said elegantly, "Kui Lin of Qinghe greets General Yang. When I was in Qinghe, I often heard old grandfather mention General Yang. He always praised you and said that the younger generation will surpass the older. Now that I see you, you are indeed as handsome as jade and have an extraordinary bearing. I am very fortunate to be able to see you." Yang Fan smiled. "Mr. Kui is too polite. I had the honor of listening to old grandfather Kui's teachings in Chang'an. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen old grandfather Kui for 2 years. Is he doing well?" Kui Lin said, "Thank you for asking. Old grandfather Kui is as healthy as ever." He took out a letter from his sleeve and said to Yang Fan, "I came to the capital this time to prepare for the fall quarter examination. Old grandfather Kui specially asked me to deliver this letter. Now that I am acquainted with you, it will be a good opportunity for us to meet in the future." Yang Fan thought to himself, the Kui of Bowling and the Kui of Qinghe have always been secretly competing for the position of the first surname in the Kui family. Now that the Kui of Bowling, Kui Yu, Kui Liang, and Kui Yi have all become officials at the same time and have become famous, the Kui of Qinghe may not be able to keep their composure. As Yang Fan thought about it, he invited Kui Lin to take a seat and opened the letter in front of him. As he opened the letter, a contract with a large red seal appeared in front of his eyes. Yang Fan was delighted at first but was stunned when he opened it. He hurriedly read the letter from old grandfather Kui and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had sent a letter to the Kui family saying that Miss Jiyu Zhuting had done a great service for him and was unable to repay him. He begged old grandfather Kui to help Miss Gu's family get out of the family registry. What old master Kui asked Kui Lin to bring back was not a deed of removal, but a deed of transfer. Old grandpa Kui transferred the slave status of Jiyu Zhuting's parents and brothers to Yang Fan. This contract was a letter that the Kui family made with the local government. With this letter in hand, Jiyu Zhuting's family would be Yang Fan's slaves. If he wanted to kill them, beat them, or raise them into good families, it was up to him. Great-grandfather Kui's actions seemed a little senseless, but since Yang Fan had already made this request, of course, it was to help Miss Gu's family get out of the registry. However, great-grandfather Kui had to sell his favor anyway, so why not do it more beautifully? After going through this seemingly useless procedure, Jiyu Zhuting and her family became slaves of the original Yang family. They were released by their benefactor and were promoted to good citizens. By doing this, it confirmed Yang Fan's kindness to the Jiyu family. In the end, it was still a level lower than before. Great-grandfather Kui's family had 1,000 years of history and a deep foundation. The Jiyu family was not lacking in slaves. But for Yang Fan, this was an important step in winning people's hearts and cultivating trusted aides. After all, the Jiyu family still had to live after getting out of the registry. This family had been fighting and killing since they were young. What could they do even if they became good citizens? With Yang Fan's kindness and the Jiyu family, would he be afraid that they wouldn't pledge their lives to serve him? Kui Lin looked at Yang Fan with a smile. He was not surprised by the several changes in his expression. It was clear that he had long since understood the meaning of the letter. Yang Fan finished reading the letter and gently let out a turbid breath. He cupped his hands to Kui Lin and said, "Great-grandfather's kindness and righteousness, I will remember it in my heart." Originally, he was bound to owe this favor. This time, it was even more impossible for him to refuse. Now that Kui Lin had gone to the capital, with the Kui family's strong foundation, they only sent such a disciple to the capital. Obviously, they were confident that he would pass the Jinsha examination. Once Kui Lin passed the Jinsha examination, he would definitely enter the government. At that time, how could Yang Fan not use his own connections to help him find an important position? But from this, it could also be seen that just like Kui Lin of Bowling cultivated Kui Lin, This Kui Lin was probably the person that Grandpa Kui of Qinghe focused on cultivating. As expected, he must be born in the Qinghe Kui family's first branch. After 30 or 50 years, he would naturally become the head of the Qinghe Kui family. Now that they were both young, wouldn't they be best friends for life if they became friends early? Yang Fan put away the letter and talked in detail. As expected, Kui Lin was the eldest grandson of the Qinghe Kui family's first branch. When they talked about age, Yang Fan was 27 years old and Kui Lin was 24 years old. The two immediately changed the way they addressed each other and called each other brother. Yang Fan said happily, "Do you have a place to stay when you go to the capital? I have a guest room in the West Wing that is quite exquisite." Kui Lin already knew that Yang Fan had become the commander-in-chief of Guide Army and was staying in the cavalry camp. He could not come back every day and only had women at home. As a young man, there was no reason for him to stay. He smiled warmly and said, "The Kui family has a residence in Dongju. It has all the servants and housekeepers, so I won't bother you at your residence." As Kui Lin said that, he got up to bid farewell. Yang Fan said, "Why are you leaving? Even if you don't stay at my residence, I should prepare a banquet to welcome you." Kui Lin said, "To be honest, I have elders in Luoyang. When I arrived at Luoyang today, I heard that you happened to be at your residence. I was afraid that I would come empty-handed, so I went to your residence first. Now that I'm done, I have to go back and pay my respects to my elders. They know that I'm in the capital today, so it's not good to keep them waiting. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to interact in the future, so today won't make a difference." When Yang Fan heard that he had elders in the capital, it was a reason to not treat him lightly. He hurriedly sent him out and waited for his carriage to leave before returning to the residence. Yang Fan touched the letter in his bosom and strode to the courtyard where our NU stayed. He crossed the long bridge and entered the courtyard. He happened to see Jiyu Zhuting practicing martial arts under the shade of the trees in the courtyard. Recently, Yang Fan had been spending more time in the army and less time at home, so he rarely came to our NU's courtyard. Jiyu Zhuting did not expect him to barge in at this time. If someone were to come, it could only be him. There was no other man in the backyard other than him. Of course, if one were to forcefully count, Yang Nianzhu, that kid with split pants, could be considered one. Therefore, Jiyu Zhuting's dressing was very casual. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin red string. She wore a silver-white short gown with fine silk pants and a red belt around her waist. If it was just this dressing, it would not be a big deal. However, she was practicing the soft bone skill at this moment. She stood firmly on the ground with one foot and bent her waist backward. Her other leg was in a reverse split but was aligned with the leg that was standing on the ground. Her head was hidden between her legs and her slender waist was bent to the extreme. This way, the tightest and most obvious part was the crotch. When Yang Fan pushed the door into the courtyard, he saw her standing in the courtyard like this. A pair of flawless jade legs were stretched straight. The curve of her buttocks was beautiful, but her crotch was upright. The triangle line was tight and obvious, and there was a seductive depression like the flesh of a toad. Yang Fan only took a glance and jumped as if he was electrocuted. Jiyu Zhuting also saw him. She was so scared that she hurriedly let go of her leg and jumped up. Her body was bent upside down. Her face was already red, but at this moment, it was like a burning cloud, completely losing its original color. "Zong. Lang. Why?" Yang Fan quickly said, I'm sorry. Because of the great news, I got carried away and forgot to knock on the door. I'm really sorry." When Jiyu Zhuting heard this, she felt relieved. That's right, who would remember the rules after hearing such good news? It's just that just now, the fine silk clothes were stretched tight on her body, revealing her curves, as if she was naked. She did not know what he saw, but when she thought of this, she immediately blushed again. You can turn around, it's all right." Jiyu Zhuting stammered. As soon as Yang Fan turned around, he saw that Jiyu Zhuting had bounced back too violently. Her fine silk jacket was pulled out from her waistband. The jacket was lifted up, revealing a slender, white, round, and slender waist. Jiyu Zhuting looked at his expression, lowered her head, and was extremely embarrassed. She quickly stuffed the jacket back into her waistband, but when she pulled it down, the jacket was too tight, making her breasts perfectly round and tall, exceptionally protruding. Seeing her embarrassed face, Yang Fan could not help but burst out laughing. Jiyu Zhuting was even more embarrassed by his laughter and felt so wronged that she almost cried. Yang Fan quickly interrupted, "Miss Jiyu, where is RNU?" Jiyu Zhuting blushed and said, "She is behind the house." Yang Fan said, "Good. I have something to tell you, let's talk inside." Jiyu Zhuting was puzzled. He is not in a hurry to see RNU, what does he want to tell me? In his heart he was puzzled, but it was not appropriate for him to ask. Jiyu Zhuting complied and walked toward the main room. That pair of fine silvery white silk stockings wrapped around her slender, perfectly straight and perfectly round legs, it was really pleasing to the eye. Yang Fan did not want to look too much and raised his eyes like a gentleman. He saw that her earlobes and neck were still red. The two of them entered the main room. Yang Fan took out the letter from his bosom and handed it over to Jiyu Zhuting, saying with a smile, "Take a look." Jiyu Zhuting took it and looked at it. She was immediately stunned, just like Yang Fan's expression when he first saw it. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Old Master Kui did this to do me a favor, I can't not accept it. Master Kui has already said that your father and brother's family have already packed up and will be rushing to Luoyang in a few days. When the time comes, I will go to the Yamen to remove your citizenship. This letter will be in your hands." Jiyu Zhuting was overjoyed. She turned around and was about to kneel on the ground again when Yang Fan, who was already prepared, held her up. Yang Fan said with a smile, "All right, there is no need to bow to and fro. Keep the letter well. When your family arrives, if they have plans for the future and you are willing to go with them, you can go with them. If they do not have any plans for the future, I will help your family to make a living." Jiyu Zhuting's eyes were brimming with tears of gratitude as she said, "Our Lang's benevolence is deep, even if your servant's body is crushed and my bones crushed, it would be difficult to repay him. Your servant is willing to be our Lang's slave or maid, to work like an ox or a horse, to repay our Lang's benevolence." The same sentence, when spoken by different people, has different meanings. A woman who was about to be married, with a pretty face, speaking like this, it was clear that she had the intention to entrust her life to him. Otherwise, how could she be a horse or a ox? But Yang Fan did not seem to understand her meaning. He only smiled mischievously and said, "What? You have just released your servant's body, do you want to be a willing slave again?" Jiyu Zhuting blushed, but it was not appropriate for her to explain her true meaning. She could not help feeling bitter in her heart. Why is our Lang so stupid? But then she thought, that's not right. Could it be that our Lang is pretending to be confused, but in fact he dislikes me for my mediocre looks and my age? Thinking about this, she immediately felt sorry for herself. The tears that were already welling up in her eyes also flowed down. Chapter 857. Yang Fan thought that Jiyu Zhuting was crying because she was overjoyed and comforted her with kind words. He then passed through the central room and went to the backyard to look for RNU. He did not know that the more he comforted and the more gentle he was, the more sad Miss Jiyu was. If he had always treated Jiyu Zhuting with a heart of steel appearance, she would not have so many wild and fanciful thoughts. Or if he could be a proud and narcissistic peacock man like young Master Jiang, how would Miss Jiyu be moved by him? Our Enyu's house had a front and a backyard. The backyard was much more spacious than the front yard. Bamboos and flowers were everywhere, all trimmed very elegantly. It was the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The setting sun shone warmly through the gaps between the branches and leaves. There was a soft couch under the tree and a tea table next to it. There were several seasonal fruits on the table. There was also a small red clay stove with chicken soup on it. The fragrance of chicken soup permeated the air and the fire under the stove was still burning. Enyu reclined on the soft couch with one hand supporting her cheek. She stared blankly at the busy bees in the bushes of flowers in front of her with a thoughtful look. Her green sleeves slid down from her wrist to her elbow, revealing a smooth and white wrist. There was a green bracelet on her wrist, which made her skin even more delicate and flawless. What a beautiful picture of a lady yearning for love. Ah, it should be yearning for love. Could it be that you miss me? I have been too busy these days and have not had the chance to be intimate with Enu. Young Fan thought very narcissistically, walked over with light footsteps, and suddenly turned in front of Enu, saw Enu's eyebrows and eyes were filled with a gentle smile, as if there was a very happy little secret that was not easy to tell to others, but the joy could not be suppressed from the corners of her eyebrows and eyes. Seeing Young Fan, Enu exclaimed softly and sat up straight. She called out happily, Lang Jun. Young Fan saw that there was a stool next to them. It was probably where Miss Gu used to sit. He pulled it over and sat next to Enu. He held her hand and smiled. Look at you, what are you so happy about? The corners of Enu's mouth had already curled up like a newly bloomed flower, yet she was stunned when she heard Young Fan's words, and then she cried out involuntarily. You don't know? Young Fan was also stunned. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, so there really is a happy occasion? Tell me about it. Enu immediately understood. Even if Young Fan didn't meet Xiao Man on his way back, since he was here, he should have met Jiu Master. Since Young Fan didn't know about it until now, they must have deliberately kept it a secret so that she could tell him the good news in person. Enu pursed her lips and pretended to be angry, but she couldn't hide her joy and said, It's fine if you don't know, I won't tell you. Young Fan thought about it seriously and said in a low voice, Oh, you are going to see the imperial physician today. What happy event could there be? Young Fan's body shuddered, and he asked with surprise and joy, Enu, are you pregnant? Enu was disappointed and said, So boring, how did you guess it? Young Fan laughed heartily and said excitedly, Come, let me touch our little baby. Go away. Enu slapped his hand away and said nervously, Don't be careless, you'll scare the child. Young Fan looked at her slender waist and said with a wry smile, Aren't you being too careful? You just had a child, what's wrong with touching it? Don't. Enu said, but she couldn't help but touch her abdomen, and her face was full of tenderness and happiness. Langjun, I was just thinking, when the child is born, will it look more like you or more like me? Young Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You just had a child, you're thinking so far ahead. In my opinion, if it's a boy, of course it's better to look more like me. If it's a girl, it's better to look like you. Enu said worriedly, but people say that most girls look like their father, and most boys look like their mother. Look at Nyanzu and Cyrong. Cyrong looks more like you, and Nyanzu looks more like his mother. Young Fan puffed out his chest and said, If she looks like me, then she looks like me. I'm not ugly, what's there to worry about? Do you think Cyrong looks ugly? She's a cute little girl, she's obviously a beauty, what will she look like when she grows up? Enu nodded happily and said, That's true. Nyanzu looks more like his mother, but he's not ugly either. His eyebrows and eyes are very beautiful, and he doesn't look worse than Xiaoman. Even if the child looks more like me, he'll still be very handsome. Young Fan said, You were just thinking about the problem of giving birth to a boy or a girl, why are you so sure it must be a boy now? Enu said confidently, Of course it's a boy. If Xiaoman can give birth to a boy, why can't I? Young Fan put his arm around her shoulders, and his hand smoothly stroked her flat and soft belly. Fine, fine, fine. We'll do as you say. We'll give birth to a boy for our first child, and we'll give birth to a girl for our second child. Why, we also have to give birth to a boy for our second child. Boys are very annoying, look at how naughty Nyanzu is. Boys are more naughty, they'll be more promising when they grow up. A figure quietly stood beside the door, looking at the young couple under the tree who were hugging each other gently and excitedly discussing whether to give birth to a boy or a girl. His eyes were faint, and his expression was gloomy. The left and right guards were also one of the 12 troops of the Emperor's personal army. It was just that they usually served as reserve troops, and had no chance to show off. This army had always been stationed in the West City barracks. Only when there was a major turmoil in the capital would they be ordered to help guard the west gate of the Imperial City, the capital city, and the Yuancheng City. Lu Marofeng could be transferred from the Imperial Guards to the 1,000 generals. Although he had not been promoted, and he was still in charge of fewer troops, his authority was much greater. Especially when he often served in the palace, there was a lot of room for promotion in the future, which was equivalent to a real promotion, so a group of comrades came to congratulate him. Although Lu Marofeng was eager to report to the 1,000 cavalry, he had to entertain for 2 days, and then he received the approval and rushed to the 1,000 cavalry to report. Fortunately, although the Northern Guards were raised by the imperial court, the Northern Guards were directly under the emperor, and the Ministry of War and the Government Affairs Hall had no power to control them. The transfer of generals did not need to go through the Ministry of War and the Government Affairs Hall, and did not need many complicated transfer procedures, so it did not take long. By the time Yang Fan returned to the 1,000 horsemen's camp, Lu Marofeng had already rushed over to report for duty. Commander Lu's situation in the 1,000 horsemen was not very good. Compared to when he left the Imperial Guard, all the generals had set up a farewell banquet for him. His treatment in the 1,000 horsemen was too cold and cheerless. This was because he was ostracized by almost everyone. Huang Xuchang, Xu Liang, Zhong Shitong, and others were originally in the 100 cavalry system, and they were the closest to each other, so they formed their own faction. Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, and others who were transferred later were all from the miscellaneous army, so they formed their own faction. Liu Yang, Gao Chu, and others were all from the imperial army, which was lower than the 100 cavalry, but higher than the miscellaneous army, so they had a lot of room for improvement, so they formed their own faction. According to their origins and past friendship, they formed different factions, but all the interests of the above people were ultimately reflected in Yang Fan, the supreme general of the 1,000 cavalry team, so they got along very well. But before Lu Marofeng had even arrived, everyone already knew who his backer was, so their rejection of him was an inevitable reaction. Lu Marofeng had also tried to interact with everyone, but unfortunately, everyone treated him with a lukewarm attitude. Lu Marofeng felt very depressed. After Yang Fan returned to the camp, the first thing he did was to send a letter to the Prefecture of Subjugation to summon Commandant Guoyi Dugu Hui to the 1,000 cavalry. The Prefecture of Subjugation was a prefectural army and was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. This procedure was rather troublesome, and if someone deliberately obstructed it, then Dugu Huiji's arrival would take even longer. Fortunately, Dugu Huiji had the Dugu family backing him, so there was no need for Yang Fan to worry about these matters. The Dugu family would naturally use their connections and money to pave the way for Dugu Huiji. After stamping the official letter and sending someone to report it to the Ministry of War, Yang Fan went to find Xu Liang and asked about Lu Marofeng's situation. Upon learning of everyone's cold treatment of him, Yang Fan felt that it was inappropriate. He first secretly instructed Xu Liang about the situation, then sent someone to summon Lu Marofeng. Yang Fan was very cordial to Lu Marofeng. Setting aside his background, this person could truly be considered a capable general. The 1,000 cavalry had just been formed and needed this kind of general with rich experience in training troops. Although Yang Fan was somewhat wary of Lu Marofeng because of his background and faction, there was no need for him to deliberately distance himself from Lu Marofeng and oppose him. When forming the 1,000 cavalry, it was Yang Fan who had the final say. Once the army was formed, he would no longer be able to decide whether a general of the rank of brigade commander or above would be promoted or demoted. This would need to be reported to the Grand General of the Featherwood Guard, Wu Yuyi, for approval. Of course, because of the special nature of the 1,000 cavalry, the Grand General of the Featherwood Guard was just a decoration. The final decision would have to be handed over to Wu Zetian herself, but Lu Marofeng had the Zhong brothers as his backer, so how could Wu Zetian touch him? Rather than opposing him and having a subordinate who would always be at odds with him in the future, it would be better to be amiable. Moreover, Yang Fan wanted to use the Zhong brothers to resist the interference of the various powers in the 1,000 cavalry. He also needed to be a bit more courteous to Lu Marofeng in order to obtain the Zhong brothers' cooperation. And Lu Marofeng wanted to establish himself in the 1,000 cavalry and truly display his usefulness. He couldn't go against Yang Fan, this middle commander, just like a broken jar. The two of them each had their own desires. This meeting was truly a good scene for them to meet each other happily. After the meeting, Yang Fan specially ordered people to set up a banquet and gathered all the generals under his command to welcome Lu Marofeng. The generals had already been warned repeatedly by Xu Liang in advance, and their attitudes towards Lu Marofeng had greatly changed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Fan casually said to Commander Lu, "His Majesty has placed high hopes on us, the 1,000 horsemen. We, the officers and soldiers of the 1,000 horsemen, will also repay the emperor with our lives. Since the 1,000 cavalry is an army, the only thing we can repay the sovereign with is military force, a powerful military force. Therefore, it is imperative that we practice martial arts and train the army. As the saying goes, although the world is peaceful, forgetting war will lead to danger. Although our 1,000 cavalry officers and soldiers guard the imperial palace, their daily duties are merely to take turns on guard. Unlike the frequent disputes that occur in the border army, we should strengthen the army and prepare for war. Today, the new army has just been established, but the officers and soldiers selected are the outstanding talents of each guard. With a bit of training, they can become a strong army. This general has the intention of inviting His Majesty to observe the martial arts. Not only will it strengthen our 1,000 cavalry's military might, but it will also please His Majesty. After the news of His Majesty personally observing the martial arts spreads, the 1,000 cavalry officers and soldiers will be able to train even more painstakingly and attentively. It can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Tomorrow, the general will report this to Great General Wu. How about this matter? Lu Marofeng will act on my behalf. Chapter 858. Lu Marofeng had been taken out of the cold palace by Yang Fan and received such a courteous reception. He already had a good impression of Yang Fan and felt even more honored to hear of this mission. He finally had a chance to show off his abilities. Without hesitation, he put down his wine cup and saluted Yang Fan. In a clear voice, he said, "General, please be at ease. This general will accomplish this task." The emperor was old and had not even been to the Dragon Gate that he had visited in previous years. Going to the drill grounds to watch the military maneuvers from above was a difficult task. The emperor had the dignity of an emperor. How could he lie down on the dragon chair and doze off? Even if the emperor did not finish watching the entire drill, it would take at least 1 to 4 hours. Not to mention that the emperor was dressed to the nines to watch the drill before returning to the palace. At the same time, there would be a large number of powerful officials and nobles accompanying him. After the drill ended, in order to celebrate the strength of the country, there would be a banquet in the palace to entertain the officials who had accompanied the emperor. With Wu Zetian's current age and physical strength, it would be difficult for her to endure such a day. In the end, Lu Langjiang was a martial man and could not understand the crux of this. He thought this was a flattering move to cater to the emperor and that the emperor would gladly agree. Yang Fan knew that this proposal would be refuted by Wu Yuyi. At that time, Lu Marofeng would have to ask his backer, the Zhong brothers, to come forward. Seeing Lu Langjiang readily agree, Yang Fan could already imagine Wu Yizhong's expression when he heard of this matter. He laughed and raised his cup to Lu Langjiang. "Come, General Lu, please drink." Early the next morning, Lu Marofeng, who had finally found a sense of existence in the 1,000 cavalry, excitedly rushed to the Featherwood Guard to ask Wu Yuyi for instructions. Wu Yuyi frowned and said, "This is pure nonsense. His Majesty is old and traveling to and from the army is time-consuming and laborious. If his dragon body is affected, who can bear the burden? Not allowed." Wu Yuyi sternly refuted and did not allow Lu Marofeng to argue before throwing him out. After Lu Marofeng retreated, Wu Yuyi stroked his beard and thought for a moment. Then he smiled and called a guard over. "Go to the Department of Ordnance and tell King Lin Chuan that Yang Fan's 1,000 cavalry is ready and will inspect the army in a few days. And His Majesty may personally go out to inspect the army." Wu Zizhong, who was on duty in the Department of Ordnance, received the news from Wu Yuyi and couldn't help but be startled. He knew very well what kind of junk he had given to Yang Fan. Once the parade began, even if only 1,000 cavalry participated, there would be a large number of officials accompanying them. At that time, Yang Fan would have those 1,000 cavalry soldiers draped in tattered armor, waving tattered banners, and raising rusty swords and spears in front of the emperor and the court officials. What kind of expression would his aunt, who had always liked the scene of power and grandeur, have on her face? Wu Zizhong was frightened and immediately ordered his men to bring a horse and personally went to the Zhuojinwu camp to find his brother Wu Yizhong for a discussion. After being reprimanded by Wu Yuyi, Lu Marofeng left in embarrassment and anger, feeling very dissatisfied. Thinking carefully, if he went back with his face covered in dirt, even if Yang Fan didn't say anything, he was bound to arouse the ridicule of the soldiers who already didn't like him. Lu Marofeng gritted his teeth and turned to go to the Zhong family. Lu Marofeng was very familiar with the Zhong family brothers, so as soon as he entered the room he met Zhong Tongxiu and vented his bellyful of grievances. Zhong Tongxiu disapprovingly said, "It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. You wait here, I'll go to the Fengchen prison to see Wulang and Wulong." Zhong Tongxiu immediately rode a carriage to the palace. Now that the two brothers Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong had recruited a group of Jingdo youths, they had their own yamen in the palace, the Fengchen prison. These beautiful youths were not only beautiful, they were also talented and learned. In the Fengchen prison, they were equivalent to Wu Zetian's imperial concubines, waiting at any time for the female emperor to summon them, serve them, and even serve them in bed. Usually they had nothing to do in the Fengchen prison, but they still did some literary and educational work like compiling poems and songs. Of course, most of the time they just held banquets and drank, gambled and played zither and sheng, and played kuju for fun. Zhong Yizhi also gave Zhong Tongxiu, his cousin, a Fengchen prison turtle talisman, just to make it easier for him to enter and leave the palace. Zhong Tongxiu passed through one door after another with the turtle talisman in his hand. When he arrived at the Fengchen prison, the Zhong brothers were in the hall with a dozen or so beautiful youths, throwing arrows and throwing pots. Zhong Tongxiu called the two brothers Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong to a small hall on the side and told them the purpose of his visit. Zhong Changzong then said, "What's so difficult about it? Da Xiong, please wait for a moment, Wulang and I are going to see the saint." Right now Wu Zetian's energy was not as good as before, but she still did not let go of the most important military and national affairs. It's just that she did not go to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment to review memorials anymore. Sometimes when WNR sent a memorial, she would only ask the Zhong brothers to read it to her. She would make a general comment, and then the Zhong brothers would write the words in ink. Sometimes when she needed to ask for more details, she would directly summon WNR to see her. Right now she was at the lovely spring stage, listening to Shanghai WNR's military report. This matter involved Tufan, Turkic, and Anshi, all important matters on the border, therefore Wu Zetian did not dare to neglect it lightly. However, among these three matters, two had good results, so when the second Zhong arrived, Wu Zetian had a smile on her face, she was in a very good mood. Among these three matters, the first was related to Tufan. Several years after Yang Fan planted the seeds of suspicion and jealousy between the Tufan's king and prime minister, the seeds finally blossomed and bore fruit. Tufan's Zanpu finally could not stand the great minister's domineering manner. He used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After the great minister, Lun Qinling, left the capital, he captured more than 2,000 of his trusted aides in one fell swoop. When Lun Qinling heard the news, he raised his troops and rebelled. Unfortunately, the Tufan people had a strong belief in the heavenly mandate of the monarch. His trusted aides in the capital were eliminated in one fell swoop, the soldiers around him were afraid of the monarch's order and did not dare to fight. The Tufan god of war, Lun Qinling, was defeated and committed suicide. When the Tufan Zanpu heard the news, he was furious and sent Chu Mangpoj, who had made great contributions during the coup and had just been promoted to great general, to attack the imperial court. Seeing the strength of the Tufan's troops, the border troops were initially very afraid. In the end, Tang Xiujing, who had passed the imperial examinations and was born a Confucian scholar, saw through the Tufan's real situation with one glance. He said to the generals, "Lun Qinling and the other Tufan generals have just been swept clean. Chu Mangpoj is a new great general and has no experience in military affairs. The sons of the noble officials are his deputy generals. Although they look well equipped and seem to be elites, they cannot withstand a single blow. As a result, they wore armor and rode horses as the vanguard. They won 6 battles and the Tufan army was defeated. The Zhou army beheaded more than 1,500 soldiers and captured 2 Tufan deputy generals. In addition, in the 4 towns of Anshi, a tribal leader of the Western Turkic Khaganate rebelled against the imperial court and wanted to establish himself. The great general guarding Anshi, Tian Yangming, sent troops to suppress them but was defeated. Then he joined forces with Huseluo, who had rushed to Sueye to be the garrison, to attack the cities occupied by the rebels. But they still found it difficult to conquer and the two sides were in a deadlock. In the end, Bo Lu thought himself clever and in order to break the deadlock, he pretended to surrender and tried to catch the Zhou army off guard. Unexpectedly, the Zhou army's imperial censor Feng Xie saw through his trick and pretended to surrender while setting up an ambush. Bo Lu was killed on the spot and the remnants of his troops surrendered. If not for the Eastern Turks' insatiable greed and the fact that they had received so many valuable gifts from the imperial court, as well as the fact that they had sent troops to pillage several horse farms set up by the imperial court in Longyu, taking away more than 10,000 official horses, Wu Zetian would have been even happier at this moment. Zhong Yizhi was more shrewd than his younger brother. When he saw the smile on Wu Zetian's face, he hurriedly indicated to his brother that he should not be in a hurry to explain his intentions. Instead, he happily stepped forward and said to Wu Zetian, "What great event has happened for the holy sage to be so happy?" Wnr smiled and told them about the defeat of the Tufan army and the pacification of the rebellion in Anxi. The two brothers hurriedly congratulated the emperor. Wu Zetian regretfully sighed and said, "It is a pity that Morchu is so arrogant and has repeatedly invaded our court. The court can only passively defend and let him come and go, unable to do anything about it." Zhong Yizhi's eyes turned and he said, "The defeat of the Tufan army and the pacification of the rebellion in Anxi is enough to show the might of the imperial court. The Turks are also not the imperial court's match. It's just that they are sitting on the vast desert which is 10,000 li wide. If the imperial court sends out troops to suppress them, they can hide in the desert and the expedition will take a long time. It will only waste money and food, but it won't be effective. The holy sage takes pity on the strength of the people and thus allowed them to be arrogant for a while." As Zhong Yizhi said this, a smile appeared on Wu Zetian's face. Zhong Yizhi took the opportunity to say, "A few days ago the holy sage issued an edict to establish the 1,000 cavalry. Today the 1,000 cavalry has just been established. The general of the 1,000 cavalry, Yang Fan, is preparing the horses and soldiers, drilling day and night. He hopes that on the day the horses and soldiers are completed, the holy sage will personally come to the drill ground to inspect the three armies." Zhong Yizhi thought that since the victory of the Tufan army, the pacification of Anxi, and the harassment of the Turks, there is no harm for the holy sage to agree to come down and inspect the three armies. Not only will the defeat of the Tufan army and pacify the rebellion in Anxi, it will also be a magnificent sight to raise the military's might and boost the morale of the army to scare the Turks. As soon as Wnr heard him mention Yang Fan, she immediately paid attention. Wu Zetian frowned and strangely said, "Oh, Yang Fan wants to invite me to inspect the troops. Is there such a thing? How come I don't know about it?" As she said this, she looked at Wnr. Wnr immediately bowed and said, "Wnr also knows nothing about this." Zhong Changzong immediately said, "Of course I don't know." General Yang's idea was rejected by Great General Wu. Changzong also happened to hear about it from a friend in the army. "Otherwise, I wouldn't know anything about it." Wu Zetian's brows slightly relaxed. She said, "Oh, Yi rejected it. He must have his reasons for doing so. I will ask him another day." Zhong Yizhi said with a smile, "Holy sage need not ask. I have already inquired about the reason why Great General Wu rejected the idea. Great General Wu is worried that the holy sage's body won't be able to take the inspection." Wu Zetian's face immediately darkened. She said with displeasure, "Am I so old that I don't even have the strength to inspect my own troops?" Zhong Yizhi was shocked. He quickly knelt down and apologized, "Please forgive me, holy sage. I have misspoken." Wu Zetian snorted coldly. She flicked her sleeve and said, "Tell Wu Yuyi that I approve of the inspection." Zhong Yizhi quickly kowtowed and said, "Your subject accepts the decree." Before long, a young master in light robes and a jade belt, a hairpin with flowers on his head, a face powdered, immaculately dressed, and a pair of wooden clogs on his feet. He was like a flamboyant peacock as he swaggered to appear before the Featherwood Guard's gate, and he said arrogantly, "His Majesty's verbal decree, Wu Yuyi receives the decree." Wu Yuyi changed into his military uniform and invited the angel into the tent to listen to the imperial decree. When the young man from the Fengchen Guard finished reading the emperor's oral decree, he respectfully asked, "When does your majesty plan to go to the 1,000 horseman camp to inspect and observe the battle? This subject can prepare early." The young man with a flower hairpin curled his scarlet lipstick and said, "Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after tomorrow. Who can say for sure? It's all up to His Majesty's will. Great General, please wait." Finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and swaggered away again. Wu Yuyi straightened his back and shook his head with a wry smile. They came so quickly. This time, the Lord of Hanoi and the Lord of Linchuan are going to suffer. Chapter 859. Inside the commander's tent, Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizhong, and Lord of Linchuan, Wu Xizhong, sat opposite each other. After a long silence, Wu Yizhong clenched his fists and hammered heavily on the table. Wu Xizhong sighed, "Eldest brother, let's forget it. Speaking of which, we haven't really lost to him. Who asked him to bring up aunt? At this time, if we still don't know what's good for us, we're just asking to be humiliated." Wu Yizhong sneered, curling his lips, "What's this? A wise man submits to circumstances." Wu Xizhong shrugged, "What else does eldest brother have?" After a moment of silence, Wu Yizhong said, "Forget it, don't make things difficult for him anymore. Otherwise, you and I will have to bear the consequences." At this point, Wu Yizhong smiled coldly and said, "You think it's over after passing this test? Surnamed Yang, you've embarrassed me, Wu Yizhong. We still have many opportunities to interact in the future." Wu Xizhong's character was not so domineering. He wanted to dissuade his elder brother, but he knew his elder brother's temper. He swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue and sighed heavily. Outside Yang Fan's commander's tent in the cavalry camp, the captain in charge of the armory came to the commander's tent again and peeked in with a sneaky face. Outside the tent, 2 bodyguards stood ramrod straight, their eyes looking straight ahead. Ren Wei leisurely strolled out from the commander's tent. Seeing him, he asked impatiently, "Captain Jiang, what's the matter?" Captain Jiang nodded and bowed. "The Department of Ordnance has made a new batch of armors and weapons. Armors, bows, axes, spears, sabers, short spears, hammers, tents, and even horse harnesses and saws have all been replaced. Do you want to report to the general and have him inspect them?" Ren Wei said disapprovingly, "That's it. The Middle Minister General is currently discussing important matters with the generals and has no time to bother with such a small matter. You can go back first. I will report to the general and he will send a colonel to check them out." After Ren Wei said that, he turned and walked into the tent without waiting for Captain Jiang's reply. Captain Jiang smiled bitterly, but just as he turned to leave, he heard someone scoff. Someone said disdainfully, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the 2 soldiers were still standing upright in front of the tent, looking straight ahead. He did not know who had spoken. Inside the tent, Yang Fan was really gathering his generals for a meeting. Yang Fan sat behind the commander's tent. In his left hand was Frightening Tiger's Courage, and in his right hand was a thick book. The commander's seal and the square box containing the tokens and arrows were placed on both sides of the table. Chief Censor Xu Liang was seated at the side. Behind him were 2 rows of chairs, which were occupied by Huang Xuchang, Chu Tienge, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, Lu Marofeng, Lu Yang, Jiao Chu, and the others. All of them were dressed in military attire and sat upright. There was one empty chair, which belonged to the Rear Army's Lieutenant General Dugu Huizhi. Yang Fan gently flipped through the book in his hand and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty has issued an edict to agree to a general review. I have borrowed books from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War regarding the system of ceremonies and have summarized them. The Emperor is going to review them, and the contents of the review are mainly military discipline, military techniques, military studies, military weapons, military formations, military laws, military fortifications." Yang Fan was not overstepping his authority by calling himself this marshal. Outside, he had to call himself this general. But in the army, especially on a solemn occasion like the appointment of generals, the commanding general had to call himself this marshal. It meant that the commander-in-chief of the army did not necessarily have to be a marshal appointed by the court. At this point, Yang Fan suddenly paused. He looked down and asked, "Generals, who has participated in the general review?" The generals looked at each other. Ever since the emperor ascended to the throne, there had never been a general review. Even the emperor's military review was called a general review. They had only learned about it from young Fan. Most of these generals were illiterate, so how could they understand this? Yang Fan frowned and said, "Not a single one." Lu Marofeng hesitated and said, "Marshal, I joined the army at the age of 17. So far, I have not participated in the general review. But during the reign of Emperor Gaozong, when the North Yamen was still under the control of the South Yamen, I have been reviewed by the ministers of the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War." Yang Fan was overjoyed. Finally, there was someone who had participated in the review. Otherwise, he would have to fumble around according to the records. He did not expect that Lu Marofeng could be so useful in addition to being a meat shield. Yang Fan said happily, "At that time, General Lu held any position in the army. Have you ever presided over the drill of the troops?" Lu Marofeng said embarrassedly, At that time, I was still a cook in the army. I did not preside over the drill of the troops. I only listened to orders and took care of the 10 soldiers." Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, and Ma Qiao could not help but laugh, making Lu Maofeng's face turn red. Yang Fan slapped the frightening tiger courage in his hand heavily and shouted, "Who dares to be presumptuous in my tent? Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, stand up and answer correctly." In private, they were brothers, but in public, they had to have some rules. The three of them saw that Yang Fan's voice was stern, and he didn't have the slightest intention of making an exception. They immediately became vigilant, put away their neglect, and stood up straight. Yang Fan glanced at them and coldly snorted, "Good or bad, General Lu has participated in the military review. Although he hasn't presided over the military exercise, he is very clear about the training and rules of every soldier and group of soldiers. What is so funny about the three of you? Listen carefully." After lecturing the three, Yang Fan turned to Lu Marofeng and nodded amiably, "Then I will have to trouble General Lu to explain the situation at that time to me and the generals." General Lu was flattered and hurriedly recalled the various training and preparations he had received before participating in the review to Yang Fan. Yang Fan listened as he hurriedly flipped through the manual and compared them one by one. General Lu's military rank was too low at that time, so he was not clear about the things that involved the entire army. What he described were specific requirements for each soldier and group. Xu Liang wrote quickly on the side, recording everything General Lu said. Yang Fan compared them one by one. After listening to General Lu's introduction for a while, he gradually had a plan in his heart. The things that General Lu introduced were not exactly the same as what was written in the manual. It could be seen that this thing was not carried out completely according to the rules of the manual. As the saying goes, according to local conditions, appropriate adaptations were possible. However, there were not many changes in the major steps, especially the part that involved etiquette. As the saying goes, it is not strange to have too much etiquette. When an important person came to review, it was even more important to highlight the status of the important person. Great effort must be put into the word etiquette. Yang Fan grasped the main points and was no longer flustered. After General Lu finished describing the military review that he had experienced, Yang Fan said confidently, "I have noted down everything General Lu said. Since the generals have not participated in the review, then there is no need to continue discussing it today. I will refer to the manual and combine it with General Lu's words to draw up a detailed rules for the review. The generals can practice according to it." Yang Fan slowly stood up. Seeing this, the generals in the tent also stood up, their armors rubbing against each other. Yang Fan said, "General Lu." Lu Marofeng hurriedly took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, "I am here." Yang Fan said, "General Lu has participated in the military review, so I will appoint you as the review officer. Together with Chief Secretary Xu, you will be my counselor." Lu Marofeng was grateful and proud when he heard this. He quickly said loudly, "Yes, General." There were weapons, armors, and the imperial edict that the emperor wanted to review the troops with thousands of cavalries. Since the female empress ascended to the throne, she had never had a grand inspection. In recent years, She had lived in seclusion and rarely went out of the palace. But this time, she thought of a grand inspection by 1,000 cavalrymen. Although everyone had long known that the status of 1,000 cavalrymen in the imperial army of the northern Yamen was the highest, such a grand treatment still made all the imperial guards envious. The officers and soldiers of the 1,000 cavalries were excited and nervous. Soon they began to prepare for the review. The platform on the drill ground was being built into a military review platform. Because it was the emperor's review, the military review platform was made of yellow earth, like an altar to worship heaven. It was grand, tall, and exceptionally spectacular. The part above the steps was paved with flat stones. This high platform was probably more than 100 feet high. It would take a lot of time to build such a high platform, and it could only be used once. At first, the generals were quite critical of it, but Yang Fan only said a few words, and they were immediately enlightened, no longer complaining. Yang Fan said, "Don't you see the height of heaven, the beauty of Ming Tang, the height of Tianshu, and the sacredness of the 9 cauldrons?" Although most of the generals were illiterate, who said illiteracy didn't mean they didn't understand things. The emperor was fond of grandiose achievements, so this was to cater to her liking. Let the emperor review the troops on such a high platform, how could it show her lofty authority? For the emperor's review, what was the purpose of everyone working so hard? Wasn't it just the appreciation and favor of the emperor? Why didn't they use this opportunity? The soldiers were practicing, and one of the military skills was strength. Now they didn't have to carry the stone weights and throw them around. If they had the strength, they could build the military review platform. The gradually piled high and gradually formed a grand and spectacular military review platform. People were like ants on it. On the drill ground, there were also many bare-chested soldiers pushing the stone rollers that they found from all over the place, leveling the ground of the drill ground. The 1,000 cavalrymen were all outstanding talents selected from the various imperial guards. Regardless of whether it was climbing, equipment, military appearance, weapons, or battle formations, they quickly met the requirements. Now, they only needed to constantly improve, such as the arrangement of the battle formations and the neatness of the troops. They wanted to give everyone a shocking effect as soon as they made their appearance. However, even these elites, who were selected from the various imperial guards, had their moments of difficulty, and that was the military law. Law of good prosperity, law of hanging arch, law of arresting death, order of palace guards, order of military defense, order of military department, generals, brigade commanders, platoon leaders, cooks, and officers at all levels forced the soldiers to recite these regulations every day. They recited it after waking up, eating, training, building the platform, leveling the drill ground, practicing military equipment, and before going to bed. They even arranged for people to repeat the same law at the door of the latrine to deepen their impression, but it was still useless. Those vigorous soldiers who worked hard to recite the military law would gnash their teeth and have a splitting headache, like Sun Wukong who heard the band-tightening incantation. In just 2 days, the generals who forced them to recite the military law and the soldiers who were forced to recite the military law were all exhausted and began to show signs of going crazy. Chapter 860. Brother Qiao, we can't go on like this. Ma Qiao went to Yang Fan in private and said, "I tried to memorize 2 military laws, but it's driving me crazy. Do you think you can memorize them?" Yang Fan stammered, "I have a lot of things to do." Ma Qiao rolled his eyes and said, "So you're saying you can't recite it either?" Yang Fan stared at him and said, "This review will attract everyone's attention. There are many people who are jealous. Military laws are very important. If we don't review this, the emperor might not know much about military affairs, or he might not be able to point out anything." Ma Qiao said, "But even if we stop all the drills and ask everyone to memorize the general military law every day, they might not be able to memorize it. We can't go on like this. I have an idea. I wonder if it will work." In fact, Yang Fan was also badly battered by the soldiers. Hearing that he had a solution, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier if you have a solution? Tell me, what's the idea?" Ma Qiao looked around, lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Why don't we pick some soldiers who can read and write? We don't ask them to do anything else but memorize the general military law every day, and each of them will only memorize 1 book until they know it by heart. When the time comes, we will be the reviewing officer and the overall review will be ours. We can just pick these people and ask them questions. Do you think they won't pass? Yang Fan frowned. It's easy to say, but if, he rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then nodded happily. That's right. It's a good idea. If we don't have military laws during the review, people will just pretend to be confused and ask questions, and we won't be able to answer. But as long as we have this rule, we will be fine. Even if someone suspects us of cheating, it would not be good for them to interfere and let them do the spot checking. If the soldiers really cannot answer, we will lose face, and the emperor will lose face even more. No one would be stupid enough to embarrass us and put the emperor on the spot. Ma Qiao smiled proudly. How about it? How could I have come up with such a brilliant plan? Yang Fan glared at him and said, You're the best at taking advantage of opportunities. Why aren't you acting according to the plan? Pick out the literate soldiers and tell them to stop reciting military laws. Ma Qiao said repeatedly, Sure. I'll arrange it right away. Ma Qiao ran away quickly. After a while, there was a tsunami of cheers on the drill ground, as if they had won a battle. Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The initial purpose of Yang Fan's inspection was to make Wu Yizhong retreat without a fight and to solve the biggest problem in the process of building the army, military equipment. But when the decree came down and he had to do this, he realized that it would be beneficial for him to have a review after the founding of the army. First of all, through the review, the status and influence of the 1,000 cavalry in the imperial army could be rapidly raised. As the emperor, if Wu Zetian were to personally review the 1,000 cavalry, her impression of the 1,000 cavalry would be 100 times better than quietly building the army and directly taking up the task of guarding the palace. Internally speaking, only a small portion of his newly formed army, be it the generals or the soldiers, were directly enlisted from the commoners. Most of the officers and soldiers still had the brand of their original army. In order to welcome the Great Review, everyone worked together to put on some drills, which would allow them to quickly integrate internally. The glory of a successful review would make every general and soldier quickly realize that they were now a member of the 1,000 cavalry. This would increase the cohesion of the army, and he himself could also use this to obtain a high reputation and prestige in the army. This would greatly shorten the process of integrating the 1,000 cavalry. Realizing this, Yang Fan naturally put in all his effort. The 1,000 cavalry battalion thus threw themselves into the vigorous training of the review. This army, which was about to play a crucial and decisive role in the political circles of Wuzhou, was like a red-hot iron embryo. After repeated hammering and forging, it gradually released its unique light. The sword was still in its sheath, its cold edge already unsheathed. On this day, the training in the army was in full swing. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound of hooves outside the camp. Looking into the distance, dust was flying. It was already summer. The soldiers cherished their clothes, but they also felt that the weather was unbearably hot, so most of them had taken off their robes and only wore a loincloth. Their hairy chests and thighs were bare as they built high platforms, rolled on the drill ground, rolled on the ground, and practiced martial arts. Or they were doing formation training under the command of the cook. Yang Fan trained with the soldiers. He was also dressed like this. Seeing dust rising in the distance and people shouting and horses neighing, Yang Fan tore off the white handkerchief tied to his head and wiped the sweat off his face. He ordered 2 soldiers who were practicing hand-to-hand combat, "Go see what's going on." The 2 burly men, who were fighting each other like 2 bulls, heard Yang Fan's order and let go of each other. Barefooted, they ran towards the gate with their big buttocks swaying. The loincloth was stuck between their buttocks and looked very funny. However, there were no women in the army, so there was nothing to worry about. At this time of year, there were no shorts. Men's underwear was a loincloth. It was said that this thing had health benefits. This theory came from Taoism. Taoism's art of nourishing the body advocated the Xiantian realm and returned to the origin. For example, it imitated a baby's breathing and sleep. A baby's testicles were always tightened and raised. An adult's testicles were always loose and drooping without any special training. Some Daoist cultivators jokingly referred to such people as sloppy. Loincloth had the effect of tightening and raising the testicles, so they believed that this could nourish the kidneys and strengthen one's physical strength. 2 bare-bottomed burly men with loincloth ran to the gate. Not long after, they returned and excitedly reported to young Fan, "General, the Imperial Servant Temple has sent horses. There are so many strong and majestic horses." Young Fan was overjoyed. Just as he was about to go to the gate, he had a second thought and said, "Go, invite General Lu here. He will go with me to receive the war horses." Not long after, Lu Marofong, who was the military inspector and had the busiest work, rushed over. He had heard from the soldier that they were going to the gate to receive the horses, so he put on his military uniform. At this time, young Fan was already dressed, so the two of them rushed to the gate together. This time, it was the veterinary doctor Bai Yiding and the veterinarian Niu Mao who delivered the horses. Both of them were very polite to young Fan. Young Fan looked at the war horses that they delivered this time. Sure enough, each of them was plump and sturdy with glossy fur. They were all strong and tall horses from the western regions. He was overjoyed. At this time, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao and the others also rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the horses, they liked them from the bottom of their hearts. Young Fan smiled and said, "You guys came at the right time. Quickly help General Lu to receive the horses." The generals excitedly accompanied General Lu to receive the horses. Because General Lu was able to get a sufficient number of superior horses in one go, everyone's attitude towards him was much better. This made General Lu, who had always been given the cold shoulder and could only find some warmth with young Fan, very excited. Bai Yiding smiled as he watched the generals surround General Lu and leave. Only then did he take out an invitation from his sleeve and smiled as he handed it over to young Fan with both hands. He said, "My brother is holding a banquet in the mansion tomorrow. He has invited Feng Chenling and a group of good friends. General Yang is specially invited to come." Young Fan thought, "The Zhong brothers know that I treat Lu Marofong well. This is a show of goodwill. It's just that the Zhong brothers have a high status now. If they directly invite me in their name, it will feel like making a mountain out of a molehill. This kind of compromising will easily arouse criticism from others. That's why I have to borrow Bai Yishou's name." This time, he was able to facilitate the emperor's visit. The Zhong brothers had contributed greatly. Young Fan thought that he should express his gratitude to them in person. These two people would still be useful in the future. He put away the invitation and happily cupped his hands together, saying, "I am extremely honored. Doctor, please reply to your brother that I will definitely be punctual tomorrow." Early the next morning, Young Fan arranged for Deputy Chief Inspector Xu Liang and Parade Officer Lu Marofong to continue leading the three armies in drills. He, on the other hand, brought Ren Wei and a few other personal guards back to the city. It was his first time visiting, so he had to bring some gifts. So he left rather early and went home first to prepare a greeting gift. Young Fan whipped his horse and entered Luoyang. Before he had even reached the Tianjin Bridge, he saw several dozen carriages lined up on the long street. The chests and cages on the carriages were piled up like a mountain. They were all tied up with red silk. With one glance, it was clear that they were sent as dowry. Seeing that the several dozen large carriages were about to cross the Tianjin Bridge, the bridgehead was extremely crowded. Young Fan reined in his horse and stopped, muttering to himself, "So much dowry. I wonder whose family is marrying off their daughter." An old man holding his grandson by the side of the road heard this and raised his head to glance at him. He said, "This military master might not know, but the carriages in front are Yi and Juanju's dowry." Yi and Junju? Upon hearing this extremely unfamiliar title, young Fan couldn't help but be startled. Then he remembered that this was the title of the Prince of Luling's daughter, Li Xinyu. After the Prince of Luling returned to the capital, he had rapidly married many influential families. Young Fan knew about this, but he hadn't expected that he would get married so soon. The dowry had already been sent, so how could the day of marriage be far away? Young Fan said, "Many thanks for Laozhang's reminder. A few days ago, I did hear that the Prince of Luling was betrothed, but I didn't expect that he and Junju would be getting married now. There were many high-ranking officials in the capital, so the common people in the capital had seen many of them. They weren't like the ignorant commoners in the small villages who would tremble with fear when they saw an official. That old man saw that young Fan's clothing and bearing didn't look like an ordinary official, but he wasn't afraid. He smiled and replied, "The Prince of Luling's family has many daughters, and they've all reached the marriageable age, so how can they not be anxious? I heard that Yongtai Junju is also going to send her dowry this afternoon. Yongtai Junju is betrothed to the Wei Wangfu, and she's also the Prince of Luling's wife's daughter, so I'm afraid her dowry will be twice as much as this." Hearing this, young Fan found it funny. The Prince of Luling is marrying off his daughters in batches. What extravagance! Only after waiting for the enormous convoy to cross the bridge did young Fan urge his horse onto the bridge. He tailed the convoy for a while, and only when the convoy turned into Guanda Lane and gave way did he ride home. When young Fan arrived at his residence, he had Xiaoman look for a gift that was suitable for both his status and the time. He then went to stay with a Nu, who had just become pregnant and was preparing to nurse the baby, for a short while. Only then did he rush to Bai Isho's residence. Because the imperial palace chamberlain didn't have much involvement in court politics, he wasn't very famous. However, the imperial palace chamberlain was a third-rank high official, so his position definitely wasn't low. Young Fan had already asked Ren Wei to find out where the Bai residence was, so he easily found it. The Bai residence's doorman received the invitation and swiftly went to the residence to report the news. When a guest came to the door, the host should naturally come out to welcome him. At this time, Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong brothers hadn't arrived yet, but the Zhong brothers' subordinates and even their cousins had already arrived. They were currently sitting idly in the reception pavilion, chatting and laughing. In the small hall to the side, someone was roaring loudly. Chapter 861. In the small hall next to the Bai Manor's reception hall was Zhong Changyi, and to his side was the newly appointed assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Jiang Lin. Because the two brothers, Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong, were now Wu Zetian's empress and imperial concubine, the Zhong family's status had risen. Their youngest cousin, Zhong Changyi, was appointed as the magistrate of Luoyang at a young age, and was in charge of important areas in the capital. Zhong Changyi himself had a high position of power, and his two cousins were the most influential people in the emperor's presence. Naturally, there was an endless stream of people trying to curry favor with Zhong Changyi. Among the Zhong brothers, Zhong Changyi was the most greedy for money, and thus the most people who came to him to seek official positions. 2 days ago, there was an official surnamed Shuai who waited for an opportunity to visit Zhong Changyi. He presented him with 50 taels of gold and asked him to help him find a job. This person surnamed Shuai was an official surnamed Shuai and had the qualifications to become an official. However, because of the limited number of official positions, when there were no vacancies, he could only be a substitute. Once there were vacancies, a group of officials would fight over them. It was not uncommon for people without any background to be a substitute for their entire lives. Zhong Changyi accepted the gold and agreed to that person's request. When he returned, he informed the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin had relied on the recommendation of the two brothers, Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong, to obtain the position of assistant minister. Naturally, he would follow the Zhong family's lead. However, the problem was that when Zhong Changyi informed him of this matter, it was just before the morning court. After attending court for the entire morning, when Jiang Lin returned to the Ministry of Appointments, he discovered that he had forgotten the name of the person surnamed Shuai whom Zhong Changyi had asked him to arrange an official position for. Jiang Lin was extremely embarrassed, but he could not tell Zhong Changyi directly. Coincidentally, Bai Isho was hosting a banquet today, and he was also invited. When he arrived at the Bai Manor and saw Zhong Changyi, he invited him to the small hall to ask for forgiveness. Jiang Lin originally thought that with the festive atmosphere of the banquet and the fact that they were in someone else's residence, even if Zhong Changyi was displeased, he wouldn't be too angry. She would just tell him her name. Who knew that Zhong Changyi would fly into a rage when he heard this? How dare you treat the matter that I have entrusted to you with such contempt? You don't even put me in your eyes. Jiang Lin lowered her voice and said, "Your magistrate's words are too serious. It's not that I want to be negligent, but I'm getting old and my memory isn't good. When I heard your magistrate say that person's name, I went to court. In the end, I was so busy with all the memorials in court that I forgot that person's name after the court meeting. Zhong Changyi smiled coldly and said, "You're so forgetful. I think you're really getting old. Since you can't even remember such a small thing, how can you still serve the imperial court? Why don't you retire early and return to your hometown?" Jiang Lin was shocked and hurriedly said, "Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. I also ask your magistrate to tell me this person's name again. I will do it as soon as I return." Zhong Changyi raged, "Bastard. There are so many people looking for me to do things every day, how could I possibly know all of them? How could I possibly remember their names? Now you're asking me, where should I go to find that person?" Jiang Lin stood at the side and said, What should we do? Otherwise, after this year's official selection ends, if that person fails, he will definitely come again. At that time, your magistrate can tell your school his name, and when your school selects officials again, he will be the first to be appointed. He will only have to wait for a year, and next year, arrange a high-class prefecture for him as compensation. I believe he will also be willing. Zhong Changyi said resolutely, "No. He is willing, but this Zhong, am not. Now that he has asked to be this Zhong's, disciple, if he fails in the official selection this time, if this matter spreads, how will others look at me, this Zhong? This Zhong's reputation will be ruined by you. Doesn't that mean that no one will be able to ask to be my disciple for at least a year?" Jiang Lin frowned and said, Then what should we do?" Zhong Changyi thought for a moment and asked, "How many people with the surname Shui are there in this year's official selection?" Jiang Lin said, "There are a total of 14 people with the surname Shui in this year's official selection. Your school has taken out the names of these 14 people and checked them repeatedly. I really can't remember which one of them is the one you asked to be your magistrate's disciple. Otherwise, your magistrate can take a look, perhaps you will have some impression." As Jiang Lin said this, she took out a slip of paper from her sleeve. Zhong Changyi didn't even take it and said, "If you can't even remember the person doing the work, how can I remember? Now that I want to remedy this, there is only one way. Among this batch of officials, as long as they have the surname Shui, give them an official position." Jiang Lin was shocked and said, "Your magistrate, you must not. There are as many officials as there are carps in the river, but there are limited vacancies in the imperial court. This time, there are not many vacancies in the various prefectures and the 2 capitals, so we have to take care of all aspects and the people who have been waiting for many years. If all the people with the surname Shui are selected, they will occupy a large number of vacancies, and it will be difficult for your school to make arrangements." Zhong Changyi pointed at his nose and said, "You messed up this matter, so naturally you will think of a solution. It's decided then, give him an official position for all the people with the surname Shui, don't ruin my reputation." At this moment, Zhong Tongxiu laughed loudly in the reception pavilion and shouted, "Changyi, come quickly, General Yang is here." Zhong Changyi said coldly, "Do as you see fit. Either all 14 people with the surname Shui are officials, or you, Jiang Lin, resign and scram." With that said, he flung his sleeve and walked towards the reception pavilion. Jiang Lin stood there in a daze for a long time before letting out a long sigh. How can I not lower my head when under someone else's roof? In order to protect his future, he had to agree to Zhong Changyi's request. This way, he would have to overturn his original arrangements, but the election of an elected official was always the focus of attention of the court and the public, involving the interests and relationships of all sides. Every time he moved a person, he had to consider the reactions of the relevant parties, not to mention moving so many people at once. How could he still have the mood to drink wine? He had to return to the yamen to make new arrangements. Therefore, Jiang Lin did not go to the reception pavilion, but directly left through the small hall's main door, called over a servant of the Bai residence, told him to inform Bai Isho, then hurriedly returned to the yamen of the Ministry of Appointments and arranged for all the people with the surname Shui to be officials according to Zhong Changyi's request. It was unknown whether it was because the ancestor surnamed Shui had displayed his divine might in the heavens, but the people with the surname Shui were all waiting for this year's good rain. From ancient times until now, such a case had only happened in the Wu and Zhou dynasties. Accompanied by Bai Isho, Yang Fan entered the reception pavilion, who introduced him to the guests one by one. Zhong Tongxiu and the other Zhong brothers, some of whom Yang Fan had met before, some of whom were new to him. Due to second Zhong's favoritism, these noble young masters, who were usually somewhat arrogant, were very friendly to Yang Fan. Next were the members of second Zhong's faction, many of whom were the sons of the capital's aristocratic families. Currently, there were officials with high positions, such as Zhong Chuk and Zhong Jinqing, as well as the Renhuang of the Phoenix Pavilion, Li Chongxiu. There was originally an assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Jiang Lin, but she had already returned to the Ministry of Appointments to clean up the mess. These people were also very friendly to Yang Fan. Many of them had a higher position than Yang Fan, but they were so polite to Yang Fan. This was not very in line with the Zhong faction's usual arrogant and domineering style. This made Yang Fan feel a little strange, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. To be polite to others, it was not because they had a request, but because they had a plan. Now that he thought about it, Zhong Yiji's placement of Lu Marofeng into the 1,000 riders was only his first step, and also a test. Now that Yang Fan was so cooperative, it made him think that it was not impossible to recruit Yang Fan. Today, this group of nobles were so polite to Yang Fan, it was probably because they already knew second Zhong's plan. This Zhong Yiji's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. He actually wanted to swallow up the 1,000 riders and make it his power. Yang Fan secretly made plans in his heart and exchanged pleasantries with the guests. As they were talking, someone came to report that the Zhong brothers had arrived. Bai Yishou and Bai Yiding quickly got up. Bai Yishou was the first to raise his voice and order, "Come, invite old madam and madam to the front door to welcome them." Yang Fan was secretly surprised. This Bai Yishou was, after all, a third-rank high official. Wasn't it a little too disgraceful to curry favor with him like this? Why did he need a woman to come out to greet the Zhong brothers, especially his wife, but he actually needed his old mother to come out to greet them? In a short while, Madame Zhong came out with her white-haired mother-in-law. Everyone hurriedly greeted old madam and madam. Seeing that this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both dressed splendidly, they must have already prepared and were waiting at the back of the residence to welcome the guests together. Subsequently, the Bai brothers, Zhong Tongxiu, Li Jingxiu, Zhong Chuk and the others, plus Bai Yishou's mother and madam, came out to welcome the guests. Naturally, Yang Fan was also among them. When the group arrived at the front of the residence, they saw 3 ox carts in front of the door, and dozens of servants in bright clothes and vigorous horses lined up respectfully on both sides. Bai Yishou and his brother were the first to laugh and welcome them. "Wulong, Wulong, I, Brother Bai, am late to welcome you. My apologies, my apologies." However, the second Zhong did not enter the door. Zhong Yiji turned around and bowed slightly to the first carriage with a curtain hanging from it. He said respectfully, "Mother, we've arrived at the Bai residence." Yang Fan then understood. No wonder Bai Yishou dragged both madam and madam out to welcome the guests together. It's not that he's shameless, it turns out that Zhong Yiji's mother has also arrived. The curtain was lifted, and a young maidservant with picturesque features came out with a woman in a brocade dress. Before they could see the woman's appearance clearly, Bai Yishou and his brother bowed deeply and said, "Greetings to old madam." Bai Yishou was now in his 50s, but Zhong Yiji was a teenager. Zhong Yiji's mother was not even in her 40s, much younger than him. However, he considered himself to be under the second Zhong's tutelage, so he naturally addressed Zhong Yiji's mother as old madam. Yang Fan fixed his gaze on the middle-aged woman that Zhong Yiji was supporting. Although she was a middle-aged woman, she still retained her charm. To be able to give birth to such a handsome young man like Zhong Yiji, how could his mother's appearance be poor? Moreover, this woman came from a prestigious family and was well educated, so her movements were naturally elegant. Zhong Yiji helped his mother down the carriage before smiling at the crowd. "Yiji serves in the palace, so I can't always serve mother, so I feel very uneasy. Now that I have the opportunity to leave the palace, I can't bear to let mother sit at home. However, there's a group of good friends here that I haven't seen for a long time, so I'm in a difficult situation. Fortunately, Brother Bai is considerate and invited mother to come along, so that we can go out and relax." Chapter 862. Others do not know Zhong Yiji's mother's name. She used to have a nickname called Azong. Now because of her son's status, Everyone in the capital respectfully addressed her as Lady Arzong. Zhong Yizhi was very filial to his mother. Everyone in the capital knew that he was a very filial son, therefore he did not feel that his action was presumptuous. On the contrary, he was filled with deep respect. Arzong smiled and nodded to the crowd, saying, "My son came to the banquet today, but insisted that I, as his mother, accompany him. I really could not dissuade him and took the liberty to disturb. I hope Bai Shiqing and all the honored guests will forgive me." Bai Yishou hurriedly said, "Wu Long is very filial to his mother. This is a great virtue. We all admire him very much. How can it be presumptuous? My mother and my wife were very happy when they heard that old madam was coming. Mother, this is the Lady Arzong that your son told you about. Quickly come forward to greet her." Bai Tai Tai and Bai Yishou's wife came forward to greet Arzong. The three women chatted and laughed for a while before Bai Yishou introduced the guests to Arzong. When Li Jingxiu came forward to greet her, Arzong saw his appearance and suddenly exclaimed in shock. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Zhong Yizhi nervously asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Lady Arzong quickly regained her senses. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She mournfully said, "Nothing. I observed Li Sharon's expression and temperament. He is actually 60 to 70% similar to your father who died young. Suddenly remembering your father who died young, I can't help but feel sad." She gently wiped the corner of her eyes and said to the crowd, "Arzong saw that Li Shiren looks like my late husband and was a little absent-minded. I hope everyone will forgive me for my lack of manners. Li Shiren, I am sorry." Everyone was relieved. Li Jingxiu also hurriedly returned the greeting. This Li Jingxiu was indeed a talented man. When Yang Fan saw him earlier, he was also impressed by his spirit and temperament. Li Jingxiu's grandfather and father were provincial governors, from a family of officials, but his mother was born poor. Even her surname was unknown. She was a servant of the Li family. But this servant was a peerless beauty, to the extent that Li Jingxiu's father was head over heels for her. Disregarding her servant status, he forcibly raised her status and took her in as Lady Ru. Li Jingxiu's mother was so beautiful. Naturally his appearance was also extraordinary. Li Juanxiu was born with a good appearance, elegant and suave, a man of striking appearance, and also quite talented in literature. Poetry, song, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, there was nothing he did not know. Therefore, after only a few years in Jingdou, he was regarded as the most elegant person of the present age. In Yang Fan's view, among all the people he had seen before, only Lai Junqian's beauty could compare. Zhong Changzong, of Zhong, Liu Wan. However, Zhong Changzong was a feminine beauty. Only Wu Zetian, who had a strong personality and had enough of Xue Huai's strong and masculine body, would like him. Although Li Jingxiu was a scholar, he did not have Yang Fan's masculine and handsome beauty, but he had a quiet scholarly air. In addition, he was nearing 30. Compared to young men, he had a more mature and charming charm. Perhaps his appearance was different from Zhong Yizhi's father, but they were both free and at ease, the same scholarly air. In terms of poise and temperament, there was not much difference. No wonder Lady Arzong was captivated by him. Hearing his mother mention his deceased father, Zhong Yizhi's eyes also reddened. He quickly comforted his mother and stopped Lady Arzong's grief. Only then did everyone welcome Lady Zhong and her son into the Fu. When they reached the Fu, old Lady Bai and Lady Bai accompanied Lady Arzong to the inner chamber. Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong became the main characters again. Surrounded by everyone, they walked to the reception hall. Zhong Yizhi deliberately put on a courteous attitude. Holding Yang Fan's arm, he said with a smile, "Everyone here is an old friend. General is a new guest. You and I should get to know each other. I ask General to sit with me." Yang Fan replied with a smile, "It would be my honor." Zhong Yizhi pulled Yang Fan to sit with him. He asked with a smile, "I heard that General is training the troops in preparation for His Majesty's inspection. Today's invitation, I was worried that it would affect General's plan. I did not dare to hope that General would really come. I did not expect General to give me face. It is a pleasant surprise." Yang Fan said, "Feng Chen is too polite. I am indebted to everyone for treating me as a close friend. This is my great honor." Zhong Yizhi was very satisfied with his attitude. He added, The saint has not had a great inspection since his ascension. General Yang's suggestion is very much to the saint's liking. The saint is very interested in this. If it were not for the fact that the entire army inspection will take at least 3 to 5 days, and the saint is busy with state affairs and has no time to spare, I am afraid this inspection will not be just a matter of 1,000 riders. Yang Fan naturally hoped that Wu Zetian would pay attention to the inspection. However, if it was really a great inspection of the entire imperial army, 1,000 riders would be submerged in the thousands of soldiers. Even if they performed well, the impression they left in the emperor's heart would be worlds apart. Therefore, he was secretly glad that Wu Zetian was old and could not afford to make trouble. Zhong Yizhi finished speaking and asked with concern, "I wonder how the 1,000 riders are doing? Will General leaving the camp to attend the banquet affect the drill? If it affects the grand ceremony, then this Zhong's sin will be great." Yang Fan said, "Feng Chen's order is to be at ease. The drill has rules to follow. All the officers and soldiers will do the drill according to the rules. Moreover, the army is under the care of the chief censor and the Wulong general. It is not urgent for me to leave for a while." Zhong Yizhi said, "Oh, I heard that Lu Marofeng has also been transferred to the 1,000 riders. He is Zhong's good friend. If there is anything inappropriate in the 1,000 riders, I hope General Yang can forgive me for my sake." Yang Fan said, "Feng Chen's order is not to say this. General Lu is good at both literature and martial arts and is Yang's right-hand man. After General Lu arrived, he has been of great help to Yang's army. Currently, he is mainly responsible for the drill. When the inspection comes, he will also be the reviewing officer. Chief Censor Shu and Wulong General Lu are now Yang's right-hand men." Zhong Yizhi was very clear that Lu Marofeng held an important position in the military drill. He did not think that Lu Marofeng was highly regarded by Yang Fan because he had his own strong points. He thought that Yang Fan was deliberately showing goodwill to him. Now that he had personally heard Yang Fan say that he was relying on Lu Marofeng as his right-hand man, he could not help laughing out loud. He really wanted to rope in Yang Fan and make him his right-hand man. This would be an important step for him to intervene in the army. However, the 1,000 riders were too important, and others did not dare to intervene. Although he was highly regarded by the Empress, and the Empress did not suspect him, it was not good to be too explicit. Moreover, he was clear that Yang Fan had a close relationship with Princess Taiping and Wu Sance's families. Now that Yang Fan could show goodwill to him, it was a great improvement. There was still a long way to go, and he needed to slowly plot. He also needed to observe Yang Fan slowly. If Yang Fan could not wait to show his loyalty to him now, he also did not dare to trust him. Yang Fan was clear about Zhong Yizhi's plan. He was close to Zhong Yizhi and showed goodwill. He was not worried that Taiping would misunderstand. As for Wu Sance's side, he was just pretending to be courteous. Even if he lost Wu Sance's complete trust, as long as the other side felt that he could still be won over and did not have the heart to deal with him, then the benefits from Zhong Yizhi's side would be enough to make up for the other side's loss. Moreover, now Wu Yizong was repeatedly making things difficult for him for unknown reasons. Wu Sanci did not want to take strict measures against his cousin who had a lot of troops. In the process, he did not resolutely protect Yang Fan. If Yang Fan made some appropriate moves to get close to Zhong Yizhi, it could also increase Wu Sance's sense of crisis. It would make him think that this was caused by Wu Yizong's unfriendliness. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could not really rely on Zhong. Not only because of his political ideals, but even if he only planned for his personal future, relying on the 2 domineering gigolos to please the Empress, it could not be compared to the deep foundation of Li Tang's royal family in the common people and the painstaking efforts of the Wu family for more than 20 years. Those who relied on Zhong for luck were all short-sighted people. However, although Zhong's power lacked a foundation, he was the most popular one at the moment and could not be offended. It was impossible for Yang Fan to sincerely rely on Zhong. It was necessary to make appropriate moves to gain Zhong's trust and support. Therefore, before Yang Fan came to the Bai residence, he was thinking about how to express goodwill to Zhong. At this time, seeing Zhong Yizhi's enthusiasm for the military review, he suddenly had an idea. Yang Fan glanced at the Bai brothers and the guests who were sitting on the left and right and watching the conversation between the two of them with a smile. He said to Zhong Yizhi, who was laughing loudly, "Speaking of the military review, I have a very interesting idea here. I wonder if Minister Feng Chen and Minister Feng Chen are interested in participating?" Zhong Yizhi said curiously, "General Yang, what interesting idea do you have? Why don't you tell me?" Yang Fan whispered a few words to his ear. Zhong Yizhi's eyes suddenly opened and he said happily, "Can it be like this?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Why not? It's just that Minister Feng Chen." Zhong Yizhi interrupted him and said, "My close friends all call my Xiongdi Wu Lang Liu Lang. I do not regard you as an outsider, I call you Lang. You don't have to follow Chen Ling or Chen Cheng and call me Xiongdi anymore." Yang Fan immediately changed his address and said, "Okay. But Wu Lang and Liu Lang will have to work a bit harder in the hot summer." Zhong Yizhi said excitedly, "This is nothing. It's worth it to make the saint laugh. Besides, I am also very interested in this. Liu Lang will definitely be more interested than me." Zhong Changzong was very curious and quickly asked, "What is so interesting?" Zhong Yizhi laughed and said, I can't say it in public. You must know, I will tell you in detail when we return to the palace." Zhong Changzong could not wait to return to the palace. He immediately ran over and squeezed to the other side of Zhong Yizhi and said to him, "Wulang, quickly tell me." Zhong Yizhi whispered a few words to him. Zhong Changzong applauded and laughed, "Good, good, good. Erlang is really good idea. This matter has been decided, I must participate." Zhong Tongxiu and the others looked at the two of them and could not help but ask with a smile, "What is it that makes Wulang and Liu Lang so proud?" Zhong Yizhi smiled like a Buddha. He shook his head and said with a smile, I can't say it. If I say it, it won't work." Zhong Changzong also said repeatedly, can't say it, I won't say it, Wulang won't say it, Erlang won't say it either." The two of them were so mysterious that everyone was even more curious. But no matter how they urged them, the two of them did not say anything. Bai Yisho smiled and tried to smooth things over. All right, Wulang and Liu Lang are not willing to say it, naturally they have their reasons. On the day of the Great Review, you and I will ask Wulang and Liu Lang to say it in front of His Majesty. Won't we all know when we go to the front of the army to watch the performance? Chapter 863. Although everyone was curious, they did not ask what role Yang Fan wanted the Zhong brothers to play in the conference. When the banquet was about to end, Zhong Changzong solemnly brought up this matter once more, and he repeatedly warned everyone not to leak it to the outside world, causing everyone to be even more curious. However, no one dared to neglect Zhong Changzong's repeated warnings. Everyone kept their mouths shut, so outsiders had no way of knowing. However, it was no secret that Yang Fan had attended the second Zhong's banquet. This matter quickly reached Wu Sance's ears. Wu Yizong also heard of this matter and immediately went to find Wu Sance. He was immensely proud as if he had great foresight. "Cousin, I already said that Yang Fan is a person who fawns on the rich and cannot be trusted. You see, he was originally Xue Huai's disciple, but when he saw that Xue Huai had fallen out of favor, he shamelessly used himself as a stepping stone to Taiping. He clearly knows that Taiping and our Wu clan are at peace on the surface, but when he saw that our Wu clan was suppressing the Li clan, he immediately threw himself under cousin's banner. When he saw that my aunt intended to make the Prince of Luling heir apparent, he felt that the Wu clan was about to decline, so he immediately protected the Prince of Luling with all his might. Right now, the Prince of Luling is clearly a hopeless fool, just like the Prince of Xiong, a good-for-nothing, and he has decisively thrown his lot in with Zhong Yizhi. This five-surnamed servant is even more shameless than Lu Fengxian. Wu Sanci was inwardly vexed. If you hadn't kept pressuring him, how could he have acted so intimately with the second Zhong? Speaking of Xue Huai and Zhong Yizhi, you and I are also extremely attentive to them. How much better can we be compared to Yang Fan? Although he felt that this cousin of his was stupid enough, he was one of the two people with the most military power in the Wu clan. Other than Wu Yuyi, he was the next. Wu Yuyi was only loyal to his aunt and had never been moved by his and Wu Chengxi's attempts to rope him in. It was clear that he was relying on his military power and did not want to make a stand before the general situation was clear. He had many places to rely on Wu Yizong and could not reprimand him too much. He could only vaguely say, "No matter what, you shouldn't have pressured him too much. This person controls 1,000 cavalry and is extremely important to us. In the future, we will need to rely on him." Wu Yizong replied, "What's so difficult about that? This person is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He doesn't have any backbone. If elder brother wants him to submit, then you have to let him know the power of our Wu clan and not blindly show him kindness. I will make things difficult for him, and when he realizes that he can't do anything outside of our Wu clan, he will come and beg for forgiveness from elder brother." Yizong, Wu Sansi wanted to say something but hesitated. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to do so, but Wu Yizong left excitedly after he finished speaking. Wu Sansi thought again, "Forget it, let him be. Let's see if he can subdue Yang Fan. If I can really force Yang Fan to work for me, that would be the best. If I overreach myself, as long as I don't show up now, I can come out later to clean up the mess." Thinking of this, Wu Sansi dispelled the thought of stopping Wu Yizong. However, when he returned to the back residence, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but be alarmed. "Oh no. This brother of mine has always been rash. Could it be that he wants to do something to the grand reading? This is the first grand reading since Aunt ascended to the throne. It is of great significance and cannot be delayed. Otherwise, if it is traced back to us." Thinking of this, Wu Sansi quickly sent men to chase after Wu Yizong and solemnly reminded him. Wu Yizong hadn't left the city yet. When Wu Sansi's men caught up to him, he couldn't help but laugh. "Elder brother is worrying too much. The grand reading concerns the integrity of the country and cannot be delayed. Do I not even know this? Go back and tell my elder brother to not worry. As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. I, Wu Yizong, am also aware of this." Wu Sansi was relieved after receiving the report from his family. As long as Wu Yizong didn't do anything to the grand reading, he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Fan originally thought that the grand reading would be an easy task. Most of the soldiers under him were from the imperial army. With a little reorganization, they would be able to meet the requirements of the grand reading. He didn't expect that after the actual training, it took a full month and a half before Lu Marofeng finally nodded his head and confirmed that it had already surpassed the standards of the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War. Among them, Yang Fan had the advantage of having fewer soldiers and elite soldiers. Otherwise, the quality of the soldiers would be different and the various departments would need to cooperate. This would then take a long time. The level of the grand reading that the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War hosted back then was not as high as this one. It took a full half a year to prepare. Since the standards of the training had reached the standard, the next step was to rehearse according to the procedures of the Emperor's grand reading. At this time, the Ministry of Rites also participated and gave instructions on the appearance, attire, command of the soldiers and the speech of the parade officers, as well as the etiquette used when meeting the Emperor. This time, the rehearsal went on for more than half a month. It wasn't until everyone had memorized the role they were supposed to play during the grand reading and the entire process of the grand reading. After 7 consecutive grand reading rehearsals without any mistakes, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was also the hottest time of the summer. When Yang Fan told the Zhong brothers about the scorching summer, it was originally a joke. At that time, he thought that the grand reading would begin in at most 10 days. However, more than 2 months had passed. Yang Fan accompanied the soldiers on the drill ground every day, and his pale skin had gradually turned into a healthy dark color. Because for the past 2 months, he had also been training under the hot sun every day. His skin had become a healthy and attractive bronze color. His chest muscles were stacked, his arm muscles were firm, his leg muscles were firm, and his buttocks were strong. Coupled with his handsome appearance, if those pampered ladies in the city saw him, they would probably have erotic dreams for 3 days straight. Seeing that the rehearsals were going extremely smoothly, Yang Fan finally reported to the court and asked the emperor to approve the grand reading. When Wu Zetian heard the news, she was overjoyed and immediately announced that court would be suspended the next day. Early in the morning, she would go to the 1,000 horsemen camp for the grand reading. The princes, princesses, relatives of the emperor, and the ministers of the various ministries were all present. Afterwards, according to the rules of the grand reading, food was distributed to the troops to be read. The emperor's food naturally couldn't be too low. At noon that day, the 1,000 horsemen camp slaughtered pigs and sheep. The fragrance of meat wafted all the way to the right guard 10 li away, causing the soldiers there to swallow their saliva. After the soldiers of the 1,000 horsemen camp ate their fill, they made an exception not to practice in the afternoon to conserve their energy. Inside the palace, the Zhong brothers were also rubbing their palms in excitement. In the past 2 months, the number of times the two of them left the palace had clearly increased. Sometimes they left together, and sometimes they left separately. After entering summer, Wu Zetian was tired of eating and thirsty for sleep. Normally, she would go to the Flying Fragrance Hall and the lovely spring terrace to enjoy the cool. She also didn't summon them to serve her in bed or to sing and dance, so they happily agreed. That day, the two brothers asked for leave together to leave the palace. They told Wu Zetian that they would meet at the drill ground the next morning. Wu Zetian would have the grand reading tomorrow and needed to wake up early. Tonight, she wanted to have a good rest. As a result, she generously agreed to the request of her two most beloved little lovers. The two brothers excitedly left the palace and immediately rushed home. Although Zhong Changzong had left the palace frequently in the past 2 months, he had almost never returned home. Zhong Yizhi, on the other hand, had returned a few times, but he had only greeted his mother before leaving in a hurry. Today, however, he wanted to return home to stay. Because he had to go to the 1,000 horsemen camp the next morning, Zhong Changzong did not return to his own mansion. Instead, he went to Zhong Yizhi's home. The two of them hurried to the Zhong mansion and went straight to the inner residence. Zhong Yizhi asked the housekeeper with a smile, "Where is my mother?" The housekeeper replied, "Lang Jun came back just in time. Recently, old madam has been depressed and hasn't been eating well. She has been frowning all day long. Your servant has invited a doctor to visit her, but he can't tell what's wrong." "What?" Hearing this, Zhong Yizhi was very nervous. He didn't have time to be angry with the housekeeper and hurried to his mother's bedroom. Zhong Changzong quickly advised, "Wulang, don't worry. It's probably because the summer is hot and First Madam is sick of eating." Zhong Yizhi did not say anything and hurried to his mother's residence. When they arrived at Mrs. Zhang's residence, Zhong Changzong stayed outside while Zhong Yizhi went in alone. Mrs. Zhang's personal maid, Yang was originally serving in the room, but because the mother and son wanted to talk, she was also driven out. Zhong Yizhi saw that his mother had indeed lost some weight. Her face looked haggard. He could not help but secretly cursing himself for being careless. The last time he came back to visit his mother, he did not notice that his mother was unwell. Zhong Yizhi hurriedly inquired about his mother's condition. When Zhang saw her son, she still frowned and sighed, as if there was something difficult to say, but in the end she could not say anything. Zhong Yizhi asked anxiously. Mrs. Zhang simply turned over and slept facing the bed, ignoring him. Seeing this, Zhong Yizhi lifted his gown and knelt in front of the bed. He kowtowed and choked with sobs, "Mother is unhappy, it's all your son's fault. If your son has done anything wrong, not being filial, I hope mother will reprimand your son. I must not torture myself, otherwise your son will really die of fear." Zhang sighed softly and said, "My son has always been filial, how could he have done anything wrong? Mother is unhappy, but it is not because of my son. You don't have to blame yourself." Zhong Yizhi said, "Then please tell me, what is it that you are unhappy about? As long as it is not about picking the moon, your son will definitely do it for you." Mrs. Zhang sighed faintly and did not say anything. Zhong Yizhi was anxious. In a deep voice he said, "Your son is slow-witted. It is difficult for me to guess mother's intention. I beg mother to tell your son." Then he started to kowtow again, as if Zhang did not tell him, he would keep kowtowing without getting up. Mrs. Zhang listened to her son kowtowing and finally could not bear it anymore. She quickly sat up and said with tears in her eyes, "My son, quickly get up. This is all mother's fault, it really has nothing to do with my son." Zhong Yizhi was so anxious that his lungs were about to explode. "Mother, tell your son, so that your son can ease mother's heart." Mother, Mrs. Azang wanted to say something but hesitated. She covered her face with her hand and said, "How can mother say this? If you want to know, ask Yang When Zhong Yizhi heard this, he jumped up and walked out. Yang was waiting in the courtyard. Zhong Yizhi rushed into the courtyard, pointed his finger at Yang and shouted angrily, "Lowly servant. I asked you to serve my mother because I trusted you. Why are you making my mother unhappy? Hurry up and confess." Chapter 864. Seeing that Zhong Yizhi was furious, Yang knelt down in panic and kowtowed to him. "Lang Jun, please forgive me. Old madam is depressed and it has nothing to do with me." Zhong Yizhi kicked her to the ground and scolded, "Whether it has anything to do with you or not, I have to hear it first. Tell me, why does my mother have something on her mind?" Yang sternum was hurt by his kick, but she did not dare to cry out. She quickly got up and knelt down again. When she was about to answer, she suddenly saw Zhong Changzong standing aside and could not help but shut her mouth. Zhong Yizhi was even angrier. He kicked her to the ground again and scolded, "You blind bitch. Liu Lang is my brother. What's wrong with you? Tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, I will beat you to death." Yang was terrified and had no choice but to tell Zhong Yizhi everything in full detail. Zhong Yizhi was dumbstruck when he heard it. Zhong Changzong, who was quite dissatisfied with Yang treating him as an outsider, was also shocked. At this time, he only wished that Zhong Yizhi could also treat him as an outsider and drive him away. Zhong Yizhi's mother was depressed and couldn't eat or sleep well because of lovesickness. After a long while, Zhong Changzong finally came back to his senses. When he saw that Zhong Yizhi was still standing there in a daze, he quickly waved his hand at Yang and gave her a meaningful look. Yang understood and quickly got up and slipped away. If he had not heard it in front of Zhong Yizhi and could not pretend to be ignorant, Zhong Changzong would have slipped away at this time. What should he do if he did not leave? His mother was lovesickness and longing for a man. Since she saw Li Jingxiu of the Phoenix Pavilion, she had been lovesickness. This was neither pleasant to hear nor appropriate to say, but he knew it. Wasn't it embarrassing? Cousin, Zhong Changzong didn't know what kind of expression he should make at this time. He was afraid that it was inappropriate to grieve. No one had died, but he couldn't be elated. Zhong Changzong could only put on a straight face and look at Zhong Yizhi without any expression. Zhong Yizhi silently turned around, walked to a small pavilion hidden by tall bamboos, and sat down dejectedly. After staring blankly for a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped his own face. Zhong Changzong, who followed him in, hurriedly advised, "Don't worry, Wulang. Our Zhong family is an aristocratic family, and Wulang is now noble beyond words. Auntie's thoughts are indeed. Ahum, but Wulang is a son, and it's really not good to interfere. It's really hard on you." Zhong Changzong hemmed and hawed, not knowing what to say. Zhong Yizhi heaved a long sigh and said with tears in his eyes, "I call myself a filial son, but I have never cared about my mother. I am ashamed." Zhong Changzong was stunned and said in astonishment, "Wulang is saying," Zhong Yizhi painfully said, "solitary yin cannot grow, solitary yang cannot grow, therefore, the heaven and earth are matched with yin and yang. If there was only yang, there would be no yin, and there would be no yang, and yin and yang would fight, reducing one's lifespan. When Yizhi was 4 years old, my father had passed away. At that time, my mother was still young. Now that I am an adult, how much time have I wasted on my mother? Until now, my mother is not even half the age of the saint. The saint is nearly 80 years old, and he is still thinking about the way of yin and yang. But my mother is lonely. For 16 or 17 years, she has always lived alone, watching the flowers bloom, watching the leaves fall, enduring the bitter rain and cold wind. How can she endure? It's funny that I have always regarded myself as a filial son, thinking that if I can earn a title for my mother and a set of fine clothes, it will make my mother happy. But I don't know that even if it's a mountain of wealth and supreme glory, how can it compare to the tenderness and consideration of a person on the same bed?" The more Zhong Yizhi spoke, the sadder he became. Towards the end, he was already crying. Zhong Changzong was at a loss for Zhong Yizhi's abnormal behavior. He stuttered, then, "Wulang is saying..." Zhong Yizhi wiped his tears and said, "It's rare that my mother likes someone. As her son, I should try my best to fulfill her wish to please my mother. Zhong Changzong did not expect Zhong Yizhi to have such thoughts. As a son, he actually wanted to find a man for his mother. He was extremely shocked. But on second thought, Zhong Yizhi has always been filial to his mother. He never disobeyed her, so doing this seemed to be in line with his usual practice. Although Zhong Changzong still had a strange feeling in his heart, but since his own son did not have any objection, he as the nephew naturally did not need to say anything. Thinking carefully, Zhong Changzong suddenly remembered something. He could not help but cried out, "Aya, this matter is difficult. That Li Shiren has long had a house full of wives and concubines." Li Jingxiu had made a name for himself in the capital before he reached his 20s. He obtained the title of the world's #1 romantic character. He was handsome, talented, and quick in learning. At a young age, he became the Phoenix Pavilion's Shiren. His future was boundless. Naturally, his wife was also a daughter of an official family. His concubines were all outstanding beauties. How could he take a fancy to a middle-aged woman like Zhong? But Zhong Yizhi did not take this matter to heart. In his opinion, as long as his mother was happy, as her son he should do his best to make it happen. So what if his mother was 7 or 8 years older than Li Jingxiu? So what if Li Jingxiu had a wife and a son? If this matter was easy to handle, why would he need to come forward? Zhong Yizhi thought carefully and said to Zhong Changzong, "Does Liu Lang still remember who Princess Taiping is married to?" Zhong Changzong said in surprise, "It's Wu Yuji. Who doesn't know this? Why did Wu Lang ask?" Zhong Yizhi laughed coldly, "Does Wu Yuji have a wife and concubines?" Zhong Changzong suddenly understood Zhong Yizhi's intention. He thought again and said uneasily, "Wu Lang, you and I are relying on His Majesty's favor today. Although we have the power of the noon sun, we can't ask a Phoenix Pavilion's Shiren to abandon his wife and son, can we?" "Of course not." Zhong Yizhi stood up and walked around the pavilion twice. In a low voice, he said, "This matter still needs to fall on the saint. Wu Yuji is the current Junwang. He has a wife, concubines, and a son. If the saint wants to marry off his daughter, won't he be able to? If the saint is willing to help, mother will definitely get what she wants. During the martial arts demonstration tomorrow, you and I will first please the saint. If the saint has a reward." Zhong Yizhi gave Zhong Changzong a look. Zhong Changzong suddenly understood and nodded his head heavily. This plan will work. Early the next morning, the 1,000 cavalry camp began to prepare. The people from the Ministry of Rights and the Internal Court rushed to the drill ground before daybreak to make preparations. Considering the hot weather, the Internal Court transported a total of 12 carts of hidden ice. They were all wrapped in thick cotton blankets and temporarily parked behind the parade platform. A row of flat wooden shelves was set up behind the parade platform. Once the emperor arrived, the ice would be placed on the shelves and the palace maids would fan the back to keep cool. All the officers and soldiers participating in the parade were given a new set of military uniforms specially for today's use. At this moment, all the officers and soldiers were neatly dressed and arranged in formation. The horses were also properly saddled and bridled. They had been fed concentrated fodder for the past few days to ensure that they were full of horsepower. The bugles sounded and the military flags fluttered. Because they were standing in neat and orderly positions and the military was solemn, the scene was spectacular even though there were only 1,000 cavalry. The preparatory work continued for about 2 hours before a winged cavalry came to report that the emperor's holy entourage was about to reach the Yuan Gate. Yang Fan immediately led the deputy inspector Xu Liang and the parade officer Lu Marofeng out of the barracks to welcome them. The soldiers of the guards of Jin Wu had a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10. They lined up from the Yuan Gate of the 1,000 cavalry camp all the way to the Xuanwu Gate of Luang's imperial palace. The road along the way was clean and flat. In the distance, there was an unbroken line of troops. The most eye-catching thing in the middle was a yellow umbrella canopy. In the whole world, there was only one person traveling, but to be dressed like this, it was naturally the current emperor. The emperor's carriage slowly approached. The current crown Prince Li Dan and the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, were both wearing armor and were dressed in martial attire. They accompanied the emperor on his left and right sides. The other imperial grandsons were also dressed in armor and battle robes. Further back were the carriages of the various imperial princesses and princesses. The curtains were rolled up high, and the noble ladies were all dressed in the dignified and noble court attire that was only worn for important occasions. Yang Fan and the others urged their horses forward. The imperial guards of honor flashed to the left and right. The 3 fast horses galloped all the way to the emperor's carriage and were stopped by the inner guards. Only then did they dismount and loudly greet the emperor. "Subject Yang Fan, Shu Liang, Lu Marofeng, greets your imperial majesty." The 3 of them were dressed in black armor that was most in line with the Ju system. Although it was still early in the morning and the weather was not very hot, it could not be said to be cool either. However, the 3 of them were dressed from head to toe. Their cheeks and eyebrows were all the same black, revealing only a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Their entire bodies seemed to be cast from iron. Only the tassels on their helmets were as red as blood, appearing incomparably majestic. "These are Zhen's soldiers." Seeing this, Wu Zetian was delighted. Cheerfully raising her hand, she ordered, "Dispense with the formalities, rise. Lead the way, Zhen wants to personally inspect the troops." "We will obey your imperial majesty's command." Yang Fan and the other 2 mounted their horses and stood in a triangular formation with 1 at the front and 2 at the back. With a tut, Yang Fan kicked his legs against the horse's abdomen. The 3 generals then led the emperor's guards of honor into the camp. Princes and princesses, relatives of the emperor, ministers of various ministries, inner guards, and the emperor's guards of honor were led in front and behind, banners fluttering in the wind. The formation on the drill ground was neat. The first step of this great inspection was the emperor's guards of honor, the troops to be inspected, and the emperor's guards of honor. Therefore, Yang Fan led the emperor's carriage through the front of the formation, which was also a straight line. Every 10 rows of riders, there would be a loud shout, "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live!" This was the first time Wu Zetian had entered the army. Seeing with her own eyes the atmosphere of the military camp in the midst of thousands of troops and horses, she couldn't help but feel her blood boiling. In her excitement, she subconsciously wanted to tell her happiness to the Zhong brothers, but when she turned to look, she realized that the Zhong brothers were not by her side. Wu Zetian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Could it be that Wulang and Wulang woke up late in the morning? Wu Chengxi also came with an illness. In fact, with his current physical condition, it was not suitable for him to go out. However, he had already discovered that because of his physical condition, more and more people were not optimistic about him. Many of the people that he had gathered under his banner were planning to change their allegiance. Under these circumstances, knowing that this trip would have an even more adverse effect on his illness, he could only come with an illness. He also had to pretend to be in high spirits, just to raise the morale of his troops. Chapter 865. Wu Chengxi dragged his sick body to sit on his horse, trying to create an image that his body was getting better. Wu Sansai urged his horse to follow the royal carriage. Looking at the unmoving, dignified army, he couldn't help but be impressed. As expected, this is an elite army. Yang Fan is someone who knows how to lead troops. He unconsciously looked forward and saw Yang Fan's tall and straight back. Wu Sansai sighed to himself. "It's a pity that he isn't willing to be loyal to me. Although Second Zhong is arrogant, he only relies on Aunt's favor. They don't have the right to compete for the throne. Yang Fan is so short-sighted. It's really hateful." Wherever the yellow umbrella passed, the cheers of "Long live the emperor" rose and fell, like the raging tide of Qiantang. No matter what kind of thoughts they had, they were gradually infected by this atmosphere of majesty. When the royal carriage finally stopped in front of the high platform, Princess Taiping and WNR helped the empress up the platform. The old Wu Zetian also seemed to feel strength in her legs. Unfortunately, this was only a spiritual effect after all. She walked very slowly and was supported by Princess Taiping and Shangguan WNR. Even so, when she finally stepped onto the platform, she was still a little out of breath and her forehead was beaded with sweat. Princess Taiping and WNR quickly helped the empress to sit on the throne. The accompanying officials all climbed up the platform. For the old people and the venerables, the emperor allowed them to sit. The The last wooden frame was covered with a layer of crushed ice. The palace maids waved their fans, and the platform was immediately cooled. According to the tradition of the Tang dynasty, the emperor should be wearing military attire and personally testing the arrows in front of the army. He would shoot 7 arrows in a row and then go up the platform to inspect. This was to show off the emperor's martial arts. At the same time, it was to show that although each army had its own commander, all the armies had a common commander, the emperor. However, Yang Fan had discussed this with the Ministry of Rites. The empress would definitely not wear military attire to test the arrows in front of the army. Not to mention the fact that the empress didn't know how to shoot on horseback. Even if she was good at it, who would dare to let her ride a horse at her age? Who would dare to let her test the arrows? The empress couldn't test it, so it was time for the prince to replace her. However, everyone knew that the crown prince was about to be replaced. It would be inappropriate to have the current crown prince, Li Dan, perform in front of the army. Li Xian was not the crown prince right now. Although everyone knew that the crown prince was about to be replaced, it had yet to become a reality. It would be inappropriate to publicly announce it. Furthermore, of the 2 princes, one was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, and the other was imprisoned deep in the mountains. Neither of them had ridden a horse for 15 or 16 years, and it had been a long time since they had touched a bow and arrow. Even if the target was placed very close to them, it would be too unsightly if they could not hit 1 or 2 of their 7 arrows. Thus, after repeated discussion, this step was omitted. Wu Zetian ascended the platform and sat down. Yang Fan rode his horse straight to the bottom of the platform. When the horse reached the bottom of the platform, Yang Fan fiercely pulled on the reins, causing the warhorse to stand on its hind legs. The warhorse let out a neigh, the man like a tiger, the horse like a dragon. This kind of appearance immediately won the applause of the entire audience. The corners of Princess Taiping's and Shanghai WN's lips curled up at the same time, revealing a knowing smile at the same time. Princess Anli, Li Guo looked at Yang Fan's heroic appearance, and her eyes seemed to be intoxicated for a moment. Wu Yizong, on the other hand, curled his lips and revealed a cold, disdainful smile. The warhorse's front hooves stomped down. Yang Fan cupped his hands in a salute, his energy sinking into his dantian. He loudly reported to the platform, requesting Your Majesty to review. On the platform, Wu Zetian nodded slightly. The chamberlain, eunuch Gao, stepped forward and raised the horsetail whisk in his hand. In a loud voice, he announced, "The emperor has decreed that the review will begin." Parade officer Lu Marofeng whipped his warhorse and galloped past the front of the 3 armies. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and with a loud shout, the 3 armies were like a mountain, their formation changing, leaving the drill ground in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of chaos. The neat formation of the troops, the scene of moving the field, was actually very pleasing to the eye. Prime Minister Yaro Chong, who came from the Ministry of War, could not help stroking his beard and praised, "The soldiers are brave, the formation is solemn, the banners are messy, the armors are shining, they are like mountains, the power of heaven and earth, they are truly a brave army." Hearing Prime Minister Yaro Xiong's sincere praise, Wu Zetian felt even more proud. This was an army formed under her orders. She naturally felt a sense of closeness. Sitting high on such a majestic platform, watching such a powerful and spectacular formation, she felt a strong sense of pride in her heart. Parade officer Lu Marofeng returned to the bottom of the platform. His eyebrows and cheeks were faintly covered in sweat, but he had never been so excited before. This was in front of the emperor and all the officials in the court, in front of the most powerful group of people in the world. Seeing that the drill ground had been quickly cleared, Lu Marofeng waved the long saber in his hand and gave another order. The banner fluttered and a group of cavalry immediately spurred out. This group of cavalry was dressed in light armor, with sabers, shields, spears, and chainhammers in their hands. Beside the chief commander, there were flag bearers, gongs, and drums constantly giving various military orders. Following the military orders from the flag bearers and musical instruments, the officers and soldiers spurred their horses to gallop, attacking, defending, changing formation, or combining formation. They began to simulate riding on the battlefield. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of performance was purely for fun, nothing special at all. For example, the princesses and princesses, at this time, rather than saying that they were watching a drill, it was better to say that they were watching which soldier was more handsome and whose riding posture was more valiant. But in the eyes of the generals and ministers who came from the army, they could see the combat strength of this army. In their eyes, from the moves of this cavalry, as well as the coordination of the formation and the coordination of attack and defense, they could completely infer the combat strength of this army. Even the most picky general could not help but secretly nod at this time. After the cavalry battle, there was also the infantry battle, which was divided into alley battle, city defense battle, field battle, horsemanship, martial arts, archery, and various other skills were displayed one by one. Military discipline, military skills, military knowledge, military weapons, and military fortifications were displayed one by one until it was almost noon. Only then did the military law event begin. After a morning of drill, it was now noon. The sun was scorching, and there were already 9 carts of ice on the high platform. The platform was dripping with ice water. All the officers and soldiers returned to the drill ground and lined up neatly. Chu Kwanga threw headless arrows, and whoever he hit would come forward to answer the military law. With Chu Kwanga's archery skills, he had actually still tampered with the candidates. However, because the drill process lasted for a total of 2 months, the cheating soldiers who were responsible for memorizing the military law had memorized not just one book, but all of the military law. Thus, Yang Fan simply handed the task of inspecting the military law to the Empress. The Empress casually flipped through the law of Yixing, order of the palace guards, and other military laws. She would select one, and eunuch Gao would shout it down, ordering the soldiers to recite it aloud. Wu Zetian, who had been watching until noon, was already tired, because she could personally participate, and her interest was rekindled. Wu Yizong really wanted to find some fault with Yang Fan during the Great Review. It did not need to be too serious, as long as he could make up for it a little and not make the emperor too displeased. However, this was not easy to grasp, and he had not waited for the opportunity. The military law examination was the easiest to cheat. After all, he was someone who led the army, so how could he not know this point? However, the soldiers were selected by archery, and he really did not believe that anyone could do something like shooting a willow leaf from 100 steps away without fail. Moreover, the one who excitedly came up with the test was the emperor himself. Wu Yizong thought about it again and again, and still gave up the idea of possibly angering Wu Zetian. Poochie. In the middle of the formation, a knight's body swayed, and suddenly fell from his horse. In the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses, it was not easy to see an occasional person falling from his horse, but the entire team stood in neat rows, straighter than a drawn line. Occasionally, one of them would move, and naturally it would be obvious at a glance. "Ah!" Princess Taiping exclaimed, and covered her mouth with her hand. "Someone has a heat stroke." Poochie. Like a plague, with the first person falling from his horse, the second and third person fell one after another. Seeing this, Wu Zetian could not help but frown. She leaned forward slightly and was about to speak, but she saw that below the stage, the chief examiner Yang Fan, the deputy chief examiner Xu Liang, and the parade officer Lu Marofeng, the 3 of them were standing perfectly straight, as if they were made of steel, and did not move at all. Wu Zetian swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. The yellow silk umbrella above her head was gently blown by the breeze, and Wu Zetian slowly leaned back on her chair. She turned her head to Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong and said, "The 1,000 cavalry army has strict discipline, Yang Fan has managed the army well, and I am very pleased." Wei Yuanzhong bowed and said, "This is because your majesty has a good eye for people." Wu Zetian smiled and nodded. Yang Fan stood there ramrod straight. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and dripped down from his chin. But the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and the eyes and nose that peeked out from between his cheeks and eyebrows also seemed to curl up into shallow smile lines. The weather today was indeed very hot. Yang Fan had long thought of this problem, and had prepared buckets of mung bean soup, sour plum soup, and salt water by the side of the drill ground. The internal court had publicly pulled out 12 carts of ice from the palace, but in reality, there were 15 carts. The extra 3 carts of ice were now half floating and half submerged in the soup buckets. With these drinks to quench the heat and the strong bodies of the 1,000 cavalry army, They had adapted to the heat after training in the scorching heat for such a long time, so they would not faint from heat stroke. But on such a hot day, if they did not add some special effects, how could they strengthen the impression of a superior? At this moment, young Fan was laughing to himself. These kids have fallen quite well. It looks like even with the emperor in front of them, they know they have to put on a show for real and are afraid others will see through their flaws. Below the stage, the voice of the soldier who had been sampled rang out. Without pausing, he recited the total of 28 military rules that the emperor had sampled. Eunuch Gao held the military rules and compared them one by one. After he finished, he turned and bowed to Wu Zetian. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. We sampled a total of 9 soldiers and sampled a total of 18 military rules. There is not a single mistake." At this time, a few more people succumbed to heatstroke and fell from their horses, but the 3 armies stood solemnly. No one moved, and no one went to help up the soldier who had suffered from heatstroke. Wu Zetian was very pleased. She stood up and said loudly to the audience, "Officers and soldiers have worked hard. It is noon and the heat is unbearable. Chief Inspector, you may order the 3 armies to temporarily disperse and have a good rest." Yang Fan turned around to accept the order. He then ordered the military inspector Lu Marofeng to loudly give the military order. When the flag was waved, the emperor, the royal relatives, and the nobles on the stage thought that the 3 armies would retreat like the tide. Unexpectedly, when the soldiers of the 3 armies heard the military order, they uniformly dismounted from their horses and knelt on one knee. They said in unison to the stage, "Your Majesty is benevolent and loves the soldiers. We dare not cherish our lives. We are willing to conquer the 4 seas for Your Majesty, to make the 4 barbarians submit and the world submit. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor." Wu Zetian did not expect that a casual order would be met with such a magnificent response from the soldiers of the 3 armies. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil and she could not control her excitement. She nodded repeatedly and took 2 steps forward to the side of the stage. She opened her arms and said loudly, "Good, good. They are all my soldiers. They are all my brother's soldiers." Chapter 866. The emperor and the members of the royal family had their lunch in the camp of the 1,000 horsemen. The chefs of the royal kitchen were in charge of the cooking. Behind the camp, near the foot of the mountain, there was a green grassland in front, shaded by green trees, surrounded by brocade barriers, and spread bamboo mats in the forest. During the meal, the members of the royal family sat on the ground, as if they were on an outing, which was quite interesting. During lunch, Eunuch Gao specially sought out young Fan and said to him, "His Majesty's energy is not enough, and he is already tired. I don't know how many drill events there will be in the afternoon, but His Majesty can't hold on for too long. Moreover, it will take some time for him to return to the capital. General Yang must make good use of this time." In such a public occasion, all the members of the royal family, the nobles of the capital, and even the emperor were present. Naturally, Princess Taiping and Shangguanwana would not have the slightest intention of getting close to him. Even Li Guiwa, who had always been bold, was much more restrained and did not dare to disturb him from beginning to end. At this time, Yang Fan was discussing the gains and losses of the morning drill with Shu Liang and Lu Marofeng. Hearing Eunuch Gao's words, Yang Fan, Shu Liang, and Lu Marofeng looked at each other and smiled. He said to Eunuch Gao, "Eunuch Gao need not worry. There is only one event left in the afternoon, and then I will respectfully send His Majesty back to the capital." "That is very good." Eunuch Gao was relieved and smiled at Yang Fan, cupping his hands in salute. "Today's inspection is enough to show that General has good command of the army. His Majesty is still full of praise for all the princes, princesses, and princesses. Later on, there will be a lot of rewards. Your husband congratulates General Yang here." After the emperor had lunch, he took a walk in the forest and felt slightly tired. Someone spread out a brocade couch in the forest, surrounded a small tent, and invited His Majesty to rest. In the afternoon, Yang Fan rushed over to invite the emperor to inspect the troops, but found out that the emperor was still napping, so he could only postpone the inspection. Fortunately, the elderly did not sleep for long, and Wu Zetian did not sleep for too long before she woke up. Yang Fan got the news and began to prepare. Wu Zetian also washed and dressed up. After another hour, Wu Zetian, who was dressed splendidly and had a dignified appearance, returned to the reviewing platform, accompanied by the royal relatives and civil and military officials. After a morning of reading and a lunch break, the atmosphere was clearly relaxed. Everyone sat on the stage and talked. The emperor made an exception and called Yang Fan to his side. Wu Zetian asked pleasantly, "Yang Fan, what else do you want me to see next?" Yang Fan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the purpose of raising and training the army is ultimately to be used on the battlefield, to protect the people and expand the territory. Military discipline, military equipment, military skills, all of these were all for the sake of training a strong army. This official believes that if this is all there is, it will be suspected of being an armchair strategist. Other than training, there must be actual combat to see the effect." Hearing this, Wu Yizong finally could not bear it anymore and sneered disdainfully, "The court has always been doing this. Don't the imperial guards often take turns at the borders to participate in battles and train the soldiers? What original opinion do you have now?" Yang Fan was not annoyed and his tone was still calm. However, he was still talking to Wu Zetian and treated Wu Yizong like heir. "Your Majesty, the military drills formations and simulated battle scenes. The generals all have an imaginary opponent in their hearts, but for the soldiers, it is inevitable that the effect will be poor if they charge at air. Thus, this official wants the soldiers to be on both sides." Wu Yizong said eccentrically, "I thought you had some special idea, but it turns out that it is only this. Simulated combat isn't something rare in the military." Before he could finish, Wu Zetian suddenly turned her head and gave him a cold look. It was just a cold look, but Wu Yizong's heart trembled and immediately did not dare to speak again. Wu Zetian nodded at Yang Fan and said, "Continue." Yang Fan smiled and said, "What the king of Hanoi said is true. This official invited your Majesty to inspect in the afternoon is a simulated battle. It is just that the method this official used is different from the common simulation in the army. The subtleties, this official will not say too much. Your Majesty will know once you see it." Wu Zetian said happily, "Good. Then pass down the order. We will see your originality with our own eyes." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Fan cupped his fists and accepted the order. He strode to the side of the stage and shouted to Lu Marofeng, who was below the stage, "Your Majesty's order, the military drill begins." General Lu immediately passed down the order. The moment the banner was waved, a horn suddenly sounded from a corner of the drill ground. Following the deep and continuous sound of the horn, a group suddenly appeared from behind the barracks and galloped towards the drill ground. Behind the knights, there were dozens of knights dragging a small tree on their horses. The crown of the tree was dragged back and forth on the ground, causing smoke and dust to billow. The knights rushed out of the smoke and dust as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. There were simply too many of them to count. These nobles on the high platform had never seen such an astonishing entrance before. Even the military officers who were observing, although they had also conducted mock battles before, had never thought that they would need these props to make the effect more realistic. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There are probably about 1,000 riders charging out from the cloud of dust. Some are wearing leather armor, some are wearing leather robes, some have golden bands around their heads and their hair is as messy as a lion's. Some have their hair parted into 2 braids. In their hands are different types of weapons and their mouths are making strange noises. At the very front of the formation, there is a large flag with a wolf's head. Wu Yizong jumped up and screamed, "Run! The Turks are killing their way into the capital." Of those seated, the civil officials and women were the calmest. Although they were puzzled, they had always lived in the capital and did not have Wu Yizong's fearful attitude. Everyone stared at him like he was a madman. Wu Yizong also suddenly realized that if the Khitans were killing their way into the capital, how could they pass through so many barriers and remain unheard of in the capital? Wu Yizong sat down with a red face, mentally cursing, "Damn it, if they want to fight, then they want to fight. Is there a need to dress and dress so alike? What's the use of this in simulating a battle? Isn't this painstaking effort to have the soldiers dress up so vividly and make it seem like a play just to make the emperor happy?" Wu Sanxi also looked down in shock, inwardly praising Yang Fan's ingenuity. In this era, no one had ever imagined that military exercises could be like role-playing, with so many flourishes. But Wu Sanxi soon realized that something was wrong. Looking at the Turkic cavalry below, there were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 cavalry camp only had 1,000 soldiers, and they had all been disguised as Turks. Could it be that he was going to single-handedly fight against an army of 1,000? At this time, Yang Fan was already reporting to Wu Zetian amidst the gasps of shock, "Your Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision, a master of both civil and martial art. The 4 garrisons of Anshi, which were lost in the past, have now returned to the hands of my heavenly court. Tubo is in internal strife, its princes vying for power. Seeing the scenery, San Po has submitted to my great Jew. Ambassador Tang Xiujing has won 6 battles, greatly displaying the might of my Jew. Tubo is nothing to fear. At present, the only powerful foe of my court is the Turks, so this subject has imagined the Turks as the enemy. The 1,000 Turkic soldiers on the drill ground are not soldiers of this subject in disguise, but genuine Turks." Yang Fan had intentionally raised his voice as he made his report to Wu Zetian. Although the people on the drill ground were shouting and neighing, the high platform allowed everyone to hear Yang Fan's voice clearly. When Yang Fan said that these people were genuine Turks, the platform once more became restless. Yang Fan said, "These Turks are loyal subordinates of Khagan Huseruo from the Western Turks. They are Khagan Huseruo's most trusted and elite guards. Thanks to your Majesty's great kindness, they are now working for the Imperial Treasury Monastery. This subject believes that only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can the soldiers understand the enemy's capabilities, allowing them to raise their own capabilities to the greatest extent. The Eastern and Western Turks are of the same lineage, and their tactics and archery skills are almost the same. Thus, this group formed from Khagan Huseruo's trusted guards can be considered as one of the strongest of the Turks. Only by competing with this kind of army can we truly raise the fighting power of our army." Wu Zetian was enlightened. At this moment, on the other side of the drill ground, war drums thundered like thunder. Over 100 horns sounded in unison, instantly suppressing the arrogance of the Turkic cavalry. Soon after, a group of great Jew cavalry with bright armor and fiery war banners surged out like a tide, pressing down on the Turkic cavalry. Looking down from the platform, one could see a black stream of iron and a gray stream of earth, sweeping across the entire drill ground. Amidst the cries of battle cries, they charged towards the enemy. There was still an arrow's distance between the two sides when the sky suddenly buzzed with a strange sound and a dense barrage of arrows flew into the sky. At this moment, the sun in the center of the drill ground visibly darkened. Wu Yizong did not miss this opportunity and shrieked, "Bastards! For the Son of Heaven to use arrows for a grand inspection, what if someone misses and injures His Majesty?" Yang Fan loudly declared, "If that is the case, this subject is willing to be the Son of Heaven's shield." Only now did everyone realize that Yang Fan has stealthily taken a step forward, shielding Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian was greatly moved. Since Yang Fan has said such words, he must be extremely confident. Thus, she immediately stood up and loudly declared, "We are the ruler of the world, why should we fear the might of arrows?" Finished speaking, Wu Zetian pushed Yang Fan aside and boldly took 2 steps forward. With such an attitude from the Son of Heaven, none of the officials dared to remain seated. One after another, they stood up and followed Wu Zetian forward. Even though some of them were still worried that the arrows would fly onto the stage, none of them dared to reveal a timid expression. Yang Fan stole a glance and saw that Li Dan and Li Xian were standing on either side of Wu Zetian. Apart from that, they did not show any special expression. He could not help but smile bitterly inwardly. This is such a good opportunity, but I wonder if these 2 princes are used to being scolded by their usually unyielding mother and do not dare to make a decision on their own or what, but they are actually not saying anything. Yang Fan hastily gave the Prince of Luling a meaningful glance, but the latter was too slow to understand. On the other hand, Li Guo, who was standing next to the Prince of Luling, saw Yang Fan's meaningful glance and immediately understood his intention. She hastily hid her hand in her sleeve and forcefully stabbed the Prince of Luling's waist. The Prince of Luling staggered and bumped into Wu Zetian. Li Guo immediately shouted, "Father sacrifices his life to protect mother, daughter also sacrifices her life to protect father. Finished speaking, she puffed out the petite bud on her chest and heroically stood in front of the Prince of Luling. Chapter 867. The Prince of Luling staggered and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was wondering who it was that had made such a faux pas and almost caused him to fall and make a fool of himself. He didn't expect his daughter to shout out such words. For a moment, he couldn't say that he was pushed out by someone else and could only imitate his daughter and puff out his chest. Wu Zetian was slightly surprised to see this, but she felt warmth in her heart. She patted her son's shoulder and said slowly, "Xian is doing very well. Guo you are also doing very well. Don't worry, Yang Fan has always been cautious. How would he put us in danger?" At this moment, the sky was filled with arrows. The soldiers were either raising their horse shields or hiding in the stirrups. The speed of their charge was like a rolling tide, but it was not fake at all. As the arrows fell down and many people were hit, Yarrow Chong's heart immediately rose to his throat. It would be a tragedy if countless people were killed or injured in order to make His Majesty happy during the military drill. Just now, when he saw the two sides using real swords and spears, and even using arrows, he had already realized this. However, it happened in a hurry, and he didn't even have time to reprimand Yang Fan. At this time, those who had been hit by arrows on both sides, as long as they were hit in a vital spot, suddenly sat up straight, changed from sprinting to walking slowly, and raised the weapons in their hands high up, indicating that they were going to withdraw from the battle. However, not a single person actually bled to death. Yarrow Chong was surprised, and it wasn't just him. Many people on the parade platform were surprised to see this scene. Only then did Yang Fan explain, "Your subject specially used a batch of headless arrows. The tips of the arrows were already removed and wrapped in lead of the same weight. Soft cloth was also wrapped around the arrows so that the soldiers wouldn't lose their lives. The soft cloth was also soaked in paint. Those who were shot at a vital point would have to withdraw from the battle if they had a colored spot on their body. If there were any cheaters, the entire army would declare them to have lost, so no one dared to disobey." The crowd finally understood. Wu Yizong thought to himself, "In order to gain my aunt's favor, he really put in a lot of effort to think of such a method." Yarrow Chong, on the other hand, was overjoyed and thought to himself, "Lead is soft and wrapped in a soft cloth. It won't harm people's lives, but it can greatly increase the effect of actual combat, especially for the new army. With this kind of close to actual combat experience, the new soldiers won't panic too much when they go into battle, resulting in more people losing their lives. This method is really not bad and can be widely used in the army. However, I don't know how much it costs to make these headless arrows and whether they can be reused. If it costs too much, then it can only be used during the Emperor's military inspection and not during normal times." It was only now that Yang Fan had revealed the answer to the riddle. Thus, the Prince of Luling and Li Guo's display of filial piety for their father and mother was naturally a meritorious deed. Yang Fan continued, "The weapons are naturally tampered with, so they won't take the lives of the soldiers, but, even if they are unarmed, it is inevitable that some people will be injured in the fight. This is unavoidable." Yang Fan continued, "The weapons are naturally tampered with so that they won't take the lives of the soldiers, but, even if they're unarmed, it's hard to avoid injuries." In an instant, the two armies had officially clashed. The Turks were accustomed to piercing and chiseling tactics, and the attacking Zhou army used a similar tactic. If they didn't make use of the advantage of the cavalry's speed and instead tried to form a defensive formation, they would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, they wouldn't be used by either side. In an instant, the charging formation of both sides was cut into pieces by the opposing soldiers. The soldiers couldn't see their generals and the generals couldn't see their soldiers. The flags, drums, and bugles had all lost their purpose. At this time, the individual strength of the soldiers and their usual training played an important role. But even at this time, the cooperation and tacit understanding between neighboring soldiers was very important. From the high platform, the two sides seemed to be fighting in a chaotic melee. If one only stared at a single position and a few people, one would quickly discover that in this chaotic situation, the 1,000 cavalry were still fighting in coordination with their closest comrades. They clashed and cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating as one. In these circumstances, those who relied solely on their individual strength had no future. Other than falling off their horses and becoming fertilizer for the plains next spring, they were completely useless. Discipline and cooperation had always been the greatest battle theme of an army, and this was precisely the difference between an army and a pile of loose sand. At this moment, the two sides had already fallen into a chaotic melee. Without any arrows flying through the air, Wu Zetian walked to the front and surveyed the battlefield. Although this was just a drill, the soldiers on both sides were charging forward, raising their spears and brandishing their swords, bellowing, roaring, and shouting. Like fierce tigers, they clashed back and forth, making it impossible to tell that this was just a simulated battle. Standing at Wu Zetian's side, Yang Fan explained, "The desert is bitter and cold, and there are many brave and arrogant people who are difficult to tame. The soldiers of the Central Plains are trained in agriculture, but to the Turks, riding and archery are the greatest skills they can use to support their families. Practicing from a young age, they are naturally valiant. If we want to fight against such a powerful enemy, we must strictly organize and train, strengthen our discipline, and strengthen our ability to cooperate. We must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Through such hard training, how can our soldiers be inferior to the Turks who grew up riding and archery?" Wu Zetian nodded repeatedly as she listened. Looking around, her eyes gradually fell on two young generals. Unlike the majority of the soldiers, these two were dressed in bright light armor, and one had painstakingly painted his armor gold and the other silver. These two young generals, one gold and one silver, were both using spears. Killing their way through the thousands of soldiers, the spear in their hands was like a flood dragon, killing its way through. Unexpectedly, no one was a match for them in more than 3 rounds, and all the enemies that they faced were all knocked down from their horses. They were truly invincible and extraordinary. Wu Zetian squinted her eyes. The more she looked, the more delighted she was. Pointing to the two men, she said to Yang Fan, "Who are those two young generals wearing gold and silver armor? They are so brave." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, please look again, Your Majesty recognizes them." Wu Zetian strained her eyes to look, but due to the distance and the two young generals constantly charging and flashing through the army, she really could not see them clearly. At this time, Shanghai WNA suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Sage, WNA thinks that the one wearing gold armor looks like Wulang and the one wearing silver armor looks like Wulang." "Really?" Hearing this, Wu Zetian was both surprised and happy. She hurriedly took 2 more steps forward and put her hand on her head to look at the drill ground. Looking at the figures of the two men, she could vaguely see that they really did look like a pair of young lovers. At this time, everyone on the stage looked at the golden-armored general and the silver-armored general. Sure enough, they were Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong. Wu Zetian was immediately full of smiles. She had not seen the Zhong brothers appear until noon, so she thought that the two brothers did not wake up early and simply did not come to the drill ground. She did not expect that the two brothers would be so attentive. In order to make her happy, they actually charged into the drill ground in such a hot weather. In fact, although the two Zhong brothers could ride horses, in terms of martial arts, they only knew some flowery but impractical moves. The two of them were good at singing and dancing, but their flowery moves were actually very pleasing to the eye. These two people, rather than saying that they knew martial arts, it would be better to say that they were good at dancing. But then again, the real kung fu used to kill people was a knife and a spear. It was simple and practical, but in the eyes of laymen, it really did not look good at all. What looked good was precisely this kind of flowery but impractical moves that had no practical value. The radiant armor that the two Zhong brothers were wearing was also not real. They could not wear it. Even if it was a full set of leather armor, although they could wear it, they would be exhausted after waving a few knives and spears on the battlefield. During the rehearsal, Yang Fan tested them several times and finally chose the light paper armor. Do not think that the paper armor was made of paper, it would be broken with one poke. In fact, paper armor was also one of the official equipment of the Tang army. The paper armor was light and flexible, so arrows could not easily penetrate it. Although it was not as strong as leather armor and iron armor, and its protection in close combat was even lower, these two people were the real performers. Who would dare to really use a knife and spear to fight against them? Such a set of paper armor, with gold and silver lacquer on the surface and all kinds of patterns, was really dazzling and beautiful when worn. Yarrow Chong stroked his beard and smiled. He was an expert and naturally could see that the battle power of this 1,000 cavalry was indeed a notch higher than the Turkic cavalry. In this aspect, Yang Fan did not fake it. As for the Zhong brothers Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong's flowery moves, it was obvious that they were trying to please the empress. However, with Yang Fan's actions, he took into account both the expert and the layman. There was no hindrance to either side, so Yarrow Chong only laughed it off. This mock battle was destined to end with the victory of the Zhou army. But the 1,000 elite cavalry was indeed stronger than the Turkic cavalry. There was no need to fake it. This kind of role-playing mock battle had already aroused Wu Zetian's interest, and with Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong's participation, Wu Zetian was even more delighted. After the mock battle ended, the two brothers Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong rode their horses to the parade platform. They dismounted and quickly walked up the stone steps. In front of Wu Zetian, they cupped their fists and said, "Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong greet your majesty." Although the two brothers were acting, but the weather was hot and they were acting seriously, so they were already sweating profusely. Normally, Wu Zetian would only see the two of them dressed like scholars and would often put on makeup. However, at this moment, they were dressed in military attire. Moreover, they were specially painted with gold and silver. As they stood there, they gave off a rarely seen heroic aura. The more Wu Zetian looked at them, the more she liked them. She nodded repeatedly and said, "It is rare to see Wu Lang and Liu Lang put in so much effort and added so much color to my reading. I am very pleased. Because the two of you have worked so hard, I will confer Wu Lang the title of Chilean Platform Supervisor and Liu Lang the title of Imperial Servant Official." Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong were secretly delighted. There was indeed a reward. Zhong Yizhi had the intention to use his reward to exchange for an imperial edict from the emperor to help his mother, but this matter could not be said in front of the emperor's relatives and the court officials. He had to return to the palace and pester Wu Zetian again. So he could only step forward and kneel on one knee with Zhong Changzong, thanking him for the conferment. Wu Zetian smiled and looked at Yang Fan again, saying, "Today I watched the battle. The 1,000 cavalry soldiers are as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest, as fierce as the fire, as unmoving as the mountain, with strict military discipline. I am delighted. I only hate that my north and south, 6 armies and 16 guards do not have such elite soldiers. Today I will add 1,000 cavalry guard Yang Fan as the investigating and punishing commissioner to help me control the imperial guards in the capital." Wu Yizong was startled and blurted out, "Your Majesty, subject does not think so." Chapter 868. Wu Zetian calmly glanced at Wu Yizong and calmly asked, "Why can't I?" Wu Yizong was speechless. He just instinctively did not want Yang Fan to have such great power. He never thought of a reason. But the emperor had already asked and asked in front of everyone. He could only say, "The 1,000 cavalrymen are the palace guards and have great responsibilities. If I take on an external post, I'm afraid I'll be distracted and miss something." Wu Zetian said disapprovingly and said, "The Jinwu guards are still responsible for patrolling, fighting fires, organizing and inspecting the armors, banning and arresting people. I appointed Yang Fan to be the inspector of rectifying misconduct. He is responsible for patrolling, pacifying and dealing with people, not dividing the 1,000 cavalrymen to patrol the 9 cities. Your worries are unreasonable." Wu Zetian did not wait for Wu Yizong to speak. She waved her sleeve and said, "I have made up my mind. There is no need to say anything more. I am tired and will return to the palace now. Wanna will draft an edict later. All the participating soldiers will be rewarded. All the rewards will be decided by Wanna and Wu Yuyi." Rewarding the soldiers of the 1,000 cavalrymen did not go through the Political Affairs Hall or the Ministry of War. As long as Shanghai Wanna and Wu Yuyi agreed, it was the difference between the North and the South. This was her private army. How could she allow the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War to interfere? Whether it was giving favors or pressuring, the South would inevitably have an opportunity. Eunuch Gao saw that Wu Zetian had missed a procedure and quickly tiptoed 2 steps forward and whispered something in her ear. Wu Zetian suddenly understood and issued another edict, Announce my oral edict. All the soldiers who attended will be given royal wine and allowed to party for 3 days. After 3 days, they will enter the palace to be on duty. When Wu Yizong objected, Yang Fan only needed to bow and say accept the edict. Even if Wu Zetian regretted it after Wu Yizong's persuasion, she could not go back on her words. However, Yang Fan did not do so. Although the authority that Wu Zetian gave him was not small, it could not be compared to the future role of guarding the palace. If he was too impatient and made Wu Zetian feel that he was greedy for power, she would be on guard against him. That would be a big loss for a small gain. Now that the emperor's decree had been set, Yang Fan bowed to accept it. Wu Yizong glared at Yang Fan from the side, his eyes spitting fire. What exactly did Yang Fan, this nondescript official, do to provoke Wu Yizong, the dignified Duke of Hanoi and the great general of the Jin Wu Guards, to be so resentful? In fact, the position that Wu Zetian added to Yang Fan was not an official position. It was truly an official position. In the name of the emperor, she authorized someone to be an envoy. It was a temporary status given, and it was not an official position that existed in the official system, such as a minister, assistant minister, minister counselor, etc. But in the officialdom of the Tang dynasty, being an envoy was more important than being an official. Although an errand is of a temporary nature and is not part of the official system, if there is a conflict between the authority of the official and that of the official, the opinion of the person receiving the errand shall prevail. The most famous official position was the imperial envoy. There was more than one kind of imperial envoy, and the official positions were initially short-term. For example, Yang Fan went to the southern frontier to appease the anger of the barbarians. But because the affairs of the state were getting more and more complicated, some official positions could not be completed in a month or two, or even a year or two. Sometimes, they even had to sit down and be fixed, in charge of a place or a matter. The guards of the southern and northern yamas were responsible for the security of the capital. They were in charge of a lot of things, such as night patrol, firefighting, investigation, protection, prohibition, guard, inspection, access control, trial of cases, imprisonment of criminals, etc. The word investigation could cover all the matters they were in charge of within the scope of inspection. It was fine if it was just inspection, but the problem was that there was also the word disposal behind it. Yang Fan could directly deal with the problems he discovered. With this power, he could coerce the guards. This coercion did not mean that he could mobilize the guards. Except for the emperor, no one had this power. Unless someone wanted to rebel, they did not need this power. The officials only needed the ability to influence and control others under this system. Yang Fan, who had the right to find fault and disposal of the guards of the imperial army, now had this ability. To Wu Yizong, who wanted to suppress Yang Fan and show him his power, this was undoubtedly a blow to the head. What made him most depressed was that among the guards of the capital, the guards of Jin Wu had the heaviest responsibility and had the most tasks. The so-called guards of Jin Wu, such as patrolling the police, the beacon, the roads, the water and the grass. My curtain, the old carpet, for the sick. Hunters, shepherds, attendants of the Grand Court Conference. Yang Fan also took up the post of investigation and disposal of misconduct, which was equivalent to adding a restraint on Wu Yizong. In the future, he would lead people to do things, and Yang Fan would specially lead people to find fault with him. What right did he have to find trouble with Inspector Yang? It could only be Yang Fan who found trouble with him. Wu Yizong's anger was uncontrollable as he stood on the high platform. Beside him, the relatives of the imperial family, nobles, and officials walked past him. When Wu Sanxi came to his side, Wu Yizong gently pulled his sleeve and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Wu Yizong swung his sleeve and said angrily, "It's just a big inspection. Why did I give him such a promotion? Who told him to take advantage of me and ride on my head?" Wu Sanxi snorted and said, "Is there a need to ask? Aunt must already know that you've been causing trouble for Yang Fan over and over again. This is a warning to you and also a consolation to Yang Fan. Otherwise, you made him an outsider and a mere secondary-class fourth-rank lieutenant general. How can he compete with you, the left general of Jin Wu and the current king of Hanoi?" Wu Yizong was even angrier. Aunt is so protective of an outsider. In terms of loyalty to Aunt, is there anyone more loyal than our Wu clan's own people? You still don't understand after this point. Wu Sansi hated his stupidity. He originally wanted to say something but he could not be bothered. He swung his sleeve and left the stage. Is there a need to ask? Bai Yisho of the Imperial Servant Temple was Zhong Yiji's man. Bai Yisho provided Yang Fan with first-class horses. Yang Fan had attended Zhong's banquet. Today, he let Zhong wear armor and put on a robe. He put on such a show of defeating the Turks to please the emperor. With all these, how could he not see the close relationship between Yang Fan and Zhong? Aunt may not be so biased towards Yang Fan, but she would be biased towards Zhong. In this matter, it was obvious that Zhong had put in a good word for Yang Fan in front of the emperor. Today, the big inspection had made Aunt very happy, so she took the opportunity to give Yang Fan a title. It was hateful that he had eyes but could not see. Wu Sansi flicked his sleeve and left. He could not be bothered to remind Wu Yizong of Zhong's role in this matter. The pig-riding General Wu Yizong did not even think of this point. Thus, he was still unconvinced. He gritted his teeth and decided that he must find a way to compete with Yang Jiaochar again. The emperor gave a banquet and bestowed rewards. About 1,000 cavalry battalions celebrated for 3 days. On the first day, Yang Fan celebrated with the soldiers in the army. On the second day, he handed over the barracks to Dugu Hui, who had rushed over from Chang'an a month and a half ago. He returned to his home in Luoyang. Ma Qiao, Xu Liang, Li Dayan, and the other generals whose families were in Luoyang also returned home to reunite with their families. They had not returned home for the past 2 months. Xiao Man and Anu were naturally happy that Yang Fan had returned home. On the afternoon of the third day, because Yang Fan was going to lead the troops to the palace on duty tomorrow, he had to return to the barracks. However, once 1,000 cavalrymen took turns to be on duty in the palace, Yang Fan, as the commander of 1,000 cavalrymen, could stay in the city most of the time. Moreover, he also had the title of investigating misconduct and dealing with corruption, so it was even more justifiable. At that time, he would have more opportunities to return home than now, so Xiao Man and Anu had nothing to be reluctant about. On this side, his family went to arrange the horses. Just as Yang Fan was about to send someone to summon Ren Wei and the others, a long-legged beauty suddenly rushed into the reception hall. It was Jiyu Zhuting. Jiyu Zhuting was dressed in a thin and soft Yangju casual dress. Her chest, waist, and thighs were full and graceful. There was an indescribable charm to her. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her 2 firm breasts rose and fell, creating a beautiful wave of breasts. It was as if she had just come back from a run along Ding Ding Street. Her waist-length hair was black and glossy like a piece of satin. There were some sparkling water droplets at the ends. It could be seen that she was combing her hair. For some reason, she ran over. Her cheeks were flushed and she looked extremely excited. Xiaoman and Anu were stunned when they saw this, and Anu hurriedly asked, "Master Jiyu, what happened?" Seeing Jiyu Zhuting behaving so rudely, Yang Fan felt very strange in his heart. But after thinking for a bit, he immediately understood and asked, "Your family has arrived?" "Ah Lang, yes." Jiyu Zhuting excitedly ran in. She was just about to call Ah Lang when Yang Fan already asked her. Jiyu Zhuting shut her mouth and nodded her head vigorously. Yang Fan said cheerfully, "I'll go see them." Xiao Man and Anu already knew that Jiyu Zhuting's family had been handed over to Yang Fan by old Master Kui of Qinghe. Hearing these words, they immediately understood. Seeing that Jiyu Zhuting was about to leave with Yang Fan, Xiao Man quickly said, "Miss Jiyu, please invite the women to the back residence to meet us. I'll arrange a place for them now." Jiyu Zhuting gratefully bowed to her. "Thank you, First Lady." There were many people in the Jiyu family. Yang Fan did not meet them in the study. Instead, he chose to meet them in the middle hall of the second courtyard. Jiyu Zhuting's father was a one-armed old man in his 50s. He was spirited and healthy. He already knew that Yang Fan was going to change his family's citizenship. This kindness was extended to the Jiyu family. Not only the current generation of the Jiyu family would benefit, but their children and grandchildren would also have to bear this great kindness from young Fan. It could be said that young Fan's kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Therefore, when he saw his benefactor, Old Master Gu ignored young Fan's politeness and immediately ordered his family to kowtow to young Fan. There were many people in the Gu family, and not all of them were martial artists. For example, the wives of the Wu family, as well as the children who were not suitable for martial arts, there were at least 14 or 15 people. It was a big family. After they came in and kowtowed, Jiu Zhuting led the women and children to meet Xiaoman and Anu. Only Old Master Jiu and his brother, as well as Old Master Gu's 3 sons and his brother's 4 sons were left in the hall. Young Fan heard Jiu Zhuting talk about her family history. In order to ensure the continuation of the bloodline, her grandfather did not want all his sons to practice martial arts and live a dangerous life. He once crippled his youngest son's leg and lied to his master that he was born with a disability. Out of the 4 brothers, only her one-armed father and this one-legged uncle were left. Looking at Old Master Gu's brother, he was indeed crippled. As young Fan was about to return to the military camp, it was inconvenient for him to stay at home for long. However, he could not treat the Gu family poorly. Therefore, he wanted to have a chat with Old Master Gu and settle them down before returning to the 1,000 cavalry camp. Unexpectedly, when second Uncle Gu saw young Fan, he only said one sentence, and young Fan dispelled the idea of returning to the military camp. Chapter 869. Second Uncle Gu said to young Fan, "Young Master Shun once praised our Lang in front of old great-grandfather Kui as a talented and promising young man. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." When young Fan heard the words young Master Shun, he immediately dispelled the thought of leaving. In this day and age, people with a bit of money did not have the right to be called young master. There were probably no more than 100 young people with the surname Shun who had the right to be called young master. And among these 100 young Master Shun, there was only one person in the world who had the chance to see old great-grandfather Kui and use an equal status to evaluate others, Shun Mu. It had been a long time since young Fan had seen Shun Mu. When he and Master Kui had been fighting for the position of the sect leader of the Xian sect, Shun Mu had been active in the area of Shin Luo and Gurieo. Supposedly, this was a punishment. Young Fan had been busy fighting for power with young Master Kui and did not pay attention to him. In reality, even if there was not a series of events that took up young Fan's attention, he would not pay special attention to news of young Master Shun. Because in his heart, he had never thought of Shun Mu as someone he should be wary of. Hearing second Uncle Gu's words, young Fan's heart moved and he blurted out, "Second Uncle, are you talking about young Master Shun Mu?" Second Uncle Gu said fearfully, "But I really do not deserve our Lang's title." "Our Lang is right, this lowly one is talking about young Master Shun Mu." Young Fan was overjoyed when he heard this. He did not have time to argue with him about the title and hurriedly asked, "Shun Mu has returned from Silla? Where did second uncle see him?" Seeing that he insisted on calling him second uncle Gu did not continue to be humble and said, "This lowly one saw young Master Shun at the Kui residence. Speaking of which, it has been a while, probably." One of them called the other second uncle and the other called himself lowly one. This title was very strange, but the two people involved seemed to be very used to it. Second Uncle Gu rolled his eyes and thought for a moment, saying, "This lowly one can't remember the exact time, but this lowly one remembers that the Khitans rebelled in less than a month." Young Fan was startled. He had thought that Shun Mu had just returned from Shinluo, but according to second Uncle Gu, Shun Mu had returned a month before the Khitans rebelled. That meant that he had already been back for a year. Noticing young Fan's strange expression, second Uncle Gu couldn't help but ask, Lang, what's wrong?" Young Fan composed himself and said, "Oh, young Master Shin and I are old acquaintances. It's been a long time since we last met. If he had returned, she would find a time to meet him. It's just that I don't know if his visit to Kui Taigong is just an occasional trip from Shinluo, or is he returning to the Central Plains?" Second Uncle Gu thought for a moment, then said, "He should be back soon. This lowly one's leg is crippled, so it's hard for me to move around. Thanks to the care of my grandfather, I usually trim the plants and flowers in the backyard." That day, This lowly one was busy among the flowers and plants. Young Master Shen Mu and my grandfather were sitting beside me. My grandfather congratulated him on his return to the Central Plains and warned him not to make the mistake of being young and impetuous again and do something that will shake the capital. So that's how it is. A bitter taste rose in Yang Fan's heart, but a smile appeared on his face. Uncle Jiu, second Uncle Jiu, you should settle down in the residence. Tomorrow, I will arrange for 1,000 riders to be on duty in the palace, so things will be a little busy. After I'm done with my work for a few days, I will go with you to the Yamen to get a contract to release your slave status. The Jiu brothers thanked him profusely, their gratitude evident in their words. Yang Fan smiled and nodded at them. Just as he was about to leave, Jiu Zhuting suddenly took a step forward and bent both her legs, wanting to kneel in front of him. Yang Fan hurriedly reached out to support her, rebuking her, "You're doing it again. I've already said that this is a reward for your meritorious service. You deserve it, so you don't have to be so polite. I won't arrange any tasks for you these few days. You should spend more time with your family. In addition, you can also discuss what you plan to do in the future. Once you've discussed it, just tell me. As long as I can help, I won't refuse." "Yes. Thank you, Ah Lang." Jiu Zhuting choked with sobs. Her eyes were red as she withdrew her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Then, she glanced at Yang Fan with affection. Jiu Zhong, who was standing to the side, happened to see his daughter's eyes, and his heart suddenly moved. His daughter had always been strong-willed, and since she was young, she had made a vow that she would never marry. Even as her father, he couldn't do anything about her stubbornness. But looking at her now, she had never seen her daughter like this before. Jiu Zhong looked at Yang Fan's back as he left in a hurry, and then looked at his daughter, who was still staring at Yang Fan's back. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Is Xiao Ting really just a subordinate of Ah Lang? Ah Lang promoted my family as a good family. Is it really just because Xiao Ting made meritorious service for him?" But when he looked at his daughter again, her eyebrows were knitted, her waist was straight, her neck was slender, and her back was straight. Her shoulders and chest were tucked in, and her legs were tightly closed. There were also 2 faint traces of virginity near her chin. If she had lost her virginity, she definitely wouldn't have such a phenomenon. He couldn't help but be puzzled. When Yang Fan went out of the mansion, he suddenly whipped the horse. The horse immediately galloped out of the long alley and galloped into the main street. It was almost dusk, and the pedestrians had returned to the square. There were few people on the street. The setting sun shone on the tall dub in the distance. Yang Fan galloped his horse and galloped out of the Anshi Gate in the north of Luoyang City. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief, and his hot face also returned to normal. Shen Mu was back. He had actually been back for almost a year. But Shen Mu, who had frequent contact with Yang Fan in the past and shared the same ambition of overthrowing Wu Ju's rule and rebuilding Li Tang's empire, had never met Yang Fan. Shen Mu didn't even send him a message. What was even more strange was that Yang Fan actually didn't know about this matter. He was now the sovereign of the obvious sect, and there were many areas where he would have to interact with Shen Mu, the sovereign of the hidden sect. His personal relationship with Shen Mu had always been good. Whether it was official or personal, there was no reason for Shen Mu not to meet him or not to communicate with him. Yang Fan had always regarded Shen Mu as a friend and even a brother. This made him feel a sense of humiliation and anger from being betrayed. At the same time, he also had a kind of fear that made his hair stand on end. What role did the succession hall play in this matter? No matter how powerful Shen Mu was, since he had returned, it was impossible for the clan heads and elders of the 7 sects and 5 families not to know about this matter. But everyone seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally ignored him. No one told him this news. What kind of situation was this? Ah Lang. Ren Wei rode his horse and caught up. When he saw Yang Fan's gloomy expression, he didn't know why Yang Fan was suddenly unhappy and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the sky that was as red as blood. He said to Ren Wei, "Ride slowly. I want some peace and quiet." "Yes." Ren Wei responded and raised his hand. A few guards immediately pulled on the reins and slowed down their speed, pulling a distance away from Yang Fan. Anyway, it was a flat plain in front of them, and the weeds didn't even reach their knees. If there was any ambush, they would be able to see it from afar. There was no need to follow closely. They were originally sent to protect Yang Fan. Now that they had a military position, and Yang Fan's private teaching and public display of power, these people were now completely loyal to him. Of course, if Yang Fan and the 7 sects and 5 families were in conflict, it was hard to say which side these guards from the 7 big families would stand on. After all, not only were they from the 7 big families, but their parents, brothers, and children were also in the 7 big families. It was equivalent to having people holding them hostage. But unless Yang Fan became the emperor himself, there was no way he could oppose the 7 big families. Yang Fan had already left the city, so there was no need to worry about the problem of the city gates being locked. As for the time when he returned to the military camp, it didn't matter if it was later or earlier. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the army. General Ma Shuliang, who was in charge of military discipline, could treat his old comrade Huang Xuchang equally, but he had to turn a blind eye to him. Yang Fan was leisurely riding on the reins. It looked as if he suddenly had the mood to enjoy the scenery of the suburbs, but his mind was no longer moved by external things. He was completely immersed in his own thoughts. Gradually, the resentment in Yang Fan's heart dissipated. Yes, perhaps it was because he had lost his footing at a young age, or perhaps it was because he didn't have any brothers or sisters, so it was easy for him to automatically replace Shun Mu's help and appreciation with a kind of friendship and brotherly affection. But what was the original purpose of Shun Mu's appreciation and cooperation with him? Shun Mu was close to him and valued him because of the connections and ability that he had shown, which made Shun Mu feel that he had value. No matter what means Shun Mu used, even if he was close to him wholeheartedly, it was still inseparable from this purpose. Perhaps Shun Mu had planned to cultivate him into a capable subordinate at that time. But what happened in the end? When Shun Mu was banished to Shinluo, Yang Fan and young Master Jiang had a direct conflict. Moreover, because he was in charge of the allocation of officials that the 7 great families urgently needed, and young Master Jiang began to be hated and abandoned by the 7 great families after a series of mistakes, this was the result of a freak combination of factors. From that moment on, he began to become Shun Mu's opponent. Yang Fan now knew how humble Shun Mu's original identity was, and how he rose step by step until he was a subordinate of young Master Jiang, and gradually possessed the ability to compete with him as an equal. Yang Fan remembered Zhao Yu and little Fei Jiang Zhongyi. Under Shun Mu, there was also a group of relatives and subordinates. They wept together and went through thick and thin. Their relationship was deeper than his and Shun Mu's. Now that he had replaced young Master Jiang and stood on the opposite side of Shun Mu, if he was Shun Mu, what would he do? Hand over his power? Those brothers who risked their lives and went through fire and water for him, who didn't want to stand out, who didn't want to earn a family business. Their interests, Shun Mu's own interests, were sacrificed because of Yang Fan. He and Shun Mu did not have such a deep friendship, even if he was Shun Mu's biological brother. If the relationship between them was reversed, could Yang Fan sacrifice Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao's future for the friendship between him and Shun Mu, hand over more than 20 shops that Xiao Man had painstakingly managed, hand over all his connections to Shun Mu, and willingly follow Shun Mu's orders from then on? After thinking this through, Yang Fan immediately calmed down. Once the emotions of grief and resentment were eliminated, his mind became clear. Shun Mu did not do anything wrong from Shun Mu's point of view. Similarly, from his point of view, he should do something about it. Chapter 870. Early the next morning, facing the rising sun, a mighty and majestic army marched into Luoyang city. As soon as the troops entered the city, their strong military posture, solemn and unique military attire, and orderly troops that were like a forest that could topple a mountain attracted the attention of the people of Luoyang. Soon, they heard that these were the 100 horsemen of the past and the 1,000 horsemen of today. It was said that these were the imperial guards that the emperor used the most. Yang Fan first led the army to the Featherwood Guard to collect the Kanhei and Tortoise talismans, and then led the soldiers into the city to receive the Black Tortoise Gate. In the past, the Black Tortoise Gate had always been guarded by the 100 horsemen. When the 100 horsemen were transferred to form the 1,000 horsemen, the Black Tortoise Gate was temporarily handed over to the Featherwood Guard to guard. Now that the army was established, it was only natural that they would take over again. The former soldiers of the 100 Horsemen had all been promoted. The original 100 Horsemen had now become cooks, and each of them was in charge of 10 people. Now, they led their own teams and led them on a quiet patrol around the palace, familiarizing them with the roads, the palace rooms, and the restricted areas. They explained to them the route and the rules of the night patrol, as well as the locking of the palace doors. In fact, guarding the Black Tortoise Gate did not require 1,000 soldiers, unless it was a special time, such as when there was a great turmoil in the capital. Young Fan had brought them all here today to let all the soldiers familiarize themselves with the situation in the palace and understand the residences of the emperor and the important people in the palace. This way, if there were any changes, they would be able to protect the target in time. As the commander of the 1,000 riders, Young Fan was responsible for the military affairs of the 1,000 riders. Normally, he did not need to guard the Black Tortoise Gate. Of course, if he wanted to, he could enter the palace at any time before the gate was locked. This was what Wanna liked the most. Otherwise, the palace gate was as deep as the heavens, and it would be as difficult as the cowherd and the weaver girl meeting on the bridge of the magpies. Although Young Fan did not need to be on duty at the Black Tortoise Gate every day, as the most important gate in the palace, a Lang general was required to stay here every day to keep watch. There were 5 Lang generals in the 1,000 cavalry guards, and they took turns to be on duty. When it was almost dusk, General Xu Liang brought 900 soldiers out of the city. Outside of the northern part of the city was the Imperial Guard's encampment, and the distance from the Imperial City varied. Among them, the closest was the Featherwood Guard, and within the Featherwood Guard, the 1,000 Horsemen camp was the closest. Inside the 1,000 Horsemen camp, there was a seal that was usually sealed. At least one of the middle minister generals and the chief of censorates must be present, in addition to at least 3 minister generals must be present at the same time to open it. Only when all the above people signed their names can it take effect. Even Grand General Wu Yuyi of the Featherwood Guard did not have this sort of troop deployment checklist. This was for when an emergency occurred in the palace and the emperor was unable to issue the Tiger Seal to mobilize troops, the 1,000 Horsemen camp would automatically decide whether or not to dispatch troops. As long as a majority of the high-ranking officers agreed, this checklist could mobilize the troops and horses of the headquarters and make an exception to enter the city at night. In the emperor's view, it was impossible for 1,000 people to rebel. Once there was a change in the palace, 1,000 people, relying on the strength of the palace, would be enough to protect her safety until she understood the situation and sent an army to rescue the emperor. That was why the 1,000 cavalry camp had such an advantage. Xu Liang brought his men back to the barracks, but Young Fan remained in the city. In reality, he was now a soldier. Although his family was in the city, it was not legal for him to casually return to the manor or stay overnight at home. However, Wu Zetian had also given him the title of disciplinary commissioner for rectifying misconduct. How could he rectify misconduct if he stayed in the barracks all day? It should be known that the night patrols of the Jin Wu guards were also within the scope of his supervision. With this reason, he could openly stay in the city without fear of being impeached by the imperial censors. However, his main task was still with the 1,000 horsemen. Even if no one impeached him, it was still inconvenient for him to stay overnight in the city, unless he was willing to lose the power of the 1,000 horsemen. When Young Fan returned to the Young Manor, he went straight to the study. The study was assigned a little page boy who was usually only responsible for serving tea and sweeping the room. He was Steward Nyo's little grandson. When he saw Ah Lang immediately rush to the study after returning to the manor, the little boy knew that his master was either going to have a guest or had important business to attend to. So he immediately lit an incense burner and gently placed it on the low table before making a cup of tea for him. A faint fragrance spread out and had a calming effect. Young Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. As the slightly astringent and fragrant tea entered his mouth, he suddenly remembered that this way of drinking tea was taught to him by Shen Mu. The tea that the high nobles and Diana masters drank nowadays was a bit too strong. He was not used to it. Young Fan thoughtfully took another sip of tea. The cigarette smoke floated in front of him and gently transformed into different shapes in the air. Sometimes it was like a cloud, sometimes it was like a word, and sometimes it was like a face. Yang Fan looked at that face and vaguely saw the young Master Jiang that he had not seen in a long time smiling at him. I lost. Defeat after defeat, defeat after defeat, until I was utterly defeated, and even my foundation was lost. Otherwise, those old ghosts of the 5 families and 7 sects would not have abandoned me. How would you have had the chance to fight for my position? The face was twisted like the face of a devil laughing savagely. Now it is up to you. You have replaced me, so you have to shoulder the responsibility that I should have. But he has been back for a year and you have not heard anything. It seems that those old bastards are more inclined to train him between you and him. I really want to see your end, ha 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 ha. Yang Fan gently exhaled. The devil's face in front of him was blown away. Yang Fan started to think quietly. Why did Shen Mu deliberately hide his tracks when he returned to the Central Plains? Yang Fan put himself in Shen Mu's shoes and analyzed in reverse. This way, it was easier for him to grasp the other's mentality. Only by understanding the other's mentality could he decide what countermeasures to take next. I replaced the position of young Master Jiang and had to protect the interests of the people of the Xian sect. Shen Mu was not willing to be under the Xian sect and rose up step by step until he was on equal footing with young Master Jiang. In the end, there was a fierce battle in Chang'an. Young Master Jiang was forced to give up most of his foundation in Chang'an and ran to Luoyang in hopes of making a comeback. Shen Mu was also punished and was exiled to Xinluo. But at this time, I replaced young Master Jiang and became the master of the Xian sect. While Shen Mu and I have similar intentions in court, in terms of the specific interests of the two groups, we became the greatest competitors. He had to be on guard against me. He was able to defeat young Master Jiang mostly because of his intelligence and using young Master Jiang's arrogance. In summary, the hidden sect was born from the Xian sect, but its foundation is not as deep as the Xian sect. So he is on guard against me because he does not know what position I will have against him after I take control of the Xian sect. As long as he is not stupid, he will not jump out to see me first and ask me for an explanation. He should first observe me in the dark and understand my temperament, ambitions, and goals. At the same time, he will consolidate the hidden sect's foundation in Chang and to prepare for any eventualities. When he is fully prepared and knows my temperament like the back of his hand, he will then be as confident as when he dealt with young Master Jiang. When Yang Fan thought of this, his brows slightly knitted together. However, this is only the best plan. Everything must be prepared for the worst. What if Shen Mu's goal isn't just this? What if after young Master Jiang failed, his ambitions grew and he wants to catch up from behind and use the hidden sect to swallow up the Xian sect? Yang Fan stood up and slowly paced in the study room. If he has such a plan, then it is reasonable for him to conceal his whereabouts and consolidate his foundation, increase his strength, and even attempt to attack me when I am not vigilant. I have to prepare for the worst. After Yang Fan analyzed Shen Mu's goal, he immediately analyzed the mentality of the 7 sects and 5 families. It was impossible for them not to know that Shen Mu had returned. However, everyone had coincidentally concealed this information from him. What was their attitude? It should be known that no matter if it was Shen Mu or him, no matter how they jumped around, it was impossible for them to escape from the 7 sects and 5 families. Therefore, their attitude was extremely important. If they wanted to protect Shen Mu and abandon him, Yang Fan, then he wouldn't have to put in any effort to fight for it. He could just withdraw from the Xian sect and obediently be a wealthy man in Luoyang who also had a bright future as a general of the imperial army. However, if the 7 sects and 5 families had such a plan, with his current shallow foundation in the succession hall, it would only take a word from those clan heads. Why would Shen Mu act as if he was facing a great enemy? After thinking for a long time, Yang Fan gradually grasped the pulse of the clan heads of the 7 sects and 5 families. They cannot bear to see me, who is gradually growing in power in the court, but they also do not wish for one clan to be dominant. Shen Mu and young Master Jiang had used food as a weapon to start a business war in Chang'an. Young Master Jiang had lost, but it was impossible for Shen Mu to come out unscathed. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would be greatly injured. There were at least 3 reasons why the 7 sects and 5 families had chased him to Shinluo as a punishment. First, their fighting had already harmed the interests of the 7 sects and 5 families, and they had to be punished. Otherwise, if they were allowed to fight openly and secretly, it would go against the original intentions of the 7 sects and 5 families in establishing the succession hall. Second, they did not want Shenmu to kill young Master Jiang. Regardless of whether the Xian sect or the hidden sect had the upper hand, they were all on their side, and it did not matter. However, this kind of balance was what the prestigious families hoped for. They did not want any of the factions to be too powerful to handle. Third, to open up the Shinluo market, it was probably to allow Shenmu to compensate for the losses suffered by the various prestigious families in this fight. Yang Fan pondered for a long time and felt that this was the most likely intention of those clan heads. Then, there could only be one motive for them to allow Shenmu to quietly return to the Central Plains to carry out his activities and to conceal this information from him. They wanted to give Shenmu a chance to recover. He now had an official identity, and it looked like his future was getting brighter and brighter. He also had a close relationship with a few influential factions in the imperial court. In the eyes of the clan heads, the hardest person to restrain in the future was not Shenmu but him. Therefore, they needed the powerful hidden sect to restrain them. Back then, when the hidden sect grew stronger step by step under their noses, they probably added fuel to the fire in the dark and provided assistance, right? However, back then, their motive was to restrain the arrogant, stubborn, and powerful young Master Jiang. Now, it was Yang Fan's turn. When he thought of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In their eyes, a boy with the surname Yang, who has no roots and no background, is already as influential as young Master Jiang who has the Fanyang Lu clan's backing. That was what the clan heads thought, but did Shenmu think the same? If he wanted to control the obvious sect, once he succeeded, he would be able to smoothly control the entire succession hall with his foundation of complete control over the hidden sect. By then, even if the 7 sects and 5 families opposed this situation, they wouldn't be able to easily fall out with him. Furthermore, among the 7 sects and 5 families, at least the Longxi Li clan was Shenmu's backer. The 7 sects and 5 families were playing with fire. Yang Fan let out a long sigh and thought to himself, all right then, if you want to fight, then let's have a fight first. Whether it's a fight or a draw, we have to have a fight first. In terms of age, I can only be your younger brother, but in terms of anything else, I will not allow you to ride on my head. Chapter 871. Anyo. Yang Fan made up his mind and called out to the outside of the screen. The servant, Anyo, was sitting on a stool outside the screen, looking after the fire. When he heard Yang Fan's call, he quickly ran in and stared at Yang Fan with wide eyes. This servant came from the countryside and was illiterate. He was not qualified to be a servant, but he was honest and obedient. Yang Fan did not usually study, so he did not care about this. Yang Fan said, "Go and ask Miss Jiu to come here." "Oh." The little servant answered and hurriedly ran out. Yang Fan was determined to fight back. Firstly, he was worried that Shenmu would take advantage of him. Shenmu had quietly returned for more than a year. He must be on guard against him with ulterior motives. Moreover, he did not like the feeling of being schemed against. He especially did not like being manipulated by others. Personality was something that determined a person's actions to a large extent. It was even more important than reason. When Princess Taiping wanted to make him her little lover, Yang Fan was disgusted and opposed it because of his personality. It was the same now. Anyo hurriedly ran out of the study, but before he could step out of the courtyard, he bumped into someone's embrace. He looked up and saw a white-haired, burly old man with only one arm. The old man used his remaining arm to support him and said with a smile, "You brat, why are you so rash?" The boy did not recognize the old man, but someone came out from behind the old man and asked with a smile, "Anyo, where are you going?" When Anyo saw the person, he was delighted. He called out according to the countryside custom, "Eldest aunt, Ah Lang asked me to look for you." The person was Jiu Zhuting. Jiu Zhuting said, "My father and second uncle are going to see Ah Lang. Please go and inform them." "Oh." Anyo turned around and ran back. When Yang Fan heard that the Jiyu brothers had come, he pondered for a while and replied, I know. Go and ask Miss Jiyu to come in first. As for the two elders, ask them to go back first. Tell them that I will visit them later. Oh. Anyo turned around again and ran outside. By this time, Jiyu Zhuting, father and daughter, 3 people had already arrived at the veranda. Anyo stood still in the veranda and loudly said, Jiyu da Jiyu, Lang said that he only wants to see you. Tell the 2 uncles to go back first and wait. After Lang has seen you, he will go and pay his respects to them. Jiyu Zhong was very surprised. He looked at his brother and then said to his daughter, since Lang has given the order, you go first. Your uncle and I will go back and wait. Jiyu Zhuting nodded and stepped into the room. Yang Fan guessed that Jiyu Zhong and his brother were here to talk about getting rid of their slave registration and their future living arrangements. He now wanted to strengthen his control over the succession hall and start a tacit contest with Shen Mu. This was the time when he needed people. The Jiyu family was very familiar with the situation of the aristocratic families and would be of great help to him. Therefore, he did not want to let the Jiyu family freely choose. If he met them first and listened to their intentions, such as Jiyu Zhong wanting to sell date cakes and second uncle Jiyu wanting to carry a pole to sell vegetables, Yang Fan would not be able to stop them. Then, he would lose a group of extremely capable helpers. It would be better to talk to Miss Jiyu first and test her opinion. If the Jiyu family did not want to continue living on the edge of a knife, he could also make a request. At least, he would need them to help him get through this obstacle first. Oh, Miss Jiyu is here. Sit down and talk. Seeing Jiyu Zhuting come in, Yang Fan stood up with a smile. Although he had the intention to use the Jiyu family, he had previously agreed to let the Jiyu family choose their own way of living in the future. Now that he wanted them to help him, it felt a bit like he was holding a debt of gratitude. Feeling flattered, Jiyu Zhuting thanked Lang and gently sat down on a seat nearby. She bit her lower lip and looked at her toes that were peeking out of the hem of her skirt as she said, Lang, I have discussed with my father and uncle about the future arrangements. I came here today to report to Lang. May I know why Lang has summoned me alone? Yang Fan's heart tightened and he said, I have something to discuss with you. However, this matter isn't urgent. Tell me, what did your father and uncle decide? Jiyu Zhuting said, this servant's father and uncle have discussed it carefully. I don't know if Lang still needs people. Our family is willing to work for Lang. Yang Fan was delighted. He suppressed his joy and calmly asked, work for me? What do you mean? He, my family has more than 20 shops in Nan City. It's still possible to arrange a few people. Jiyu Zhuting shook her head and glanced at Yang Fan. She said, Lang's kindness to my Jiyu family is as heavy as a mountain. My father and uncle have always wanted to repay it, but we can only use our flying eaves and vaulting over walls for Lang's use. There's really nothing we can do to repay him. Therefore, in the Hall of Succession, although Lang had a lot of men at his disposal, they were, after all, involved with the 7 big families, so he could not command them as if they were his own arms. Otherwise, when the Prince of Luling returned to the capital that day, Lang would not have to personally take the risk, but he would not dare to use one of them. The Jiyu family is willing to work for Lang to repay his kindness. At the same time, I don't dare to hide it from Lang. Although we don't practice martial arts, we were originally working as servants in the Kui family's manor. If we really ask them to leave and live alone in Luoyang, it won't be easy to find a job. Jiyu Zhuting smiled bitterly. She said, Uncle is a gardener and disabled. No one is willing to take him in. As for my father, he only knows how to kill people and has never learned anything else. He's so old, but he doesn't know how to farm, work, or run a business. Yesterday, I thought about it for a whole day and couldn't think of anything else he could do other than this. But Yang Fan didn't expect the Jiyu family's plan to coincide with his. He was overjoyed. When he heard Jiyu Zhuting say hesitantly, but, he hurriedly asked, but what? Jiyu Zhuting said, however, this agreement can only be limited to my father and daughter's generation. The next generation is still children. It's not too late to let them learn 100 things now and have a proper life in the future. My Jiyu family is willing to be used by our Lang, but I hope that the Jiyu family's descendants can do something else. This life of licking blood on the edge of a knife is really... At this point, Jiyu Zhuting was on the verge of tears. Young Fan nodded solemnly and said, "All right. To be honest, I've only been running the succession hall for a short period of time. There are some matters that I don't want my trusted subordinates to handle. Right now, I have an important matter that I need your family's help. Today, I asked you to meet me alone because of this. I didn't expect you to have the same plan. Since it's like this, let's go see your father." Jiyu Zhuting hurriedly stood up and said, "How could I dare to trouble our Lang? Your servant will go and call my father." Young Fan shook his head and said, "You can't. Remember, you're no longer anyone's slaves. Since I want to marry your father, I should go and pay my respect." Jiyu Zhuting was indescribably grateful. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Her knees went soft and she wanted to kowtow again. Young Fan hurriedly held her up and said, "I've already said it. Why do you want to kowtow again?" Jiyu Zhuting said, "Your great kindness, I really don't know how to repay it." Young Fan was helpless and could only shake his head and sigh. Once slavery was deeply rooted in one's bones, it was not something that could be changed just by changing one's identity. Elder Jiyu and his brother walked back. The two of them walked in silence for a while. Suddenly, Jiyu said without any rhyme or reason, "Big brother, I think what you said makes sense." Elder Jiyu was thinking about something and asked casually, "What did I say is right?" Jiyu said, "It's that Xiaoting might have something going on with our Lang." "Oh." Elder Jiyu touched his nose and did not say anything. Jiyu said, "From the looks of it, our Xiaoting isn't just a burning stick. Our Lang is also a little interested in her." Elder Jiyu guessed, "That can't be right. With Xiaoting's background, how could she have such good fortune?" Jiyu said, "That's why our Lang wants to help our family get rid of slavery. Think about it, it's not difficult for a master to help a slave get rid of slavery. However, it's a great favor to get a few slaves from someone else to help them get rid of slavery. That person is from the Qinghe Kui family. This favor is even greater. If it wasn't for something, would our Lang owe the Kui family a favor? Is it so easy to owe the Kui family a favor?" Elder Jiyu was doubtful. He felt excited but was also afraid that it was all for naught. He said nervously, "In the end, isn't it just your wishful thinking? Maybe it's because Xiaoting has done him a great service and our Lang is a person who rewards meritorious deeds. That's why he gave us such a great favor." Jiyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "Brother, don't look down on yourself too much. Our family doesn't have a great background, but if we get rid of slavery, we'll be good people in the future. Our family doesn't have much status, but with Xiaoting's looks, she can be our Lang's concubine, make his bed, and serve his food. It's not considered climbing up the social ladder, right?" Old man Jiyu said, "Little Ting is quite handsome, but it's a pity that she's a little old. With our Lang's current status and wealth, isn't it a piece of cake for him to get a few 13 or 14-year-old girls as his concubines? Especially since our Lang is so young and handsome." Jiyu said impatiently, "Then tell me, why did our Lang ask us to go back first and visit you later? Right now we are still our Lang's slaves, is there a need to do this? With such thorough etiquette, there must be something to it. I think although the concubine's father can't be considered a proper father-in-law, our Lang is a well-mannered man, so he didn't want to neglect us." Elder Jiyu began to agree with his idea. He stroked his beard and was secretly delighted. Jiyu fully unleashed his imagination and continued to analyze. "You said that as soon as our Lang returned, he didn't even go to the back courtyard but went to the study to see Xiaoting. What does he mean by visiting you right after? I guess our Lang wants to tell you that he wants to take Xiaoting as his concubine." Hearing this, Elder Jiyu panicked and said, "Then, if he tells me, what should I do?" Jiyu said, "You can be a good father-in-law." Elder Jiyu hastily said, "You can be a good father-in-law, of course you can be a good man. This is a good thing that is hard to find. If our family can really climb up the social ladder. I mean, if son-in-law comes to visit me, what should I do?" Jiyu said, "You go back first and change into new clothes. When son-in-law comes, we'll act according to the circumstances. Don't agree so easily, you must be a bit reserved so that you won't disgrace our shouting. You must speak tactfully, don't annoy our Lang and ruin our Mrs. affair. Elder Jiyu panicked and said, Speak. I don't know how to speak, Xiongdi. All my life I only know how to kill people, I don't know how to speak. How about you speak on my behalf? What are you talking about? You are Shouting's father. You are not dead, yet you are still standing here. Who do I think I am? Let's go back first and think carefully about how to answer our Lang. The two brothers, one with only one arm and the other with a lame leg, could be said to be crippled by heaven and the earth. They excitedly returned to the guest room arranged for them, waiting for the new son-in-law to visit them. Chapter 872. Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting finished their discussion and hurried to the Jiyu family's guest house. This guest house had its own courtyard and could accommodate 4 or 5 guests and their attendants. As soon as the Jiyu family arrived, it became their home and the entire courtyard was occupied by the Jiyu family. As soon as Yang Fan entered the courtyard, several children who were playing in the courtyard called out, "Our Lang is here." Then they ran to the room to report the news. A middle-aged woman who was drying clothes in the courtyard saw Yang Fan come in and quickly wiped her hands on her apron and bowed to him. Yang Fan had some impression of this woman. She seemed to be one of Jiyu Zhuting's sisters-in-law, so he politely nodded to her. Inside the main room, old man Jiyu, who had already changed into a new set of clothes, was very uneasy. When he heard that Yang Fan had arrived, he subconsciously wanted to go out to welcome him. But second uncle Jiyu hurriedly reminded him, "You're about to become our Lang's elder. You can't go out to welcome him. You should wait at the door." Old man Jiyu quickly stopped and waited by the door. Yang Fan stepped into the living room and saw old man Jiyu standing there. He quickly cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting." In ancient times, the word father-in-law had many meanings. It could be used to address one's father-in-law, one's elder, one's relative or elder. It could also be used to address one's parents or one's wife's husband, although it was not common. Old man Jiyu was prejudiced and naturally thought that it was the first meaning. If old man Jiyu was marrying off his daughter and the marriage contract had not been signed, it would be inappropriate for him to address him this way. But there were not so many rules for concubines and there was no need for 3 matchmakers and 6 certificates. Old man Jiyu had married a wife and a daughter-in-law before, but at that time both parties were servants of the Kui family, so he did not know how to greet Yang Fan. After a moment of hesitation, he also cupped his hands and said, "If a Lang has anything to say, just summon this old man, how could I dare to trouble you?" Yang Fan said to old man Jiyu and second uncle Jiyu, "Elders, you're too polite. Since you're here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Treat this as your own home and be more casual. Come, let's sit down and talk." In Yang Fan's mind, the Jiyu family was about to be freed from slavery, and his second madam Rnu had always addressed Jiyu Zhuting as Master Jiyu, so there was no need to treat her as an outsider. Furthermore, he wanted to recruit the entire Jiyu family for his own use. It was only right for him to be courteous and humble. However, in the heart of Elder Jiyu, his initial judgment was confirmed. Yang Fan was the first to walk over and take a seat at the head of the table. He spoke to Elder Jiyu without beating around the bush. "Just now, Miss Jiyu has already explained to me the intentions of the 2 elders. Right now, this Yang has an important matter to attend to, or perhaps I really do need the help of the Jiyu clan, so I will not be unreasonable. Let's settle this matter like this." Oh, all right, I'll listen to our Lang's arrangements." Elder Jiyu licked his lips and subconsciously glanced at his resourceful brother. Yang Fan saw that he wanted to say something but hesitated, so he smiled knowingly and said, "Tomorrow morning, father-in-law and I will go to the Yamen to settle the matter of freeing yourself from slavery. In addition, I plan to buy a house in this alley for father-in-law's family to live in. Father-in-law can first settle your family down, and for those who do not know martial arts, my wife can arrange for them to do whatever they can to earn a living." When Elder Jiyu heard that he was going to buy a house for himself, he thought, "This son-in-law of mine is indeed wealthy, and he seems to love his daughter very much. I remember that when 4th Master Kui took a concubine last month, He only gave the woman's family 20 strings of silver. A house is not cheap, especially in a place like Luoyang. Whether it was taking a wife or a concubine, betrothal gifts were required. It was just that taking a wife was called betrothal gifts, and taking a concubine was called buying a concubine's wealth. Regardless of the value or the meaning, there was a big difference. With the word buy, the concubine became a part of the family's property. If the master doted on the master and wanted to take the concubine as his wife, that was a crime and would be sentenced. If the concubine disobeyed her superior and was beaten to death by the master's wife, it was not a crime even if she reported it to the magistrate. If the master passed away, and the master's wife was fierce, she would sell the concubine to someone else. That was a matter of course, and the other party was only disposing of their own property. Therefore, the concubines in the palace could still fight for it. After all, if you overthrew the empress, you would be the empress, the mother of the world, and no one above could restrain you. But as a concubine of a big family, unless the master was especially strong and the wife was especially weak, the concubine would stir up trouble, fight for favor and power. It was simply the imagination of the later generations. The reason why old man Jiyu was willing to let his daughter follow young Fan was firstly because he was extremely grateful to young Fan. Secondly, with young Fan's identity and status, coupled with his rare youth and good looks, his daughter would not be able to find a better shop if she missed this opportunity. Thirdly, this daughter had sworn not to marry since she was young and had long missed the age for a normal marriage. Now that she wanted to find a family of equal status, the only chance she had was to become the second wife of the family. For a small family like theirs, if there was a man of suitable age who was not married, then the other party's conditions could be imagined. As for the master's right to punish the concubine, although it was rare for a concubine to disobey her superior, it was also very rare for the master's wife to treat the concubine harshly. Even if extreme actions were in accordance with the law, they still had to consider the public opinion. The bigger the family, the more they would care about this, so there was no need to worry. Old man Jiyu thought, "Our Lang is willing to pay such a large sum of money, it shows how much he values Xiao Ting. Presumably, he will not neglect her in the future." Young Fan saw that he seemed to be deep in thought and could not help but feel puzzled. He thought, logically speaking, my conditions are already very generous, is old man Jiyu not satisfied? It can't be, I haven't even revealed my intention to recruit him and he is already willing to work for me, how could he? Ah, that's right, old man Jiyu must be worried about his descendants. Thinking to this point, Young Fan continued, if there are any juniors in old man Gu's family who are willing to learn this trade, don't hesitate to tell my wife, she will arrange for them to be apprentices first. As long as old man Gu's family works for me, my monthly allowance will be very generous. Even if I take out some extra money, it will be enough to hire a teacher for my children. I wonder if old man Jiyu is satisfied? Second uncle Jiyu, who was sitting next to him, hastily said, our Lang's kindness to our family is as heavy as a mountain, we should die for our Lang. Now that our Lang has arranged for our family so well, we are very satisfied, very satisfied. But, Xiao Ting. Young Fan said, from now on, with old man Gu's family supporting Yang, I do not need Miss Jiyu to be at my beck and call. After all, she is a woman, it is better not to show her face in public. However, I hope that after I buy a house for you, Miss Jiyu will still live in my mansion, there is no need for you to move there. When Young Fan was in the study, he had consulted with Miss Jiyu. The Young family currently had guards sent by the succession hall, but after all, they were not very considerate. There was no need to doubt Jiyu Zhuting's loyalty. Although his two wives knew martial arts, now that they had a child, it would be better to have someone close to them to take care of them, so he wanted to ask Miss Jiyu to stay in the Young mansion for a few more days. But in the ears of the two Jiyu elders who had long strayed off the wrong path, the meaning was different. Normally, only a married wife would be allowed to live in her parents' home before the official marriage, and they would not see each other. Only after the official marriage would they bring her over. As for taking in a concubine, she could be brought into the mansion from the side door. She could not even go through the main door, so there was naturally no need to be so serious. In the two elders' minds, Young Fan was now a respected figure in the officialdom, so he naturally could not break the rules, lest he be impeached. They remembered that when they were in the Kui mansion, They had heard that there was a high-ranking official in the imperial court who bought a piece of biscuit and ate it by the roadside before the court session. Because of this, he was impeached by the imperial censor for losing face in the imperial court, thus ruining his future. Although Old Man Jiyu was a little disappointed, the world was like this, so he could only say, "That's right, that's right. Everything should be done according to our Lang's idea. I am not an unreasonable person." Yang Fan nodded and said cheerfully, "Then let's do it this way. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Yamen with Old Man Jiyu. I will take my leave first." Old Man Jiyu, second Uncle Jiyu, and Jiyu Zhuting sent Yang Fan out of the courtyard. Just as they returned to the hall, the curtain at the door was lifted and Mrs. Jiyu, who had been standing there listening to the news, walked out from the inner room. She hugged her daughter and said with tears of joy, "My dear, who asked you to be born into my family? You have always been a worry for me. This is great, this is great. General Yang is a high-ranking military officer, and he is young and handsome. I will have someone to rely on for life. Even if I die soon, I can rest in peace." Old Man Jiyu could not hide the joy in his heart, but he deliberately put on a stern face and glared at his wife, reprimanding, "Such a happy occasion, why are you crying?" Jiyu Zhuting looked at her father and mother and said with a blank face, "Father, mother, what are you talking about?" After Yang Fan settled the matter with the Jiyu family, he returned to the study and asked the servant Nyo to summon Ren Wei. After a while, Ren Wei came to the study. Yang Fan asked Nyo to guard the door outside the study and ordered Ren Wei, "Pass my order immediately. Order the succession hall to move into Luoyang." Ren Wei was shocked and thought he had heard wrong. He could not help but cry out, "What?" Frankly speaking, only some of the higher-ups and some core disciples of the aristocratic families knew that Yang Fan had taken over the succession hall. It could be said that it was extremely quiet. Ever since Yang Fan became the clan master, he had only read the various reports sent by the succession hall. He had never expressed his own opinion. Most of the time, he only approved the reports according to the suggestions of the stewards. Yang Fan's way of doing things was very different from the original young master Jiang's arbitrary way of doing things. The people in the succession hall almost treated this clan master as a symbolic leader and almost ignored his actual existence. However, it was this clan master who suddenly made the decision to move the capital without discussing with anyone or even communicating with the 7 aristocratic families. How could Ren Wei not be shocked? Yang Fan played with the jade lion paperweight in his hand and said calmly, "I said, move the succession hall from Chang'an to Luoyang. Do it immediately." After saying that, Yang Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at Ren Wei. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he gave off a feeling of majesty without being angry. Ren Wei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his hands and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Ren Wei turned around and left in a hurry. He could not help but say in his heart, 3 years of silence, one brilliant feat. Chapter 873. The order to move the capital shook the entire succession hall. Like 7 thick cobwebs, the 5 families and 7 clans that were tightly connected to the succession hall were also alarmed by this order. Lanju, Longxi. South of Lanju City, an enormous and dignified mansion, richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, jade tiles and green eaves. From outside the high walls, one could only see layers upon layers of roof ridges in the shade of greenery, like undulating waves, countless. And on the lintel of this high wall and deep courtyard, there were 2 big words, Li Mansion. This was the center of the Li family in Longxi. In front of the shiny red lacquer gate, there were 2 huge stone pillars with densely packed characters. It was inscribed with the names of the outstanding figures that had emerged from the Li clan's dynasties and generations, as well as their accomplishments. Of these 2 stone pillars, the one on the left and the one on the right. The red lacquer gate in the middle was the door. This was where the name of the so-called aristocratic family came from. Here, the status of the Li family was no different from that of a noble. The mansion was rarely visited by people. Neither the military nor the people dared to wander around, just like the palace in Luoyang. But at this moment, there was a horse galloping over. It arrived at the corner door of the mansion and didn't stop for even a moment. In front of this huge mansion, the circumference of a small city, Even the corner gate was twice the size of an ordinary house. A moment later, the news of Yang Fan's order to move the succession hall from Chang'an to Luoyang was sent to old grandfather Li's desk. Ever since Yang Fan took over the succession hall, he has never forgotten the old rules. He has delegated the affairs of the succession hall to a few stewards in the hall. He seems to have the intention of ruling from the bottom of his heart. But now he suddenly decided to act arbitrarily, as if he was possessed by Lu Binmi. There must be a reason for this. Old grandfather Li stroked his beard and said thoughtfully. Li Mingquan, the eldest grandson of the legal wife who was reading beside him, said, "What do you think?" Yang Fan, who has always been indifferent to the affairs of the succession hall and has always listened to the advice of the stewards in the hall, suddenly made such a decision without revealing anything beforehand. What is his intention? Great-grandfather Li shook his head and murmured, "It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. There must be a reason behind this. He must have a purpose, but what is it?" Li Mingquan smiled and said, "I have thought of a possibility." "Oh." Great-grandfather Li looked at his grandson happily and encouraged him, "Tell me about it." Li Mingquan said, "I think that Yang Fan did this for Shen Mu." Great-grandfather Li was startled at first, and then his expression changed slightly. "You mean, he already knows that Shen Mu is back?" Li Mingquan said, "Obviously. Otherwise, Yang Fan, who has always been indifferent to the affairs of the succession hall and has always been disdainful of power, would have no reason to do so." Li Taigong slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth in the room. Li Mingquan continued, "Shen Mu was personally cultivated by you, great-grandfather. He has the closest relationship with our Li family, and we have always been on the same side. Now that Yang Fan wants to move the succession hall to Luoyang, it doesn't make sense based on his usual performance or Shen Mu's reasons. The only reasonable explanation is that he wants to guard against Shen Mu." Great-grandfather Li narrowed his eyes and listened to his grandfather's careful analysis. Li Mingquan saw that his grandfather was listening attentively and was greatly encouraged. He said, "If he wants to move the succession hall to Luoyang, it will have an adverse effect on Shen Mu. By doing this, Yang Fan can turn passivity into initiative, because he knows that Shen Mu has sneaked back to Chang'an and has been there for as long as a year. Therefore, Shen Mu must have already made arrangements in Chang'an, and he is not sure that he can defeat Shen Mu. Moreover, he is an official and can't leave Luoyang even if he wants to, let alone Chang'an." Great-grandfather Li nodded slowly and said, "That makes sense. Continue." Li Mingquan said, "Secondly, he knows that Shen Mu's biggest backer is you, great-grandfather. On the other hand, the succession hall is in Chang'an, which is the closest to the territory of our Longxi Li family. Taigong can support Shen Mu and move the succession hall out of Chang'an to him. This can reduce our influence on it." Great-grandfather Li glanced at him and said, "Is there a third reason?" Li Mingquan said, "Yes. The obvious sect and the hidden sect, one in the light and the other in the dark. Although there are conflicts, they are basically the left and right hands of our 7 sects and 5 families. Some things can't be separated, and these connections must be in the succession hall. Once the succession hall is moved to Luoyang, it will be under Yang Fan's nose, and he will be able to take the initiative." Great-grandfather Li's eyes twitched. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, muttering to himself, "Shen Mu, what will he do?" Li Mingquan put down the scroll in his hand and slowly walked to his grandfather's side. He also looked into the distance, saying, "At least, he can't stop this, and he has no reason to stop it." Although the succession hall has actually been split into the obvious sect and the hidden sect, it is still under the control of the obvious sect in name. Yang Fan is righteous and has a good reason to start. How can he stop it? The news that Yang Fan wanted to move the succession hall to Luoyang also reached the ears of great-grandfather Kui in Qinghe. The Kui family was an aristocratic family in the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. They were originally important officials of the state of Qi, and then moved to the state of Lu. During the Qin and Han dynasties, they rose again in the Qinghe area, and later divided into 2 branches, the Qinghe Kui family and the Bowling Kui family. After moving south during the chaotic war, they gave birth to the Zhengju Kui, Yangling Kui, Chizhou Kui, and so on. They were all aristocratic families, and were recognized as the world's most prestigious family, the leader of the noble families in the north. At this moment, great-grandfather Kui smiled like an old fox that had stolen a chicken. Although in the eyes of his descendants, the old ancestor's smile was very benevolent, it was a pity that his words just happened to prove how treacherous his smile was. This child, young Fan, has not disappointed me. This time, Shenmu is going to have a headache, and Old Man Li is also going to have a headache in Lanju, haha. Now, the person in charge of the daily affairs of the Kui family's Qinghe branch was his eldest son, Kui Yuxiao, who was now around 50 years old. Kui Yuxiao said in confusion, "Since father has the intention of nurturing young Fan, why did you wait until today to let him know of this?" Great-grandfather Kui said, "No matter how great the power of our aristocratic families is, we can only influence the court by guiding water into the canal and growing in secret. In the end, we can't compare to the court's thunderous methods. Don't underestimate young Fan. Although he rose to prominence late, his hidden power in the court is far inferior to Shenmu. If he had known of this earlier, with the help of the power in the court, Shenmu, who has already been greatly injured, may not be his match. Moreover," great-grandfather Kui said indifferently, "if he didn't owe me this favor, I wouldn't have been able to make up my mind to help him so quickly, until he begged me to remove the Jiyu family's registration. I had originally planned to have Lin interact more with him and then leak this news to him through Lin, but I forgot that Jiyu was in the garden pruning at the time. In my opinion, it's still a bit too early to let him know." Kui Yuxiao frowned, as if he didn't quite understand his father's words. After thinking carefully for a while, he relaxed his brows as if he had understood something. Great-grandfather Kui glanced at his son and said, "Do you understand? If you want to nurture someone, you don't have to let his family be the only one. Otherwise, he may not necessarily rely on you. The succession hall is a gateway for the 7 sects and 5 families, but isn't it also a battlefield for the power struggles between the 7 sects and 5 families? Everything must be planned for the long term." Kui Yuxiao sighed softly, "Your son understands. Your son is only worried that the story of Chang and will repeat itself between Shenmu and young Fan." Great-grandfather Kui said, "You don't have to worry about this. Lu Binmi is the eldest grandson of the Lu family. That's why he can mobilize so much power to start a war. Shenmu doesn't have this condition. Although the Longxi Li family supports him, they won't rashly mobilize the Li family's power to help him start a war. Young Fan was the same. His power in the succession hall is even weaker than Shenmu's. Only by borrowing his power in the imperial court can he be in a stalemate with Shenmu. This is the situation we hope for the most. With 7 families forming the succession hall, it doesn't matter which family is the leader. It should be as it is now." Kui Yuxiao suddenly said, "Father is saying that since the obvious and hidden sects have already appeared, we can't let them merge again. That is like cultivating 2 parties in the court. If one party is the only one, the imperial power will also be threatened. Only when the 2 parties balance each other can we use them." Great-grandfather Kui nodded and said, "That's right. The obvious and hidden sects suffered great losses in the Battle of Chang'an. Even the major families were implicated. Today is an amendment to the situation that went out of control last time. The leader of the succession hall can't be a core disciple of any family. The 7 families have to work together to monitor them and balance the power between them." Great-grandfather Kui said, "Let them be like 2 parties in the imperial court. They have their own interests and also have common interests. When it comes to their own interests, they will fight openly and covertly. When it comes to common interests, they will unite against outsiders. This is the meaning of the imperial power. Above them, there is still us who make the rules, coordinate and control the situation." Kui Yuxiao said worriedly, "Father just said that young Fan has a lot of hidden power in the imperial court. And the power of the imperial court doesn't play by our rules. Will the situation go out of control again?" Great-grandfather Kui thought for a moment and said, "Probably not. With the power of the imperial court, young Fan can only barely fight to a draw with Shenmu. Moreover, the power of the imperial court isn't so easy to borrow. If he's not careful, he will fall into it. Young Fan is a smart man. He won't use a power he can't control too much and bring trouble to himself. Great-grandfather Kui yawned and said to his son, I will take an afternoon nap. Send someone to send a message to Lin Er. If Yang Fan's strength is insufficient, we must express our goodwill to him at the right time. Yes. Kui Yuxiao bowed and watched as his old father walked into his bedroom. As for the Fanyang Lu family, their reaction was much simpler and more violent when they heard the news. Great-grandfather Lu only laughed coldly when he heard the news. Well fought. None of them are good people. Keep an eye on them. When the time is right, add fuel to the fire. Both of them were his grandson's greatest enemies. Unfortunately, as the head of the clan, great-grandfather Lu didn't dare to do anything to them and risk offending the other 6 families. But what if they fell? No matter who fell, they would become food in his stomach. Great-grandfather Lu's eyes shone with the ferocity of a wolf. Chapter 874. The news that Yang Fan was moving the succession hall to Luoyang not only alarmed the 7 sects and 5 families, but it also alarmed his allies, especially the Dugu and Shangguan families. Yang Fan had been in charge of the succession hall for more than a year. Although he had always looked like he was ruling by himself and did not make too many adjustments or infiltration of the succession hall, he had used the convenience of controlling the succession hall to inject vitality into the dying Guanlong group and develop a force outside of Xianzong. Even though he did not do too much control over this power, since this power was born because of him, it naturally had to be controlled and influenced by him. The succession hall had been in Chang'an since its founding. Now that it was suddenly moving away, this was not as simple as moving away from a place. For an enormous organization like the succession hall that operated the economy and influenced politics, the significance was no less than a country moving its capital. It was always accompanied by deeper political intentions. The Dugu family's roots were in Chang'an, and they were the most uneasy about the succession hall moving out of Chang'an. Although the Shangguan family was also a part of the Guanlong group, because their family had always been involved in politics and now relied on Shanghai WNR, their focus had long since shifted to Luoyang. They could not contain their joy at Yang Fan's decision. The 2 families came to see him at the same time, wanting to find out what Yang Fan's intentions were. Yang Fan did not hide anything from the envoys sent by the 2 families. He received the envoys from the 2 families at the same time. The 3 had just sat down when Yang Fan said openly to them, Shen Mu has returned from Shenluo. The people from the 2 aristocratic families naturally knew who Shen Mu was, and they also knew that Shen Mu had been banished to Shenluo. However, as members of the Guanlong group, they did not know that Shen Mu had already returned to the Central Plains. Therefore, Yang Fan's next sentence immediately caused their expressions to change. As early as a year ago, Shen Mu had already secretly returned to the Central Plains. The 2 envoys were the core members of the Dugu and Shangguan families, and their intelligence was not something ordinary people could compare to. When Yang Fan said this, they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Shen Mu's goal in doing this was naturally the Xian clan, and the master of the Xian clan was Yang Fan. The rise and fall of their families depended on Yang Fan. How could they not be nervous? I am in Luoyang and cannot help Chang'an. Moreover, he had secretly returned to Chang'an for a year. If he had any plans, he must have been well prepared. Now that I'm gone, the right time, the right place, and the right people are not in my hands. On the other hand, moving the successor hall to Luoyang will give me the advantage in terms of location and manpower. I might be able to make up for the loss of time. After Yang Fan said his goal, he said to the people from the Dugu family, tell the head of the Dugu family not to worry. I have no intention of giving up Chang'an. After the successor hall is moved to Luoyang, Chang'an will need your strength even more. Yang Fan then said to the people from the Shangguan family, you have to play a big role in Luoyang. He is setting up a formation in Chang'an. Haha, I won't go. I want to force him to come to Luoyang to see me. The people from the Shangguan family stood up happily and said to Yang Fan, the Shangguan family and General Yang will live or die together. We are willing to follow your orders and advance and retreat together. Although Yang Fan had provided a lot of convenience to the Shangguan family, and Shanghai WNR had also used her influence to help many of her family members, Yang Fan and WNR were people who believed in keeping a low profile. Therefore, the two of them consciously suppressed the Shangguan family's involvement in politics, agriculture, and business. They did not want the Shangguan family to move too fast. This made the people from the Shangguan family very dissatisfied, but they could do nothing about it. This situation was an opportunity for them. The excitement brought by this opportunity made them temporarily forget about the heavy losses that could be brought if Yang Fan failed. The two of them quickly left with this important news. Floating fragrance lingers on the crooked shore, round shadows cover the Hua Kai, always afraid that the autumn wind will come early, and you will not know it. The Hua Kai was gentle, and a boat floated on the oily silk-like water, gently gliding forward. A person on the boat was chanting. The crooked shore was bright and beautiful, and the pavilions and terraces were hidden among them. In the distance, there was the Great Mercy Temple, the big wild goose pagoda, and many other sceneries. It was summer, and the lotus flowers were in full bloom. The shadows of the flowers were indistinct, and they could not be separated. Shen Mu was wearing a loose robe, and his feet were bare. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was holding a cup in his hand. He looked like a wild and unrestrained scholar from the Han and Jin dynasties. It was a pity that the cup was not filled with wine, but tea. Enough. You don't even have an elementary scholar title, and you're pretending to be a scholar. Miss Chichi, who was carrying a big belly, came out of the cabin with Gongsun Lanji. She rebuked him mercilessly. Shen Mu laughed dryly. Talented people don't necessarily have an elementary scholar title. Don't you agree, Lanji? Gongsun Lanji supported Chichi with one hand, and her other hand was placed on her small waist. There was a long sword at her waist. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not young anymore, and my parents ask me every day when I'm going to get married. When are you going to marry me? Shen Mu's face changed. This year. Gongsun Lanji was overjoyed. Really? Shen Mu said, I'm afraid it's not possible this year. How about next year? Gongsun Lanji looked at him and asked, Are you sure? Shen Mu said guiltily, I can't be sure about next year's matter now. If there are no accidents. As he spoke, he slid towards the back of the cabin like a yellow croaker. I'll definitely prepare as soon as possible. Definitely, definitely. You be *starred. While Gongsun Lanji was furious, Shen Mu had already hugged his head and ran to the back of the ship. Yang Shuarao sat at the back of the ship, wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing rod in her hand. Shen Mu came over quietly, and Yang Shuarao only knew that he was here when she saw his reflection in the water. Yang Shuarao glanced at him and said, You've been hiding for the past year, and now that he knows your whereabouts, you can show yourself openly. Why are you still sneaking around? Shen Mu sat down beside her and laughed bitterly. Maybe I'm used to hiding. Yang Shuarao frowned and said, Is it really okay to be like this? I still feel that you're not being honest and upright. No wonder he's using underhanded means to deal with you. I don't have any other way. Shen Mu frowned, and his originally cheeky face became serious. What can I do? Should I go directly to him and have a heart-to-heart talk? It's fine if he agrees, but what if he doesn't? I'll have lost the initiative then. What can I use to fight against him? Can I place my future and the future of all my brothers on his trust? How much suffering have I suffered, and how lowly I was, to walk step by step to where I am today and become a person above others. You know it better than anyone else. Which step of mine didn't I kill my way out of mutual deception? Among them, there are those who trusted me, nurtured me, and treated me as a nephew or a brother. In the end, when my status and power exceeded theirs, everything changed. Some of those who once nurtured me were filled with jealousy and thought of ways to trample me down. Those who once treated me as a brother betrayed me and stabbed me in the back. Yang Fan might not be such a person, but I can't make decisions based on my own judgment. Judgment can be wrong, but strength can't. But, no buts. Because I don't represent myself. To this day, do you think I can compromise just because I want to? Once, our goal was to be on equal footing with the obvious sect. After Lu Binmi died, many of the hidden sect's brothers began to hope to be above the obvious sect. What will be the status of the obvious sect and hidden sect in the future? Who will be on equal footing? This is not something that can be discussed, but fought. Then, can you win? No matter what, Shen Mu was her man, and what she cared about was Shen Mu's success or failure. Shenmu stared at the fishing bobber on the clear water. The bobber was floating up and down, and there was already a fish on the hook. However, young Shuarao was too concerned and only stared at him with concern and didn't notice. Shenmu slowly said, "The 7 sects and 5 families might be huge, but what they can do to the world and to the imperial court is to use their enormous economic power to push the imperial court to make decisions that are beneficial to them. This process is extremely slow. If it's fast, it will take 1 or 2 years, if it's slow, it will take 10 or 100 years. Thus, the aristocratic families need people in the imperial court. They use all methods to send their descendants into the imperial court to become officials, or they don't hesitate to spend money to nurture some officials with a bright future. When they become officials, they will return the favor. With their support in the imperial court, the policy decisions that are beneficial to the aristocratic families can be passed in a short few months or a few years. It is the same the other way around. If you want to attack the aristocratic families but can't use military means, then the best method is to reduce the number of aristocratic families' descendants and people who have close relationships with the aristocratic families becoming officials. Emperor Yang of Sui created the imperial examination system for this purpose. The current dynasty's Emperor Gaozu, Taizong, Gaozong, and even the current emperor continued this system for this purpose. Emperor Taizong rewrote the clan genealogy and the current emperor promoted the commoner scholars for this purpose. This is the most effective method and also the fastest method. I think that Yang Fan is in the imperial court and has a complicated relationship with many factions. He will most likely use the same method. He must be an idiot if he doesn't use what he is good at. The bobber no longer swayed, and the fish had left the hook. Young Shuarao, who didn't notice anything, nervously said to Shenmu, "The hidden sect has only risen for a short period of time, and the nurturing of officials will take years, decades, or even decades. In this aspect, your foundation is far inferior to the hidden sect. In addition, you were suppressed by young Master Jiang in the past. After defeating him with great difficulty, you were exiled to Shinluo by the biased clan lords. After coming back for a year, you were busy recovering your vitality and filling up the holes left by the fierce battle with young Master Jiang. Your influence in the imperial court hasn't developed much. If he starts to attack in this aspect, I'm afraid you will be at a disadvantage." Shenmu stretched his waist and recovered his usual lazy smile. He said indifferently, "What can I do? I have prepared for a year in advance and have already gained a great advantage. I can't possibly ask this little brother to tie up his hands and feet and fight with me, right? Don't worry, I have already set up a chess piece, and I hope it will be effective." Young Shuarao asked curiously, "What chess piece did you set up?" Shenmu laughed heartily and said, "You don't have to ask about these things. You should be more concerned about when you are going to give birth to a son for me. Look at Chichi. She hasn't even married to me, and her belly is already growing." When Shenmu mentioned this, young Shuarao instantly had a belly full of hidden bitterness. "Isn't it because you didn't live up to expectations? Why do you think I ran to the back to fish by myself? I can't be bothered to see her showing off." Shenmu complained, "How can you blame me for not living up to expectations? I have irrigated your fertile field, right? What can I do if you don't give birth to me? This is really strange. People always say that a big butt is good for reproduction. You gave birth to a big butt for nothing." Before he finished speaking, there was a splash sound, and a mournful scream quickly echoed from the surface of the river. "Chu, save me. I can't swim." Gudong Dong. Chapter 875. That night, the Zhong brothers came up with an ingenious idea. They ordered people to use colored silk to cut green leaves and red flowers, and bamboo threads to make huge lotus flowers on top of the flowing water outside the Hall of Flying Fragrance. When everything was ready, the Zhong brothers and a group of beautiful youths from Fengchen Hall invited Wu Zetian to admire the flowers by the pond. The flowing water in the curved pond was illuminated by lanterns everywhere. The starlight and lamplight were one and reflected in the water, rippling endlessly. Although it was summer, the evening was still refreshing. This scene was like heaven on earth, making Wu Zetian very happy. Immediately, the group of beautiful youths from Fengchen Hall disappeared without a trace. After a while, the sound of music started. In the melodious and elegant music, the huge lotus flowers bloomed, and in each lotus flower, there was a young man in colorful clothes dancing to the music. The one who appeared in the largest and most beautiful lotus flower in the middle was Zhong Changzong, who was known as Lianhua Liulang. Wu Zetian applauded for their ingenuity. After enjoying the song and dance, Wu Zetian made an exception and drank a few more cups of wine. Taking advantage of the wine, she looked at the beautiful and charming Zhong brothers with her drunken eyes and said, "I am a little tired. The rest of you can leave. Wu Lang, Liu Lang, help me back to my bedroom." Zhong Changzong and his brother happily stepped forward and helped Wu Zetian back to her bedroom. The other beautiful youths of Fengchen Hall knew that it was difficult to win against the two of them and returned to their residences with peace of mind. Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Every day, it is only the two of you who try your best to make me happy. It is really hard on you to actually come up with such an idea." Zhong Yizhi said obediently, "I am unable to share your Majesty's worries in the affairs of the country. Serving your Majesty well and making your Majesty happy every day is considered to have done my part." Wu Zetian smiled and glanced at him, saying, "I knew that today's show was also your idea. Liu Lang is honest and not as scheming as you. Liu Lang has taken so much trouble, you must have something to ask of me. Hehe, say it, what do you want from me?" Zhong Yizhi hurriedly let go of Wu Zetian and took 2 steps back before turning around and kneeling down. He said with heartfelt admiration, "Your Majesty is wise and far-sighted. Your subjects' thoughts were indeed unable to hide from your Majesty's discerning eyes. I do have something to ask of your Majesty. It is neither an official position nor a reward, but I hope your Majesty can dismiss your attendance because it involves a great deal of privacy and I am ashamed to say it in public." Wu Zetian's curiosity was piqued. She quickly waved her hand and ordered the palace eunuchs and guards to leave. She asked, "What's the matter?" Only then did Zhong Yizhi tell Wu Zetian everything in detail. Hearing this, Wu Zetian frowned. Zhong Yizhi to Wu Zetian. Zhong Yizhi then. Besides, Zhong Yizhi's mother was already a middle-aged woman, and Li Chengxiu was a high-ranking official of the imperial court, with wives and concubines. How could they be matchmakers? Breaking up a husband and a wife and forcing a mother to marry would damage her reputation. This was different from her daughter's marriage. It was to reconcile the conflict between the Wu and Li families and to win the hearts of the people. But now, just to fulfill Zhong Yizhi's filial piety, she forced a minister to divorce his wife and marry someone else. Wu Zetian thought unhappily, "This Mrs. Zhang is too much. If you like that Li Changxiu, you can have a secret relationship with him. Why must you marry him openly?" Zhong Yizhi saw her frowning and did not say anything. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Yizhi also knows that this matter is unreasonable, but, seeing mother's concern, I cannot bear it. Looking at the whole world, only your Majesty's golden mouth and jade words can help. During the previous review, I am indebted to your Majesty for the promotion. I am willing to resign, I only ask your Majesty to fulfill my wish." Zhong Changzong also quickly knelt down to help, saying, "Your Majesty, Wu Lang is filial to his mother, I beg your Majesty to show mercy." Wu Zetian was silent for a long time. She sighed softly and said, "Forget it. There is no morning court tomorrow, I will issue an imperial decree to summon Li Changxiu and her mother to the palace. I will have a chat with them first. Wu Lang, go back tomorrow and bring your mother here. Let them get to know each other first. I will act according to the circumstances." Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong, 2 brothers, saw that she finally agreed. They were overjoyed and repeatedly kowtowed to thank her. The house that Wu Sanxi built next to Ding Ding Street happened to be in the hot rental area. When the rich merchants and high-ranking officials returned to the capital, they all liked to rent this house. Not only the house was grand, because it belonged to the Liang Wang family, it could directly face the street and open the door, making it convenient to enter and exit. In the past, when Tin Ano used his identity as a Dunhuang merchant to deceive Liu Junfan, he also rented this house. If Liu Junfan did not see that she rented such a luxurious house with so many servants, she would not have been so easily fooled. Now, this house had just been used and returned by the previous guest, and it was immediately rented again. The people who rented this house were a few Sichuan merchants. During the Tang dynasty, if one were to talk about economic development in the north, the area south of the Yangtze River had not yet become a land of fish and rice. The population was sparse and agriculture was backward. Politics, economy, culture, and technology were all far behind the north. The north was an agricultural area, but when it came to commerce, Guangzhou and Bashu were the most prosperous. The Sichuan merchants had already become strong as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. They opened up the 1,000-mile plank road, the tea-horse road, the shoe cloth road, and the Silk Road in the south. For example, the widow Qing of Bashu once helped Emperor Qin build the Great Wall and later provided a large amount of mercury for Emperor Qin's mausoleum. Emperor Qin even specially built the Huiqing platform for her to commemorate her. Another example was Prince Shua's iron ruler, Linqiang. Today, Bashu was still the most prosperous in commerce. Luoyang and Guangzhou took advantage of the imperial capital and had more Hu merchants. The emergence and prosperity of Jin merchants, Hui merchants, and other large merchant groups was after the Song and Ming dynasties. At this time, the south only had Yangzhou and Quanzhou, which could be considered more developed in commerce. There were more than 10 of these Sichuan merchants. They dealt in salt, cloth, medicine, grain, and so on. Among them, there were 2 leaders. One was called Songbadi, the other Long Jiutao. The 2 of them were sleeping on the same bed. The bed was covered with a glossy, jade-like top-quality mat. The 2 of them waved their palm leaf fans and listened to the crickets whispering outside. Songbadi asked in a thick Sichuan accent, "What did that Zhong Tongxiu say?" Long Jiutao snorted and said, "First, we gave him a generous gift, and then promised him great benefits." What else could he say? Naturally, he was blinded by money and agreed to arrange for us to meet with second Zhong as soon as possible. Songbadi softly grunted, "Look at the long term, don't be stingy with money. Only by spending money can you earn more money. No one is willing to go against money. If 500 strings of coins is not enough, then 1,000 strings of coins. If 1,000 strings of coins is not enough, then 5,000 strings of coins." Long Jiutao said, "There's no need to explain this. I don't care about the money spent. I just feel that Shen Mu is making a big fuss over a minor issue. It's just a mere young fan who relied on good luck to climb up step by step. There's no need to be so cautious. This kind of person, won't he be reduced to ashes with just a little trick?" Songbadi chuckled twice and said, "Good luck. Once or twice you can say it's good luck. Who can rely on good luck all the time? Xue Huai has more than 1,000 disciples and he has dozens of disciples close to him. Why didn't others stand out? He used his wits to repel the Turkic army of 100,000. If it were you, would you be able to do it?" In his life, that Tubo god Lun Trinling defeated Xue Rengui, Li Jingxian, Liu Shunli, Wang Xiajie, Lu Shida, and many other famous generals. He only suffered a small loss at the hands of Blacktooth Changji. If not for the fact that both countries were exhausted from fighting and made peace, it would have been hard to say who would have won and who would have lost if the war had continued. It was this invincible and powerful general who had fallen to Yang Fan's schemes. The ruthless officials of the imperial censorate moved unhindered throughout the court. How many princes and marquises of Xiong had fallen under their hands? Who was it that incited the southern frontier to exert external pressure and instigate the ministers to bring them to justice one by one? The Khitans rebelled in the north and wanted to ally with the Turks. If it were anyone else, would they be able to easily dissolve the enemy's alliance, turn the tide, and hasten the Khitans' swift defeat? Old Ninth, if you attribute all the great things he has done to his luck and look down on his ability, you will certainly suffer a great loss at his hands. Not to mention anything else, just that proud act of his that allowed him to ascend to the position of the prominent sect patriarch. If you were the assistant minister of the heavenly official, would you be able to think of a way to advance by retreating? Long Jiutao was silent for a moment before he said, "If he is truly a person of great wisdom, it does not seem to be a good idea to be enemies with him." Songbadi sighed and said, "Shen Mu is also in a difficult position. The human heart is not content and wants more than what they have. If we don't compete and determine who is superior, many of the leaders in the hidden sect will not be convinced. They will think that Shun Mu is giving up the authority and status that our hidden sect can easily obtain. Then, Shun Mu's position will not be stable. Long Jiutao said, Not to mention others, I will not be convinced either. Even if this person is incredible, I do not think that he has the ability to deal with us. Then let us compete with him. If he wants to win the status and authority that he deserves, then he will have to show us his abilities. Song Badi said, that is why we have to win over Second Zhong. The Wu clan is currently led by Wu Sansi, and we do not know how deep the relationship between Wu Sansi and Yang Fan is. If we hastily make contact, we will inadvertently alert the enemy. Furthermore, in the current imperial court, the emperor's most favored person is Second Zhong. As long as we can win them over, we will be able to resist Yang Fan's advantage in the officialdom. Long Jiutao slapped his thigh and said, Good. I will invite Zhong Tongxiu to a banquet tomorrow. We must get in touch with Second Zhong as soon as possible. This summer was very hot, and the battle between the prominent sect and hidden sect was also in full swing. It was like a battle between two armies. On the surface, it looked like there was no substantial contact between the two sides. Right now, they were only at the stage of mobilizing troops, preparing rations, scouting the enemy's situation, and formulating a plan of action. The final victory was largely determined by these preparations before the official battle. Under Yang Fan's unyielding orders, the succession hall finally moved into Luoyang. With their massive influence, it was very easy for them to settle down. They used various identities to conceal themselves among the millions of people in Luoyang. As long as the 7 sects and 5 families had not made up their minds to abandon Yang Fan, they would not interfere in this matter. While the people of the prominent sect, who had lived in Chang'an for a long time, were dissatisfied with moving into Luoyang, they were just dissatisfied. The sect master had already made up his mind. They also knew that the success or failure of this battle would determine their authority and status in the future, so they did their best to start preparing according to Yang Fan's orders. The hidden sect had originally been a part of the prominent sect. It was the battle in Chang'an that had completely established the hidden sect status in the pugilistic world as equals with the prominent sect. What about the battle in Luoyang? Chapter 876. These days, Yang Fan was very busy. He managed the daily affairs of the military camp, inspected the situation of the garrison in the palace, went to the secret stronghold of the succession hall, sat and discussed with the old men of the Tianming pavilion, met with the Shangguan family and other factions in the capital, and kept in touch with the Zhong brothers and Wu Sansi. Speaking of which, during this period of time, he was even busier than when he first formed the 1,000 cavalry. It was just that most of the time he could return to the mansion to rest, but even if he returned to the mansion, he still had to deal with matters one after another. He often had to wait until the moon was high above the willow tree before he could extinguish the candle and return to Xiaoman or RNU to rest. It was already very late today, but Yang Fan was still in the study. There was a lamp on the table, covered with a white gauze, and on the cover was a green plum tree, looking very simple and elegant. There was a beauty under the lamp, charming like the shadow of a flower. Sitting opposite Yang Fan was Jiyu Zhuting. These days, she no longer had any tasks, but only accompanied Xiaoman and RNU in the backyard. Therefore, her clothes and clothing also changed according to RNU. She was wearing a lake silk shirt, moon-white, lightly embroidered, with fine workmanship and exquisite materials. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Miss Gu had never worn clothes made of such expensive materials before. When she had first put on the soft, close-fitting, and comfortable clothes made of lake silk, she had felt somewhat uncomfortable. But now, if she were to change back into her coarse clothes, her delicate skin would probably feel uncomfortable. It was unknown whether it was because she had nothing to do all day in the backyard, so she had the time and mood to draw her eyebrows and lips, or because she deliberately dressed up before coming to see Yang Fan tonight. Sitting under the lamp, Jiyu Zhuting looked especially charming. Her summer clothes were thin, soft, and close-fitting, which made the lines of her body gentle and smooth. Her fair skin was like a freshly peeled perfume pear, and her glossy black hair was tied up in a bun with a green hairpin, showing a unique charm. That day Ji Yuzhong misunderstood the relationship between young Fan and his daughter. When Ji Yuzhong understood what her father was thinking, she was ashamed and angry at the same time. However, her thoughts were originally like a seed buried in fertile soil. It was originally deeply buried, and everyone knew what was on her mind. Now that her father had revealed it to her, especially when her parents not only did not object to it, but also seemed to be happy to see it happen. This was like the warm spring flowers blooming, the frozen soil thawing, and fresh air seeping in, allowing that seed to quietly germinate. At first, it was just an occasional fantasy, but now it was more and more difficult to get rid of. Especially since our NU was pregnant, young Fan often came over to stay and take care of his wife. Ji Yuzhong could often see the two of them happily under the moonlight. She felt even more envious of them. Tonight, young Fan had summoned her to see him. Ji Yuzhong knew that it was impossible for it to be a personal matter, but her heart was still beating wildly. Love was an inevitable part of life for both men and women. The longer one suppressed it, the harder it would be to suppress it once it was triggered. Young Fan looked at her. Perhaps it was because of the hot summer night, but her tender cheeks were flushed red, looking very beautiful. It was impossible to tell that she used to be a female assassin who could take someone's life at any time. Young Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard from Ji Yuzhong that the former Chenju governor Xie Yu killed King Cao in order to curry favor with his majesty. Fearing revenge, he stayed in a tall building at night, with layers of guards outside and a giant bed inside, surrounded by dozens of concubines to prevent assassins. King Cao's heir spent a lot of money to hire you to go up the tall building at night and take his head. It was only when the sky was bright that the people inside and outside discovered his head was missing." Ji Yuzhong was slightly surprised, not knowing why he brought this up. She said, "Yes. That was 14 years ago. At that time, I had just been transferred to the succession hall to work. In order to save money, the sect master accepted a large sum of money from King Cao's heir and ordered me to assassinate Xie Yu. At that time, I was not the only one who went with me. It was just that I was weak, so the others stayed outside and I went in to carry out the task." Young Fan clapped his hands and said, "You are only 13 years old and can accomplish such a big task. You are really amazing." Being praised, Ji Yuzhong blushed even more. She gently lowered her head and said, "Why did our Lang mention this?" Young Fan sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, I have a big task that requires a few people to handle first. I wanted to let your brothers go, but your father said that in terms of stealth skills, your brothers are not as good as you. In fact, letting your brothers go should be enough to complete this task. It is just that this matter is of great importance. If there is a first-class expert like you, then it will be foolproof. So, I am afraid I will have to make a slip of the tongue." Ji Yuzhong was startled and said in surprise, "A slip of the tongue?" Young Fan said, "Yes. I originally said that as long as you guard the rear residence, you will not show your face in public." Ji Yuzhong suddenly understood and said, "Since the situation requires it, I am willing to serve a Lang. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Young Fan quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "It is not that serious. I am letting you go this time not to kill people. The bureaucracy has its own rules, and it is not something that can be solved by killing people. If you want to kill people, it must be done within the rules of the bureaucracy. You must know that killing is not the goal, winning is the goal." Ji Yuzhong said, "Yes. I will follow our Lang's instructions." Young Fan said, "Good. Then I will leave this matter to you, and your brothers will assist from the side." Young Fan explained the matter to Ji Yuzhong. Ji Yuzhong thought for a moment and said worriedly, "If our Lang uses this method, will it infuriate Shenmu? Once it becomes a situation where they will not rest until one party is dead, this servant is worried." Young Fan laughed and said, "Back then when I went against young Master Jiang, ANU was worried that I would not be able to withstand a single blow. Now that the obvious sect is in my hands, you are worried that I will not be able to withstand a single blow when I go against Shenmu. Is the obvious sect stronger or the hidden sect stronger? Or, do you think I am too stupid?" Ji Yuzhong sighed softly in her heart and said, "I am just worried about your success or failure. I am just too concerned about it." However, she said, This servant does not have the intention to belittle Ah Lang. It is just that this will infuriate Shen Mu, and it will not be easy to reconcile. Ah Lang must be prepared. Yong Fan said, I understand. But you have to be clear that this is a war that involves all aspects of the bureaucracy and the business world. Be it the bureaucracy or the business world, they are all places that are constantly changing and unpredictable. If you are not careful, you will be eliminated. Without extraordinary courage, without the courage to fight back from the brink of death, and without vigilance and decisive methods, you will definitely be defeated. You must be bold, meticulous, soft on the outside, and hard on the inside. You must not show weakness blindly. When it is time to be bold for once. That is courage, and you can seize the initiative. Now that the hidden sect is greedy and ambitious, I have to let them know my capabilities and feel my toughness and determination. Only then will they sit down and have a good talk with me. It all depends on one's heart. Jiyu Zhuting tilted her head and thought for a moment. When the light shone on her face, she looked very beautiful. After thinking for a moment, Jiyu Zhuting pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, this servant will obey Ah Lang's instructions. Yang Fan asked curiously, what are you laughing at? Jiyu Zhuting's eyes flickered and said, this servant is thinking about the matter of Ah Lang escorting the Prince of Luling back to the capital. Ah Lang is courageous, resourceful, and has hundreds of schemes. He has fooled all the assassins and killers. With such a clever scheme, he will naturally be able to deal with the current situation. This servant is worrying for nothing. Yong Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. He didn't know that Jiyu Zhuting laughed because she realized that he was explaining to her in a very serious manner. In fact, she was just a subordinate of Yong Fan. She just had to do whatever he wanted her to do. Why was there a need for her to understand? She felt that Ah Lang's patient explanation didn't seem to be completely treating her as a subordinate. Thus, she was delighted. Ah Lang, when do I set off? Tomorrow morning. Good. Then this servant will go back to prepare. Ah Lang, these days have been too hard. Take care of yourself. After saying these words that shouldn't be said by a subordinate, but had already revealed a little of her affection, Jiyu Zhuting slipped out like a rabbit being watched by an eagle. Yang Fan looked at her fleeing appearance and sighed softly. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to notice Miss Gu's growing affection for him. But he was already very satisfied with his beautiful wives and concubines at home. He really had no intention of expanding his harem. As a result, in the face of Miss Gu's increasingly obvious willingness, he had a feeling that there is a true meaning in this, but I want to argue but forget to say it. That night, Yang Fan slept in Xiao Man's room. The two mischievous children, a son and a daughter, were sent to the wet nurse in advance. By now, the little ones had already gotten used to the rule that when their father wanted to sleep in their mother's room, they had to abdicate. After half a night of wind and rain, Yang Fan got up at dawn. He pushed open the window and saw that the world was as clear as jade. As soon as he opened the window, a fresh and cool air hit his face. The green leaves and red flowers under the window were wet and fresh. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, did it rain last night? Xiao Man pulled the thin quilt to cover her snow-white breasts and said lazily, you slept like a dead pig. The thunder was so loud in the middle of the night, didn't you hear it? Yang Fan laughed and said, I really didn't hear it. Was there thunder last night? Xiao Man coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. She turned over and threw her smooth jade back to him and said, close the window, I still want to sleep for a while. Yes. Yang Fan looked up at the sky and said, it's gloomy. I'm afraid it will rain again in a while. It's cool and refreshing, but I'm afraid the road will be difficult to travel. Hearing this, Xiao Man turned around and said, why, are you going back to the barracks today? Yang Fan said, I won't go back to the barracks. I'm going to the Ministry of Justice. I asked Dr. Chen for a favor, so I'll go to his place and have a chat. After that, I'll go to the palace and then I'll be back. You continue to sleep. Yang Fan closed the window, dressed neatly and walked out. Xiao Man usually had to wake up early to practice, but today was a rainy day. She was also tortured by her Langjun last night, so she was really too lazy to get up. She yawned and wanted to sleep for a while. Just as she was about to wake up, She heard her son's loud voice shouting from outside, "Father, it's raining, the water is overflowing the pond, the toads are jumping onto the shore. Father, take me to catch the toads." Yang Fan's voice said, "Oh my baby, father still has things to do. I can't catch the toads with you. Go find your mother. Your mother is the best at catching toads. She can catch them accurately." "Mother." Yang Nianzhu immediately roared with confidence. "This bad guy. He really doesn't want me to sleep." Xiao Man sat up in a panic, grabbed her clothes and put them on. As she put them on, she shouted, I'm coming. Mother will be here soon. Don't come in. Go find a jar, we'll put the toads in." Chapter 877. By the time Yang Fan came out of the Ministry of Justice, it was drizzling again. Ren Wei handed him his straw raincoat and led his horse. Yang Fan adjusted the saddle and stirrups, sat down, and cupped his hands to Chen Dong. Chen Dong returned the greeting with a smile and watched Yang Fan ride his horse into the distance. Only then did he turn around, lift the lapel of his robe, and step over the doorsill with ease. His attendant held an oil paper umbrella for him and followed him step by step into the curtain of rain. Outside the boundaries of the palace, it was no longer a smooth bluestone road. It had rained heavily last night, and in the early morning, all kinds of pedestrians, carriages, and horses had made the originally smooth street into ravines, crisscrossing, and very muddy. Especially on the side of the Tianjin Bridge, the civil officials' ox carts, carriages, and the military officials' horses had trampled the ground into a puddle of mud. Yang Fan slowed down his horse. When he stepped on the muddy ground to the bridgehead, his horse's hooves, which were as big as the mouth of a bowl, were covered in yellow mud. Following the clattering of the hooves, yellow mud fell from the horse's hooves, and the entire bridgehead was also dirty. The drizzle continued, but the number of pedestrians on the street did not decrease. Ding Ding Street was the most prosperous and important street in Luoyang. Unless there was a hailstorm, there would not be a moment of peace here. Yang Fan crossed the Tianjin Bridge and went down along the long street, passing by the Good Selection Square. Just as he was about to reach the Good Selection Square where he lived, there was a sudden commotion on the street, and there was a faint sound of cursing. Yang Fan stopped when he heard the sound, and reined in his horse to take a look. He saw a fair-skinned, handsome young man hurriedly escaping from the square. This person's clothes were disheveled, and his hair was disheveled. His feet were trudging through the mud, and when he looked closely, he saw that he was barefooted. He was obviously dressed like a scholar, but he did not know what had happened to make him look so miserable. While Yang Fan was slightly surprised, another group of people chased after him. Among them was a young woman in emerald green robes. Her hair accessories and clothes were all in the style of a married woman. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was pretty, but the tip of her eyebrows was raised, faintly giving off a fierce aura. This long street had been soaked by the rain and was extremely muddy. Although there were many people on the street, there were very few women. This young woman with a head full of pearls and emeralds, dressed in luxurious clothes, did not care. In order to catch up with the young man who was running for his life in front of her, she lifted the hem of her dress with one hand and spread her legs wide open, causing the yellow mud to splatter everywhere. Seeing that the young man in front of her had escaped onto the main street, making it even more difficult to chase after him, the pretty young woman hurled with all her might in a moment of desperation. A black object flew into the air, smashing towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood his horse motionlessly, allowing Wei to drive his horse forward a step. The sheathed long saber slapped towards the hidden weapon. With a plop sound, it fell to the ground. It was a wooden clog. Ren Wei looked at the clog and then at his own mud-covered scabbard. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As for the beautiful young woman, she was barefooted and caught up to the young man in just a few strides. She threw him down on the muddy ground like a tiger, swung her arms, and slapped him on both sides. Crack, 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 crack sounds rang out. Being ridden by the young woman, the young man was in dire straits and was unexpectedly unable to resist. After suffering several slaps in a row, he couldn't help but cry out, "I am your husband. How dare you treat me like this?" Riding on him, the young woman continued to wave her fan and claw as she loudly cursed, My father will soon become the crown prince and I will be the current princess. How dare you bully me like this? Hearing these words, Yong Fan was inwardly alarmed. When he looked again, it just so happened that the pretty young woman was fiercely slapping him, causing some mud to splatter on her face. She used the back of her palm to wipe it off, leaving behind several traces of mud. Not only did this not obscure her beauty, it instead added a bit of mischievousness. Seeing that she looked familiar, Yang Fan thought to himself, I've seen her before. Which daughter of the Prince of Luling is this? Ah, that's right, this is Yi and Junju. Yi and Junju Li Xinyu had been chasing and beating, panting for breath. She was also somewhat tired. Seeing that the people of the residence had already caught up, she shouted, a bunch of trash. Come here and tie him up for me. Since Yi and Junju had obtained the title of Junju, she had a residence, guards of honor, and a salary. She also had a group of subordinates of the Junju Fu, such as the judges of the hall, attendants, eunuchs, palace maids, and so on. However, they were limited by the level of regulation and did not have anything like a chief clerk. At this time, she had already been married to Pei Zun for nearly 2 months and lived in her own Junju Fu. Other than her husband, everyone else in the Fu was part of her dowry, so these people naturally only listened to her orders. Immediately, 2 strong servants came over, untied their belts, and tied Pei Zun up tightly. Yi and Junju pointed at Pei Zun, unable to restrain her anger, and said, You are so despicable. It has not even been 2 months since you were married to this Junju, and you already have an outside pet, treating me like I'm nothing. If I don't teach you a good lesson today, you won't know how powerful I am. Pei Zun refused to accept this and loudly retorted, That woman was originally my maid, and we had intimate relations long ago. It was only because I married you that I sent her away and arranged for her to be placed in another residence. She is not an outside pet that I kept after I married you. Yi and Junju Li Xinyu gave him another heavy slap on the face, scolding, You still dare to rebut me? Since you are my husband, you still have an unclear relationship with her. Do you think you are in the right? After Yi and Junju finished speaking, she turned her head and shouted, You are all a bunch of useless servants. Have the executioners not caught up yet? Pei Zun was shocked and struggled, saying, Execute. Execute what? What do you want to do to Qing Ya? Qing Ya must be the name of his outside pet. Today, when he was visiting a friend, he had gone to be affectionate with that outside pet. He did not know how Yi and Junju had received the news and actually led people to attack. Pei Zun had fled in a panic, not knowing that Yi and Junju was going to harm that woman. Hearing this, Yi and Junju only smiled coldly and said nothing. After a while, 4 eunuchs dressed in the robes of eunuchs hurried over and bowed to Yi and Junju. Yi and Junju said harshly, Have you punished that lowly servant? One of the eunuchs bowed and answered, As Junju has ordered, we have already cut off that woman's nose and tongue. Please, Junju, examine them. As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag from his sleeve and opened it. There were 2 bloody things inside. Pei Zun gave a loud cry, and tears streamed down his face. He glared angrily at Yi and Junju and said through gritted teeth, You vicious woman, extremely jealous and cruel. You are not worthy of being a descendant of the emperor. Yi and Junju smiled coldly and said, Do you still want to slander the monarch's father? Do you want your entire family to suffer as well? Pei Zun's heart shook, and he gritted his teeth. However, he did not dare to curse anymore. Yi and Junju snorted coldly and raised her chin. She said proudly, Don't think that I don't dare to punish you just because you are my husband. I am only giving you a small punishment today. In the future, if I find that you have wronged me in any way, I will castrate you. Yi and Junju slapped the bloody tongue and nose from the eunuch's hand and said, Go, cut off his hair. Ah! When the eunuch heard this, he was shocked. He could punish a woman who had no one to rely on and no power, but the person in front of him was the husband of a Junju after all. How could he humiliate him like this? Also, the Pei family was a large and powerful family. The Pei family did not dare to do anything to Yi and Junju, but if he really dared to follow the Junju's orders, it would be easy for the Pei family to punish a servant like him. The eunuchs and eunuchs did not dare to act, and the subordinates all came forward to persuade him. Yi and Junju saw that they did not dare to act, so she pulled out a knife from the waist of an imperial guard and personally walked forward. She untied Pei Zun's hair and grabbed his hair. As she cut off his hair, she said, "Today, this Junju will use my hair as a token to teach you a small lesson. If you dare to mistreat me in the future, I will not forgive you." Pei Zun's hands were held behind his back, and two servants with great strength held him down. He could not struggle and could only allow Li Xinyu to cut his hair. The people on the street watched in the rain. They all looked at this pitiful person who had the misfortune of marrying the daughter of the imperial family with sympathetic gazes. Pei Zun raised his head to the sky and lamented. He wailed, "What sin did I, Pei Zun, commit in my previous life to marry such a barbaric and rude woman?" Yang Fan saw that this Junju was making an outrageous ruckus, especially when she implicated the innocent and ordered people to cut off the nose and tongue of Pei Zun's favorite. This action caused Yang Fan to feel even more disgust. He made a hand signal to Ren Wei. Seeing this, Ren Wei immediately urged his horse forward and shouted, "Stop!" Yi and Junju was burning with jealousy. She did not care who shouted for her to stop and continued to cut off his hair. Seeing this, Ren Wei could only float down from his horse and go forward to stop her. He said, "Junju, please stop." Li Xinyu had grown up in the mountains since she was young. Ever since she knew that her father was going to become the crown prince and she was going to become the princess of the dynasty, the attitude of a nouveau riche caused her to become so arrogant that she forgot herself. At this moment, the only person she was afraid of was the Wu family. Seeing that this person dared to go forward to stop her, she did not know the other's background. She stopped and asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, Pei Zun's hair had been cut into long and short strands, as if it had been chewed on by a dog. It was unknown how much he had suffered, but at this moment, he only raised his head to look at the sky, allowing the fine rain to fall on his face. Tears rolled down his cheeks and he did not move at all. Ren Wei said, "This subject is Ren Wei. I am only a minor officer under the command of the Investigating Misconduct Disposal Envoy. Junju, using your wife to bully your husband, and this is on the streets, it is truly an affront to public morals. Even this subject cannot continue watching this. Please calm down, Junju. Since this is a family matter, even if there is something wrong with your husband, you can report it to your in-laws and make the decision." When Yi and Junju heard that this person's surname was not Wu and that he was some investigating misconduct disposal envoy that she had never heard of before, she could not help but laugh coldly and say, "Since when can a cat or a dog run over to meddle in the private affairs of the imperial family? Get lost." Yang Fan raised his horse and went forward. He said indifferently, "This official is the current emperor's sentinel, not some cat or dog. If there is anything in Luoyang that violates the law, this official can investigate it." Li Xinyu raised her head to look and saw that the person sitting on the horse was wearing a woven rush raincoat. She could not see the color of his travel attire, but she could recognize his cold and stern face. She could not help crying out, "Yang Xiaowei." Li Xinyu knew that this person had helped her family. If not for this person, her father might not have been able to return to Luoyang alive, and she would never have had the chance to become a princess. However, hearing Yang Fan's stiff tone, she was still displeased. She said coldly, "Yang Xiaowei, this is my family's private affairs. Please do not interfere." Yang Fan said coldly, "Junju seems to have not heard clearly. Right now, this official is the Investigating Misconduct Disposal Envoy. This official can interfere with anything that is unjust and illegal. The law of duel states that if a wife beats her husband, she will be punished for a year. If the injury is serious, she will be punished with 3 levels of fighting injuries. If the nose of another person is destroyed, she will be punished for a year. If the tongue is broken, it will flow for 3,000 li. This official was once a minister of the Ministry of Justice. What I say is definitely not false. Is Junju not afraid of violating the laws of the country?" Chapter 878. Li Xinyu was shocked and took 2 steps back. She put on a brave front and said, You dare. I am the daughter of the Prince of Luling. I am the granddaughter of the current emperor. You can't do this to me." Before Yang Fan could speak, Pei Zun, who had been dumbstruck all this time, was suddenly enlightened. He jumped up and shouted, "That's right. I want to complain. I want to complain. With a fierce wife like this, how can I live in the future? I want to complain to His Majesty the Emperor." Pei Zun turned around and walked away. His hands were still tied behind his back. As he walked, he looked like a martyr who was about to step onto the execution ground. Seeing this, Yang Fan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not ashamed of Yi and Juanzhu's tyrannical and cruel methods, could a Junzhu really rule the court? It was simply impossible. It would be for the best if this young Master Pei could think of complaining to the emperor. This matter should be left to the emperor to resolve. Seeing Pei Zun's actions, Li Xinyu angrily said, "Bring him back for me." Yang Fan waved his hand. Immediately several imperial bodyguards came forward with their horses and blocked in front of them. Li Xinyu angrily said, "Yang Fan, are you really going against this Junzhu?" Yang Fan slightly bowed on the horse and calmly and forcefully replied, "This is Yang's duty. I have no choice but to do it." "Good. Good." Li Xinyu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, Yang Fan was an official of the court and not a subordinate of her Junzhu Fu. She thought that no one would dare to disobey her. If he really disobeyed her, she didn't know what authority she had and what she could do to him. Just as she was at a loss, another group of people galloped over from the distance. This group was a group of infantry, all of them wearing straw raincoats. The general at the front was riding a horse. Although he was also wearing a straw raincoat, it could not hide the extraordinary armor on his body. When he saw the situation on the street, he suddenly called out in surprise, "Yi and Junzhu, why are you here? What is going on?" Li Xinyu turned her head to look and exclaimed happily, "Brother-in-law, quickly come and help me. This Yang Fan is going too far." The general rode his horse closer and glanced at Yang Fan. He said coldly, "You're so impressive. How dare you be so rude to a princess?" Yang Fan looked at him and frowned. "Who are you?" The man proudly said, "I am the left guard of Jin Wu Guoyi, Wei Jie. I am in charge of the left guard of Jin Wu Guoyi Wei Jie. I am in charge of the left and right 6 streets of the capital." "Who are you?" The drenched Pei Zun called out. "He is Consort Wei's nephew, Yian's brother-in-law. General Yang, help me, I want to file a complaint with the imperial court." At present, the Prince of Luling's daughter, Xinju Junzhu, was married to Wu Yanghui, Yongtai Junzhu was married to Wu Yenji, and Anli Junzhu was already engaged to Wu Chongshuan. There were 7 daughters in the family, and 3 of them were married to the Wu family. The originally life-or-death tension between the 2 families had been diluted by a series of happy events. For the time being, they were in a honeymoon period. This Wei Jie was Consort Wei's nephew. When the Prince of Luling was out of luck, the Wei family was also implicated. Now that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital and was about to be promoted to Crown Prince, the Wei family's political environment had also relaxed. This Wei Jie had obtained an official position in the Jin Wu Guards. The Wu family had married 3 Consort Wei's daughters in a row, so they couldn't very well not open the door for him. Hearing him state his identity, Yang Fan said, "This official is the commander of the 1,000 cavalry guards, Yang Fan. By imperial decree, I am concurrently serving as the capital's commissioner for rectifying misconduct and investigating irregularities. Today, when I passed by this place, I saw." Yang Fan recounted the entire sequence of events. Hearing this, Wei Jie also felt that this sister of his wife was a bit too domineering. However, he was Consort Wei's nephew and could be considered a member of Princess Yian's paternal family. At this time, he could only help his relatives and not help reason. Thus, he said, "Speaking of which, this is only a princess's family matter. It would be best if General Yang did not interfere." Yang Fan said sternly, "A wife beating her husband in the middle of the street is immoral and has a vile influence. How can this be considered a princess's family matter? Moreover, Princess Yian brazenly cut off a person's nose and mouth because her husband kept an outside pet, violating the law. This is not something that can be resolved with just a private matter. Since this official has seen it, there is no reason for me to stand by and watch." Wei Jie's gaze grew cold. In a cold voice, he said, Is General Yang really going to interfere in this kind of family matter? Yang Fan smiled coldly, his gentleness carrying a hint of toughness. This official is determined to interfere in this matter. That Lady Qing Yue had her nose and tongue cut off. Her entire life was ruined. It was very likely that she would commit suicide. Out of righteous indignation, Yang Fan was determined to interfere in this matter. He knew that it was impossible for Princess Yi and to be exiled according to the law. However, if he could punish her, it could be considered as finding some justice for Lady Qing Yue. With this punishment, she would restrain herself if she wanted to bully others in the future. Moreover, ever since the Prince of Luling's family returned to the capital, they had inexplicably become cold and wary of him. This also made Yang Fan angry. He wanted to let the Prince of Luling's family know that he, Yang Fan, was not a soft persimmon that could be manipulated by anyone. If it could be said that Yang Fan had always been indifferent and easygoing towards power, then this time Shen Mu's provocation had stimulated his sense of danger. He began to act like a wild beast patrolling his territory, beginning to possess a sense of territory and sovereignty. He needed to declare his existence. For him, the true danger came from the people he trusted. He had done a great favor for the Prince of Luling's family, but they had inexplicably become cold and wary of him. He had treated Shen Mu like an elder brother, but Shen Mu had secretly done something to him. In the past, his enemies had always been clear-cut. From the very beginning, he knew that they were his enemies. He had never felt this sense of danger. Now, all of this had deeply touched him, and his edge was beginning to shine. If he wanted to establish his own power, he needed prestige and the ability to rally supporters. He could no longer be like before, blindly lying low and relying on the protection of others. Hearing Yang Fan's reply, Wei Jie sneered and waved his hand, shouting, "Someone, escort Princess Yian and Prince Pei back to the Fu." A group of golden guards immediately drew their spears and approached, intending to snatch Pei Zun back. Yang Fan's face turned cold as he shouted, "Protect Prince Pei." Ren Wei and the others immediately urged their horses forward, pressing down on the sabers at their waists. Wei Jie was infuriated, saying, "The one surnamed Yang, this official is in charge of the Fu's subordinates, supervising the patrolling of the 6 streets to the left and right of the capital. Are you going to oppose me?" Yang Fan said in a carefree manner, "It seems that you don't understand. This official regulates the conduct of the public and investigates the wrongdoings of the people and civilians of Luoyang. All illegal and unjust matters are dealt with by this official. If you dare to obstruct this official from enforcing the law, this official will take you down as well." As a member of the Golden Guards, Wei Jie had long heard from his colleagues that Great General Wu Yizong seemed to be at odds with Yang Fan. With this backing, he was not afraid of Yang Fan. He was still thinking that by standing out this time, he would definitely receive Wu Yizong's favor. Thus, with a clang, he unsheathed his sword. Holding his sword, Wei Jie proudly shouted, "The security of the capital has always been my responsibility. When has it ever been someone else's turn to dictate? Someone, seize Prince Pei back for me. Those who dare to resist, die or be injured." Tit for tat, Yang Fan immediately gave the order, "Escort Prince Pei into the palace. Those who dare to obstruct, kill without mercy." As for this courageous Commandant Guo Yi who dares to disobey this official's orders, take him down. Wei Jie was both shocked and angry. He shouted, "You dare to touch me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Before he could finish speaking, raindrops shot towards him. It turned out that Yang Fan had ripped off his woven raincoat and flung it at him. Before the woven raincoat reached him, the raindrops had already shot out, causing pain to his face. Wei Jie let out a loud "ah" and instinctively closed his eyes. The woven raincoat immediately covered his head. The raincoat was already heavy after being soaked in water, and with the strength of Yang Fan's wrist, it actually covered Wei Jie's face and threw him off his horse. Since the commander had already made a move, how could his subordinates dare to be careless? Immediately, the two sides began to fight. This group of Golden Guards had about 20 people. Other than Wei Jie, who was riding a horse, the rest were all foot soldiers. Behind Yang Fan, other than Ren Wei, there were only 6 people. However, These 6 people were all martial arts experts hired by the Hall of Succession with a large sum of money. In close combat, the number of people was small, and the ground was muddy. This was the perfect opportunity for them to display their martial arts. In a short period of time, the 6 of them were more than enough to deal with the 20 over people. Wei Jie fell heavily onto the muddy ground, and was dizzy from the fall, unable to distinguish north from south. Yang Fan said, "This person disobeyed my orders." Using force to disobey the law, 30 strokes of the cane, Ren Wei used his saber to cut open the ropes that bound Pei Junma and helped him up onto Wei Jie's warhorse. He then walked in large strides to the side where a servant from the Junju Fu was standing. In his hand was a water and fire stick. Seeing the 2 groups of imperial soldiers fighting each other, he was dumbstruck. As soon as he saw Ren Wei approaching with a saber in hand, his legs went soft and he unconsciously knelt down on the mud, howling, "Sir, spare my life." Ren Wei coldly snorted and with one leg, he picked up the water and fire stick in front of him and caught it in his hand. He turned around and walked towards Wei Jie. With a peng, the stick smashed down. Wei Jie, who was dizzy, woke up and gave a blood-curdling scream as he tried to jump up. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ren Wei swept his stick across his calf. The strength of this blow was just right. Although it was not enough to break his legs, the pain penetrated into his bones. Wei Jie could no longer stand, and with a blood-curdling scream, he fell onto the muddy ground again, falling flat on his face like a dog eating shit. Ren Wei laughed, "That blow just now doesn't count." As he finished speaking, he swung his stick again. For a moment, the stick flew through the air, hitting Wei Jie's buttocks. The sound was no different from a foot stepping on the muddy ground. Ren Wei's use of the stick was not like the military's use of canes. There were intervals between each strike, and in his hands, one could only see the shadow of the stick flying through the air, and the peng-peng sound was unceasing. Wei Jie wanted to scream, but he couldn't keep up with Ren Wei's rhythm. It was drizzling on the streets, but more and more commoners were gathering. Many of them didn't even bring their umbrellas. Those at the back were hopping forward to look, and each and every one of them was in high spirits, beaming with joy. With the population of Luoyang, fights in the alleys were a common occurrence. Large-scale fights on the streets were relatively rare. After all, the officials and patrolmen were keeping a close eye on the situation. If they accidentally got involved in the court, both sides would be in trouble. But today was different. The people fighting were all soldiers, and they were using swords and spears. This was a rare sight. It was really celebrating the new year. Yang Fan's subordinates had been with him for a long time, and they understood his intentions very well. When they saw that Yang Fan had even taken down County Commandant Guo Yi of the Jinwu Guards and caned him on the streets, they knew that he didn't want to be merciful. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to establish his authority. Without any hesitation, they used their full strength. In a short while, the Jinwu Guards were all lying on the ground under the storm-like attacks of the 1,000 horsemen and 6 imperial bodyguards. Although none of them died, they were all injured and rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. The remaining 6 or 7 quick-witted Jinwu Guards didn't care that their county commandant was being beaten, and they all ran far away. Chapter 879. While Yi and Junju was domineering, that was only because of her arrogance that had swelled after her rise. She had stayed in the small mountain village for many years and thought that just because she had the noble status of being the descendant of the emperor, everyone in the world would respect her. Right now, Yang Fan did not give her any face at all. She stood there without any ideas. Ren Wei used the staff quickly, but his strength did not lessen at all. Because he used the staff too quickly, the pain had not been felt for long, so Wei Jie had not fainted yet. However, when Ren Wei finished his last strike and picked up the staff to leave, he had lost all feeling in his lower body. He could not even get up if he wanted to. Yang Fan threw off his straw cape. After knocking Wei Jie off the horse, he smiled slightly at Pei Juanma and raised his hand, saying, "Please." Pei Zun was extremely grateful. He was the son of a large family and had been arrogant since he was young. When had he ever been treated like this? Today, he had been cut by Yi and Junju on the street. It was a great humiliation. His heart ached even more when his beloved concubine's nose and tongue were cut off by Yi and Junju. He immediately took his horse and followed Yang Fan to the palace. Yang Fan's military uniform was black. It was wet from the rain and shone slightly. It also had a metallic feel to it, causing him to appear ferocious on the horse. On the other hand, Yi and Junju wore a silk dress and embroidered robe. Her feet were bare, and her hair was disheveled. She appeared to be in a sorry state as she stood on the ground. When Li Xinyu saw that Yang Fan had used violence and was protecting the Juanma with disdain, she did not know how to respond. She felt extremely wronged and could not help but shout, "Yang Fan, remember, I will not let you off." Finishing, Li Xinyu left in tears. Wei Jie lay in the mud and called out weakly, "Yang Fan, remember, I will not let you off." He and Li Xinyu did not know each other, but his words were extremely coincidental. He blurted them out right after Li Xinyu said them. However, his voice was weak and miserable, not as powerful as Li Xinyu's. Furthermore, he seemed to be imitating her, causing the surrounding crowd to roar with laughter. Yang Fan didn't even turn his head as he escorted Pei Junma straight to the palace. As they traveled, Pei Zun couldn't help but weep when he thought about how his wife was so domineering and had been seen by so many people. If the scandal were to spread throughout the capital tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of his friends and family. Seeing this, Yang Fan also felt that this young master of an aristocratic family who had married a daughter of the imperial family was somewhat pitiful. He couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. Pei Zun choked with sobs as he said, "A few days ago, the shoe merchant Long Jiutao asked me to introduce him to Zhong Tongxiu. As a token of appreciation, he gave me 4 beautiful shoe girls. Considering the jealousy of my wife at home, I did not accept any of them. Which man lives as sullenly as I do? Qing Huaye had been serving me since we were young. We loved each other and had long had an affair. I had originally planned to make her my concubine after taking her as my main wife. But because I married a Junju, I could only go back on my promise and set her up in an outer residence. I had already made her suffer greatly. Now." Yang Fan was a little disdainful of his incompetence. He spoke so passionately. He clearly knew that Miss Qing Huaye's nose and tongue had been cut off and tortured, but wasn't he afraid of Yi and Juanju's power and didn't dare to return to the workshop to visit first? His mouth still had to go along with his words. "Jun Ma has such a wife, it is truly unspeakably bitter. But as a Junju, there is no reason for her to divorce. Right now, it is best to ask the Emperor and the Prince of Luling to come forward and restrain her. Otherwise, in the future." When Yang Fan said this, he suddenly remembered that he had mentioned that there was a shoe merchant who had asked him to introduce him to Zhong Tongxiu. Zhong Tongxiu was second Zhong's cousin. The people who wanted to befriend Zhong Tongxiu were most likely doing so to build a relationship with second Zhong. But then again, the people who fawned on second Zhong were mostly officials and definitely not merchants. Even though most of the great merchants needed to befriend the government as a backer, second Zhong, who had lived in the palace for a long time, was definitely not as helpful to the merchants as an official in charge of the court. Second Zhong came from a prestigious family, and now his status was beyond words. His appetite had also grown. Befriending second Zhong required more than 10 times the cost of a court official, but the effect was far less than a court official. Which merchant would make such an unprofitable transaction? Also, this person was a shoe merchant. Even if he had business in the capital, his roots were still in Shu. In this era, a round trip to a different place would take a long time, at least half a year. The transmission of information was slow. Great merchants would not stay in a different place for long, so it was far less profitable for great merchants to open a branch in a different place than to ally with the local tyrants. What did a great merchant of Shu want to do with second Zhong, who was like the sun in the sky in the court but had no influence locally? Also, this 9 sets of dragons clearly had no connection to second Zhong, and had no previous connection to the entire Zhong family. Why did he want to do this? If it was any other time, if Pei Zun said this casually, Yang Fan would just forget about it and would not take it to heart. However, for the past month, he had been planning the battle with the hidden sect, and his heart had been stretched taut. The more he pondered over Pei Zun's words, the more he felt that there was a profound meaning. In a short while, They arrived at the palace. Although Pei Zun was the county horse, he did not have a palace pass. Yang Fan instructed him to wait at the gate while he went to the palace to have an audience with the emperor. It was raining today, and although the temperature had dropped, the entire place was wet with nowhere to go. Wu Zetian was playing chess with Zhong Yizhi on the lovely spring stage to relieve boredom. When she heard Yang Fan's statement, she was instantly displeased. She immediately threw down her chess piece and instructed him to bring the county horse into the palace. Most of the time, the relatives of the emperor were not as favored as the close officials of the emperor. How many relatives of the emperor could be as favored as Princess Taiping, who could enter and leave the palace at any time? Many relatives of the emperor had to go through a lot of trouble to ask someone to pass a message to them if they wanted to enter the palace. The emperor might not even meet them, so it was not as good as the close officials of the emperor who could speak at any time. Since young, the members of the imperial family could not get along with each other day and night like the brothers and sisters of ordinary families. Their blood ties were thin, and it was even harder to meet them after they grew up. Furthermore, after being instigated by the close officials, there were plenty of people who hated them and did not want to meet them or even treated them coldly. Therefore, even if they were relatives of the emperor, there were very few who were willing to offend the close officials of the emperor. Only Princess Yi An, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, would be incomparably unyielding when she saw Yang Fan interfering. Wu Zetian ordered Yang Fan to bring the county horse into the palace. After thinking for a moment, she also asked a servant to summon the Prince of Luling. The Prince of Luling had been living in the East Palace and was next to the Crown Prince's younger brother. It was obvious that he was waiting for his brother to make room for him. However, the imperial court was more concerned about reputation, and he could not find a suitable opportunity. Hearing that the empress had summoned him, the Prince of Luling hurriedly dressed himself and followed the young servant into the inner palace. He secretly stuffed some money into the young servant's hands and asked why his mother had summoned him. The young servant knew that he would definitely become the crown prince in the future, and then the son of heaven after that, so he did not dare to make things difficult for him. However, this young servant had been waiting outside the palace at the time, so he did not understand why the emperor had summoned him. The young servant thought for a moment and said, "This servant does not know either. I only know that General Yang Fan entered the palace for a while and then left in a hurry. The saint then sent word to summon your highness." This servant noticed that the saint seemed to be secretly angry. "Your highness should be a bit more careful." Li Xian's heart tightened when he heard this. Mother is displeased. Just what could have caused mother's displeasure? Yang Fan had just entered the lovely spring terrace, and mother immediately summoned me. Yang Fan must have said something. What could Yang Fan have said? Zhong Run said that Yang Fan and Wu Sanxi have a close relationship, but Guo has already been betrothed to Prince Liang's daughter-in-law. Prince Liang will not harm me, will he? Li Xian arrived at the lovely spring terrace uneasily. He humbly bowed to his mother and asked, "May I know what instructions mother has for your son?" Wu Zetian's expression darkened. "Sit down, we do not know either. We will speak again when your son-in-law arrives." Yes. Li Xian retreated to the side. A servant brought a brocade stool over and Li Xian sat down gently. He thought, son-in-law? I wonder which son-in-law it is, for mother to be so angry. Could it be the son-in-law of the Wu family? If it is just a family matter, the situation does not seem too serious. Li Xian waited for a while as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Then, Yang Fan's voice came from outside the hall, "Your Majesty, Prince Pei has arrived." Li Xian thought anxiously, Prince Pei? Fortunately, although he had many daughters, only one was married into the Pei family. Li Xian immediately arrived at Pei Zun. Is this Xin Yu's husband? Xin Yu has the worst temperament among the daughters. Could it be that she had a quarrel with her husband? But, what does this have to do with Yang Fan? Why is he the one reporting this? Just as Li Xian was thinking, Yang Fan walked in with Pei Zun. When he saw Pei Zun's appearance, Li Xian stood up in shock. He cried out involuntarily, "You! What happened to you?" Pei Zun's hair was disheveled. His cheeks were red and swollen. There were even a few scratches on his face. He was wearing a set of undergarments. The undergarments were supposed to be white, but now they were black and yellow and covered in mud. The most ridiculous thing was that he was barefooted and his feet were also covered in mud. Yang Fan bowed and said, "This subject saw Prince Pei on the streets. Because this matter involves the emperor's family matters, this subject does not dare to act arbitrarily. Hence, this subject brought Prince Pei into the palace to be dealt with by your majesty. This subject will take his leave." Earlier, Wu Zetian had only heard a few words from Yang Fan and knew that Pei Zun and his wife had fought on the streets. This was not proper and it was a disgrace to the royal family. Thus, she was extremely displeased. Now that she saw the appearance of this grandson-in-law, even the usually valiant Wu Zetian was stunned. After Yang Fan finished his report, Wu Zetian subconsciously waved her hands and didn't even bother to speak to him. Just as Yang Fan was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and said, "This subject still has another matter to report. This official has another matter to report." On the streets, this official saw Yin Junju riding on Pei Juanma and slapping him incessantly. She also ordered her servants to tie up Pei Juanma and wanted to cut off his hair as a substitute for his head. There were countless commoners watching and it was truly improper. When this official wanted to help Pei Juanma out of trouble, there were soldiers of the Jinwu guards patrolling the streets. The general leading the troops seemed to be acquainted with Junju and thus received orders from Junju to obstruct this official. For the sake of law and discipline, this subject flogged that general 30 times on the streets. Wu Zetian didn't have the leisure to listen to him talk about this. She waved her hand and said impatiently, "This is just a small matter. You can handle it yourself. Jean appointed you as a sentinel to do this. There is no need to report this matter in the future. Leave." With a faint smile, Yang Fan nodded his head and said, "Yes." Li Xian still didn't know that the person Yang Fan flogged on the streets was his other son-in-law. He, the Prince of Luling, had 2 sons-in-law. Today, one had been beaten by his daughter and the other by Yang Fan. His face had already been completely lost. However, when he saw that Yang Fan hadn't even glanced at him from beginning to end, which was completely different from when he had escorted him back to the capital, he felt rather uncomfortable. He also knew that this must be because his own family had deliberately distanced themselves from Yang Fan, causing the other to feel disgust. At this time, however, he didn't have the time to reflect. After Yang Fan withdrew, he anxiously asked, "Zun, what happened to you?" Pei Zun knelt on the floor of the hall and wailed, "Pei Zun's life is short and unworthy of a descendant of the emperor. Your Majesty the Emperor, please have mercy and choose a better match for Junju." Yang Fan didn't care about how Wu Zetian would handle this family matter. After he left the palace, he immediately sent someone to the Ministry of Rites and sent a message to Shangguan Fei of the Ministry of Rites. Quickly investigate the origins of the 9 sets of identities of the shoe merchant dragon.